when they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all the way.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour Finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time, the longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner. And the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post. And Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket. He's bowled him and England win. Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net. And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby league, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May. And May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick. She goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
What a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over.
An opponent, lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger. Trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowles, that's driven. That's a lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is edge and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strides and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled him! And Zampa has gone!
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby League with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time. Luke Gale!
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, international rugby league.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
when they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More going to play with the spin. Bottom edge onto the stumps. The excitement from Healy. Knows how important that wicket is. And Jess Jonathan, Australia's premier left-arm spinner, struck again for the Australian team. Experience of Satterthwaite goes for 30. It's been a good knock. 5 for 98.
And now outside edge. Luck could be a fortune there. Well, it's worth 4. Another little twist to the tail.
Down, Meg.
Ball gets through the gap and runs away for 4. Goes lofts down the ground. She gets it over the top. And that makes it really interesting. Amelia Kerr has grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck.
3 from 4.
So 2 for 18 with the ball, and now he's doing a wonderful job with the bat to close it out. 14 off 9, and to break at 13. She's got enough of that. Has she found the gap? Yes, she has! And New Zealand, with Amelia Kerr, have finally defeated Australia. They've come over the top to win by 5 wickets. And Amelia Kerr, brilliant with the bat to back up her 2 wickets with the ball. 2 for 18 off 4. What a young star she is.
Amelia, brilliant. Nerves of steel. Bowled well. Her second best bowling performance against the Aussies. And then has come out in a crunch time for New Zealand.
We've got the first of 3. We're back here on Monday and Wednesday, so there's a lot of cricket to look forward to. Australia winning that T20 series 2-1. And now we wait to see how the ODIs play out. Australia going pronounced favourites clearly. Can the Kiwis do something about it? Too far away from finding out. Beautiful day in Brisbane. Bit of cloud cover, as you can see, but conditions are terrific. Great to have you with us this Saturday morning around Australia and around the world for the first of the one-day internationals. Australia hosting New Zealand. 2-1 winners they were in the T20 series that wrapped up last weekend. They go in clear favourites in this one, Mel Jones and Brad Hodge. Lovely to be part of the team with you two legends of Australian cricket. Lovely to be here again to watch some really competitive matches between these two.
And one-day internationals, they haven't played it because of the big hype around the T20 World Cup back in March. So much the shortest format of the game. Now we're getting into this middle format, and I'm absolutely pumped to see, number one, what New Zealand can bring, but two, if Australia can get back on their winning ways as well.
Absolutely, Mel. Andy, perfect conditions up in Queensland. I think the Australians will be happy they won the toss and elected to bowl. Usually there is a little bit of tennis ball bounce, as Holly mentioned. We're ready for action. May swing early with this breeze. 4, 3, no better exponent than swinging the ball than Megan Schutt. Will pose some challenges early.
So we're underway. They're back in their traditional colours, the Australians, for the one-day international format. And the hostilities resume. Do you like the change in the batting order here, Mel? Do you like what they've done at the top of the order, the New Zealanders?
Yeah, I do. Yep. Yeah, look, and it is a completely different format in so many ways. Suzie Bates comes back up to opening. This is where she feels most comfortable. She can set herself up. And great to see Dodd back in. Debuted back in 2010. Big break.
Interesting setup, Hodgie. She's, since it's taken legs, she's given Megan Schutt a good look at those 3 stumps.
Yeah, it is. Giving access for bat to ball, I suppose. I mean, one of the things you can find yourself doing is when you face someone that does swing the ball a lot into leg is falling across the ball. So she's really given an opportunity to see the ball early, play the full face of the bat. It's one of those challenges that you don't face too often in world cricket as a genuine in-swing bowler. All the way through your young career, you're used to, you know, bowlers swinging the ball away from the bat. It's a tough thing to get used to.
Keen to talk to Damien Fleming, who's going to join us along with Belinda Clark for our commentary today. And it'd be really interesting to talk to Flem about Megan Shield. We're talking about it we've talked about it a lot, but again during the T20s, she just backs what she does well, doesn't she, Jonesy? She knows what her strong suit is. She goes to it often, and occasionally she'll try and get one to hold its line, but she doesn't muck around too much, Megan Shield.
Why do you need to?
No.
When you're taking wickets over and over again, conditions will shift things. Opposition will change, the left-hander in there, all those sorts of things. But I think what Megan Shute does really well is she's comfortable within her own skin with her own game, first and foremost. She knows she doesn't have to tinker with too much. Yes, I think the big thing for her too is she plays in pain a lot. She's carries some injuries, but she gets through that.
She's found her line and length right from the word go. A maiden to get us underway here at Allan Border Field. New Zealand will be keen to get a feel for the track to see how it's coming on before they get too expansive, obviously.
Just tell your fraction, Susan. Yep, that's centre.
Some strength in that middle order, isn't there, Jonesy? By putting Dot up the top, they do lengthen their batting line up in the middle of the order there, don't they?
Well, Green's coming in at 8, and she opened up during the T20 series. So, and they went with that strength in the T20 series as well. You would hope, though, for New Zealand, they're not thinking that they have to get that all the way down there to be finding some runs for them.
Well, what a moment for Annabelle Sutherland into the Australian team. Oh, and her first delivery has created some havoc. Beth Mooney's down there. She's been a stalwart of this team through this fantastic run. Hey, Beth, great to have you with us today. Thanks for being part of it. I imagine it must be exciting whenever you get the opportunity to bring another young player into this 11.
Yeah, definitely. Belzy's been one of the ones coming through the Big Bash in WNCL for the last little bit, so this will be exciting.
Beth, just give us a little snapshot of Annabelle Sutherland. When you face her in the nets, what does she have on offer?
She's been getting a little bit of swing. She was in the nets yesterday bowling a bit of in-swing, so away from me, and got us in a little bit of trouble up there, the batters. So I asked her if she knew what she was doing with this swing. She said she wasn't sure, so sometimes that's interesting, but she's a very switched-on cricketer, so she knows what she's doing, and she runs in nice and hard, so I'm sure she'll get a lot of bounce and a lot of work out of this wicket. Nice, Belzy.
She looks strong too. She's only 18 years of age. It's her first pre-season really she's had, because she's usually been studying and doing all the likes. Do you feel as if she has, worked in her strength into her game a bit more?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, us northern folk up here haven't really seen any of the Victorians for about 6 months, so seeing these girls steam in's been really exciting.
Oh, she's drawn the error from Dodd there, and she's had a couple of really good looks in this first over.
And Beth, what does she fancy more? We've seen that heroics she did in the T20 where she got 22 off 11. Does she enjoy bowling more or batting?
Great question. I think as an all-rounder, you probably enjoy doing a bit of both, don't you? Similar to Midge and I with keeping and batting, you like to be involved in the game, so she's pretty switched on with both facets, I'd say.
That's nicely played, finds the gap, races away. Brilliant fielding. A Ash Gardner down there. Hey, Beth, we'll get back to you throughout the afternoon. We really appreciate you being part of it.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Good on you.
It's amazing work from Ash Gardner, athletic. Talked about her fitness during the T20s. It's a great pit of diving, saving a certain 4.
Oh, that showed back in a bit, didn't it? So there's a bit of that swing that Beth Mooney was talking about. Good over for the New Zealanders. They survive a couple of dodgy ones, 8 on the board. Impressive start from Sutherland, but this can be the way with this game. You can bowl a good over and go for a few, and she did. So honours very much shared in that first over of hers.
Megan Shute, one of the preeminent bowlers in world cricket in all formats, and just look at this movement here. Dodd's giving her a good eyesight at hitting the top of off peg, as all coaches ask their bowlers to do at the start of their spells, and is exactly what Megan Shute is honing in on.
Well, you can see the adjustment in technique. Slightly, if you look at her head position, it is outside the line of her 2 feet. So if she's not giving access to that leg side, that's just evidence that she will fall across the ball and only give a quarter of an opportunity to the bat to hit the ball. So it's a nice adjustment knowing your own game. Megan Shute, such a hard competitor to dominate. Economy of 3.7 in power plays. And that's the reason why. Look at that swing. That's a ball outside the off stump. And you just feel you've got to play it to the onside because of that huge amount of swing.
What was your game plan against, predominantly in-swing bowlers, Hodgie? What did you set up to do?
Something similar to that, actually, where I often felt that over time they tend to get a fraction more outside off stump, and that would open up the offside. But you're always nervous trying to play across the ball onto the onside. You were looking for trying to just wait for that moment where the ball actually stops swinging or reduce the amount of swing, because you actually felt that you were never giving a full face to the bat to the ball ever.
Bates has hardly seen the ball so far. She's hammered that into extra cover for naught. Good shot.
I think the other thing for me, when we had Bronwyn Culver in our Australian team who bowled good in-swing shape like Megan Shute does, a lot of it is about head position. And so you wanted to be fractionally taller and head, almost saying yourself, head down the wicket rather than across. He didn't fall across himself too much.
And you always wanted to give your bat access to the ball. That was a critical thing, and that just backs up what Mel was saying. Your head position is critical. The moment you're falling over, you're never actually presenting the full face of the bat.
Another good over, just the one from it, none for 9. Good even start here, Jonesy.
Yeah, I'm probably more interested in how this pitch plays for the first little bit. We know it's a new strip. They'll be playing all 3 one-day internationals on it, so typically you put a little bit more juice, a little bit more water in it just to make sure that it can last for the 3 ODIs. A new strip here at Allan Border Field for the 3 one-day internationals. It'll be the same strip used for all 3. And I'm tipping, you can see a bit of green tinge there at the top, but I think the curators would have put a little bit of juice in there just to make sure it can last out. So if Australia can extract a little bit from that early, that's what they'll be looking for.
It's interesting when we were talking to Beth Mooney, watching Annabelle Sutherland's opening over, I think it might have been her first ball. There was a with a puff of something when it pitched, that one that got on Dodd. It was certainly a bit of something loose that broke through on the top of the surface. Keep an eye on that as she loses that one down the leg side.
Yeah, it looked nasty, didn't it? Just took off a length, and I was looking myself, Andy, to see if it actually did break through the surface, but you wouldn't think on a day one wicket. And there's James, new boss of Golf Australia, CEO, enjoying the cricket. Looks engaged, doesn't he?
It's an early start. Well, that's got up, and that's nicely put away. Beautifully controlled shot over the rope. It goes. That was very impressive.
That's an amazing shot. Short of a length from Annabelle. Dodd latched onto it straight away. It was good position. Got back and across. And just timed the ball. Look at that. Didn't try to overhit it. Watch the ball sail up onto the hill. That's a nice little way to get one off over the boundary. Get your game up and running. It's a nicely struck.
For me, it was a full extension, wasn't it? On contact point, that's all your bat speed coming through. Just timed it to perfection.
What it also says, Mel, is she's very comfortable with the pace as well. Didn't surprise her. She wasn't rushed. Annabelle's got a definite touch of pace about her. Played that very comfortably.
I haven't seen a lot of Dodd, but everything that I've spoken to with the New Zealanders is she's classical in terms of wanting to access the offside. So all of a sudden, when you hear all this about a player and you're expecting, you know, front foot drives, and then all of a sudden she pulls out something like that, and you go, oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Not just one-dimensional.
She played that beautiful controlled sort of late cut in the previous Sutherland over as well. It was stopped on the boundary line. She does early. We haven't seen much of her this summer, obviously, but she looks in good nick.
Looks very comfortable. No nerves. Might just be a massive boost coming off that T20 win for the New Zealand girls.
It feels like exactly what they need. It feels like they need another player, another really good player at the top of their order. They can push Devine and Satterthwaite and Martin and Kerr just down a spot. Jonesy, it feels like that would be a real win for New Zealand if they can do that.
Yeah, and I don't know even if it's as much about pushing them down a spot, but just allowing those players just to get into the innings without the sense that they have to do
be the
everything.
one. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
There's a nice little joy as well when you're a top order player from hiding from Megan Schutt and Elise Perry most times with a new ball.
Go through. Second slip would have taken it right in front of her nose. Instead, it's gone for 4, and Dodd gets away with one there, but she is going at a run of ball.
Well, streaky. Could have gone either way as a couple. One inside edge went for 4. That one dashing away outside off stump. Could have gone anywhere to hand. Goes to the fence. Unfortunate for Annabelle. Dodd on fire.
The third time she loses one down the leg side.
But I do like, I know she's losing it, she's erring to leg, but you can hear the ball hitting Lisa Healy's gloves. She's actually getting it through okay. And this will be the interesting one for Meg Lanning. They're both Victorians, they've worked together quite a lot, is the conversation with Annabelle Sutherland in terms of what she wants her to do.
That's nicely played. Good fielding as well, but Dodd looking every bit of player early. None for 23.
Because I don't think Meg Lanning will want Annabelle Sutherland to go into a shell. Just because she's bowled the bouncer and it's been hit beautifully for 4, I think Meg Lanning will still be saying that's still a delivery in your armoury that we still want to keep working on. So don't shy away from that. Don't try and take pace off just to put it up there. You're in the team to hit the deck hard.
Restricted numbers allowed in here at AB Field, but they were packing it in for the T20s. Tickets were gone straight away there, and we'll get some healthy crowds rolling in again for the ODIs.
It always looks weird when you see Queenslanders sitting there with scarves on for the footy. I saw a Brisbane Lions scarf, sadly, for all those Tigers fans out there.
The locals will be pretty happy after last night. Hodgie.
Yeah, it was a good game, wasn't it? Best of the season, actually.
Going on there. And she again sees on the short ball and gone. Terrific catch coming forward. May have slightly misjudged that, I reckon, Gardner, but in the end did a terrific job.
Well, Ash Gardner saved the boundary in the first couple of overs with a magnificent dive, and on this occasion inside the inner circle, hit high on the bat, I think, certainly didn't come out of the middle. And yeah, you've got to take those. She does. Megan Shute continues her form in one-day internationals, gets Dodd for 19 and New Zealand 1 for 23.
So an enterprising start comes to its end prematurely from a New Zealand perspective. Satterthwaite, terrific player, comes out now. Terrific to see her back after the birth of her child. Terrific to have her back in the international arena. She makes this side eminently better.
Just a touch towards you there, Amy.
Yeah, Amy was in good touch during that last T20. You could just see the experience of guiding that side. You're just looking for the ball to continually come in. When it holds its line, often caught off guard.
Another look at that wicket. Note the ball coming out of Shute's hand. It's the point of difference that Hodgie's talking about.
So you can see just the ball should not traditionally seam up, just fractions slow off the wicket, which enables miscalculation of the pace of the ball. It's a pretty simple catch in the end.
She's tight and she's on the board with a wicket. Megan Shute, 1 for 24.
It's an important part of the game. It's almost like the fielding captain, the wicket keeper, gives good feedback on how the ball's coming through, the angle of it, what the batter's doing in terms of their setup.
So 1 for 24. We're going to keep going with Annabelle Sutherland here. She's been expensive her first couple of overs, but show of faith from the skipper against this experienced New Zealand pair, Satterthwaite and Bates. Nicely timed again. Beth Mooney's on the mic. Hey Beth, Megan Shute at training, does she ever try anything different, or does she just keep coming in and do the same thing all the time?
No, she's always got a few tricks up her sleeve at training. That leg cutter or off cutter she was bowling the other day in the T20s, she's pretty much perfected. So in the net, she's probably got the better of most of us at the back end there.
Yes.
And does she say that's because of her skill set or the guns that she's been working on over the winter?
Oh, bit of column A, bit of column B, Jonesy. She never lets us forget about the gun show she's got going on, apparently. Nice, Bells.
Beth, in the over break there, we just saw a quick chat between Elisa Healy and Megan Shute. How important is it for the wicket-keeper to provide information and feedback throughout the overs?
Yeah, I think pretty high, Jonesy. Like, I was having a conversation with Midge at the end of Bellsy's last over about whether it was swinging or not, and Shooter's been transferring that information as well. So it's pretty critical that the keeper and the bowlers have a good relationship too, because, you know, obviously Midge can see everything that's going on from that point of view. So, and she can obviously see what the batter's doing close up as well. So that's extremely important. And I think, you know, Midge gets around the group, gets on with everyone, so that makes it pretty easy.
Hey, Beth, how big a deal is the strength and conditioning? In your time at the game at this level, how much of an increased focus is there on that nowadays?
On, pardon me, sorry, what was that?
Strength and conditioning, getting prepared to get to cricket training and play the actual game.
Yeah, pretty high. Obviously, we had a longer pre-season this season, so... Catch! Yeah!
Gone! So Sutherland picks up her first wicket. The skipper stuck with her, and she breaks through the teenager. Fantastic for the Australians and great for Annabelle Sutherland.
And just like the Aussie men's team as well, the hair is going to get ruffled. The worst one coming in is always the wicket-keeper. So she's going to have to do a little bit of work there, but she can sit back and be absolutely over the moon, because this is a quality first one-day international wicket in Amy Satterthwaite. Smiles all round from Australia and for Annabelle Sutherland as Satterthwaite departs for 1 and the Kiwis 2 for 24.
She must be feeling on top of the world right now, that young lady. What a moment for her. And the great Sophie Devine comes to the crease. A couple of wickets fall in the first power play, and at the end of it all, Bates and Devine resume their partnership. And just an early moment of concern for New Zealand. Annabelle Sutherland picks up her first wicket. Hodgie, from a captain's perspective, you go with your plans, obviously, and you know the kid's been a bit expensive in her first 2 overs. It's a good show of support for her, isn't it, that Meg Lanning sticks with her. No, keep going. We'll back you up.
A lot of support as we have a look at this. This is a real sharp chance from the skipper in the slips. Not a traditional first either, around second or third. Yeah, definitely some excitement. But, yeah, Meg would have been wrestling with the decision whether to just have a rest and come back later. There's a few wides in that spell. But it just goes to show that, you know, this Australian side will back their players all the way through, and you've got a role to play, and it's not always going to go right. You know, you look at the figures, and there's a couple of boundaries in that, early when one shaded past the stumps, one went through the slip, so chances are being created.
She muscled that through wide mid-wicket. Sit up a bit, quick outfield as it always is here.
And the other major decision would have been that Satterthwaite, as a left-hander, has just walked to the crease as well, and hadn't seen Sutherland before. And that would have been in Meg's decision as well.
Keen to get your thoughts on that, Jonesy. Get a chance to analyse Megan Shute. Dished up to Natalie Dodd.
This is the adjustment and what you need to be aware of as a player out in the middle, because Megan Shute, we've talked about her consistency. She kept it full, swinging in, hitting the top of off. Dodd had pulled Annabelle Sutherland for a great 4, used the pace of the ball, and it was the first shorter ball. We spoke about the leg cut, but it was also the length. And Dodd, all of a sudden, because she'd got one away off the quicker bowler, thought she could do the same to Megan Shute. She wasn't on the pace of the pitch, and then provided the catch. And the difference was just a couple of deliveries ago to Susie Bates, same length delivery, and Bates had higher hands, hit the ball to ground, make sure that she got a sense of what was coming off the pitch from Megan Shute. And that's the difference between a Susie Bates, who's hit thousands of international runs and has played all around the world, in comparison to a Dodd coming in. Yes, she's played a couple of games, had a big gap, but just that understanding of how you get into your innings, particularly at the international level.
So these two, along with Satterthwaite, clearly the cornerstone New Zealand batting lineup. Such good players for such a long time. Shute continuing to be hard to get away. 2 for 27.
These are the ICC ODI team rankings. The interesting one there is New Zealand has dropped a couple of places. They're now down to 5th. Australia holding firmly and got a nice little gap between themselves and India, then to England. England coming off a very good series against the West Indies women. 5-0 in that T20 series. And a bit of news coming out of the West Indies camp too, which has been quite big. They've got a new coach.
Go on.
They've one that, well, Australians who have followed ODI cricket, Test cricket for many years, are one Courtney Walsh.
Is that right?
New coach of the West Indian women's cricket team. So he's been with them as in an assistant capacity for the last couple of tours. Was out here for the recent T20 World Cup.
Yep. Again, I watched a bit of that series, Jonesy. Probably not as much as you did, but it was tight. There's talent there. There's so much. There's enough natural talent in that West Indian 11 to my eye. They can harness that and get it heading in the right direction. They could be a pretty potent force.
Oh, look, without a doubt. I think that the big thing is the noticeable difference between the teams that have centralised contracts, good domestic programs, England, Australia.
Yeah, there are a couple of associations that are probably 5 to 10 years advanced on a few, and that's going to show up on field. Once you get those structures right and in place, watch out. Similar to the West Indies in one-day cricket and T20.
Yeah, you put South Africa in that kit as well. They've got amazing talent there. Just got to try and harness it.
Devine hits and goes, puts the pressure on the field. Forces the error.
And I was just about to say the professionalism, as Jess Jonathan just does a misfield, shows, and that's why they are the best, and that's why they're running for this consecutive win streak. It's not surprising. Well coached by Matthew Mott. The structures are in place. They've got great facilities to hone their skills.
Held that one back and completely deceived Susie Bates.
What's critical is to put on a good show for the New Zealanders. They're both averaging just short of 50, 49 apiece since 2017, along with Satterthwaite. So just feel with the talent down the order, if they can just build a nice little platform on good surface, it'll just give that confidence as well. It's a pretty good start from New Zealand. We've lost probably one wicket, which they wouldn't have liked to, sort of Satterthwaite, but all in all, they've looked pretty comfortable.
Beautifully bowled. Good cricket from the New Zealanders.
Well, that's what you've got to do. You've got to rotate the strike as much as you can against this Super Australian side. We saw that intent in the last T20, where they're a fraction more urgent. You've got to tick it over. If you let the Australians build pressure, we saw a statistic on dot ball pressure. You've got to rotate the strike.
Finishes the over. Well, 2 for 33. That was so... Sit back at home watching the third T20. That was so noticeable. The increased intensity running between the wickets from the New Zealanders was very obvious for those of us who were sitting back watching that game compared to the other two.
Technique and experience is the difference between the way in which Natalie Dodd went out and Susie Bates. Dodd, low hands, hands wide, hands low, so the ball's coming up always, and went hard at the first short delivery that Megan Shute has put on offer. You look at Susie Bates, up nice and tall, wants to get the ball to ground. That way she knows, one, she can't give her wicket away, two, gets all the information she needs for the next short ball that she's going to face.
That was very good, Jonesy.
He sounds
very
surprised.
Good. Very good. That's where she sits in ODI, bowling rankings internationally. Top of the tree amongst the very best in T20 cricket as well. In a very rich vein of form, Megan Shute. That's good cricket.
Very good cricket. And the reason being is that when you swing the ball so far with the new Kookaburra, rarely do you find boundaries. For some reason, in your back of your mind, you're searching for swing. And you've got to be able to tick it over. As we mentioned, Megan Schutt's not going to make mistakes. She's going to put that ball on the spot. It's going to continue to move for as long as possible. It's hard to find boundaries. So you've got to find a different method in scoring. If you drop and run, tick it over, all of a sudden the field come in, then you can push a bit harder. Gaps may open up. This is the one thing the Australians are just good at, just continually building pressure. Megan Schutt's a master at it.
What do you do, Jane? You've seen these players against one another for years. You've watched them more closely than we have. If you're advising the Kiwis on how to go about, ticking it over against Megan Shute, you don't have to give me an answer right now. Have a think about it, because I imagine it might not be that easy. But I'd love to know what your advice might be.
I think first and foremost is it's such an individual thing, so you can't put a blanket team rule. There's an intensity about things. You can definitely say with the team, so you want to be backing up, you want to be supporting your teammate to make sure you can get through the wickets.
Yeah, really pushing it here, the Kiwis.
But I think the other thing, it really comes down to the coaching staff and particularly the batting coaches to work individually with players. And you can see both Devine and Bates have the ability to play the ball late, which I think is vitally important to people who swing the ball. They've also got a power game to them. You can see Devine, she's taking an off-stump guard, whereas Dodd took leg stump.
It's the end of another one, 2 for 35. Thank you.
And the other one, now that you're into the one-day internationals too, is it's a game of patience too.
Yeah.
Who's going to blink first? It's that old,
Yeah.
Remember Footloose with the tractors going at each other?
It's been a long time since I've seen Footloose.
Classic.
But
yep, I remember it.
Bit of a Kevin Bacon fan. But he was in that one.
He was.
Yeah.
Shoelace stuck on the brake.
So we're into the partnership that probably matters the most from a New Zealand batting perspective. Some batting to come though today. These two know that they've got to be here for the next 20 to 25 overs if they can.
Yeah, it's an interesting shift in mindset, isn't it? When you've got to tell yourself that you've got to be here for 20 to 30 overs when you've just come off 3 20-20s. And you really do have to just hold yourself back. The one thing you want to do is hit the ball and be aggressive, and you want to be positive. But you know you have to be selective.
Yeah.
So that's that fine balance between taking on Megan Schutt and not. So you can play a patience game. You can say, okay, well, let's let her win with a new ball for the first 5, and we'll cash in at the back end. We'll make sure we're here to do so. You know, as a team, the last thing you can be is 3 or 4 down early against Australia. Completely. It's going to be game over.
It's called right on that blue line. That's the 6th wide of the innings thus far.
That's amazing. Sutherland's now into her 5th. We're probably thinking, and Megan herself would have been thinking, oh, should I give her a rest? And it's amazing what confidence can do for a young cricketer. And if your captain backs you in, got a first wicket, staring down a pretty good spell now.
It's good coverage down there. Come back for a couple.
Do you notice any similarities between her and her dad?
She's probably quicker, actually. Yeah, I faced James. I played with him at Melbourne as well, Melbourne Cricket Club. But he was awkward to face. He was tall, hit a length. Probably his daughter looks more athletic running in, there's no doubt. Different action.
They call her the thoroughbred within the Australian team, Annabelle Sutherland.
More live
she gets around. She played a lot of AFL football.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Man.
Sport, pure live
a story about Merv Hughes.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
James Sutherland.
As 5 Live brings you one event,
seeing him
5
throw a
Live
ball
Sports
into the boundary left-handed one day.
Well, that's a good-looking shot.
Being a right-handed bowler, and Merv said, I didn't know we had an amphibian in the team.
Yeah, that's true, actually. And I'm not actually sure whether Merv was trying to be funny or whether he's actually being serious.
Well, if he's listening, great joke, Merv.
Oh, what a legend. What a legend in a dressing room, Merv is.
So 8 runs from the over. That's the end of the first 10. 2 for 43.
First time that we've seen spin in this first of the one-day internationals between Australia and New Zealand, and it's going to be Georgia Wareham. Had an outstanding series in the T20s, and that's playing the Kiwis. Different challenge for her now. Meg Lanning staying on the attack, a slip in play. Change in the bowlers, also change in the commentary box, joined by former Australian captain and Belinda Clark. And now that the spin's on, someone to talk about it immensely, Damien Fleming.
Mel, Belinda, everyone watching at home. Yeah, I was just thinking that. I've enjoyed the swing of Megan and the swing of Annabelle Sutherland on debut, and we've got some spin to deal with here, Belinda.
Nice to be here.
And how have you seen it so far, Belinda?
It's been a great start by the Australians. I've just been so impressed with Annabelle Sutherland, and you can imagine those people at Malvern Junior Cricket Club just sitting back thinking, wow, we helped create an Australian cricketer. So I'm sure they're thrilled with Annabelle's start, and she was unlucky early on, I thought.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just seeing early on the complementing of the in-swing from Megan and the outswing from Annabelle Sutherland. It's almost like a perfect bowling partnership, and I'm sure Annabelle will only settle more in her second spell.
Hold on. Yeah, and hard for a young player at their first one-day game, left-handers, right-handers. She was getting a little bit wrong, but gee, she got it right when she needed to, and it's been a great start from her.
Oh, you're in the game with that one, mate. Solid start there for Georgia Wareham for her first over. Just a single coming from it. It's 2 for 44. Partnership now moving to 20 between Bates and Devine, having lost the wickets of Dodd and Satterthwaite. Well, this is just 5 of about a list of about 642 comments that we could have put on the screen for Belinda Clark. Averaged over 45 in both tests and one-day internationals. 113 of her 134 ODIs was as captain. Leading all-time ODI run scorer. It just goes on and on and on. Did you like those, or do you have something else that you would have preferred popping up there?
No, they're fun. I like the high pants too. So just digging back into the archives for those photos. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you think a photo's going to come up from yesteryear.
Thanks, Harriet. Jess Jonathan.
Just on that stats pack there, unbelievable. I didn't see anything on the wickets column. Were they missing some right arm medium pace there?
Yeah, and right arm off spin too. I think I had a go at, but I had the coach John Harmer send a message out one day to take myself off. So I think it's a dead giveaway that wasn't a skill set that he thought that I had.
We've got Holly Furling down on the sidelines.
How you going, guys? Aussies are well and truly on top here. Feel Jess Jonathan could get a bit of a breakthrough here, bowling into the wicket. But it's a patience game, really. Jess Jonathan has been working on a wider grip to get a little bit more purchase off the wicket, and I think with the amount of moisture that's in the pitch at the moment, I think she could get something here.
Catch it!
Good footwork there by Susie Bates. Clears the infield, clears the boundary.
Very well played by Bates. She's been struggling a little bit. It wasn't until Devine came out that there was a little bit of urgency added into the innings, and it's nice that Bates is now starting to find her form. She needs to score runs today for this team to be successful, so nice that she's been able to get hold of Jonathan there.
It did seem throughout the T20 series, so much spin being played by Australia that Bates, by the end of it, looked as if she wanted to use her feet a little bit more. That was her plan of attack to try and negate it.
Yeah, and look, it's important. You can't let the spinners settle. It's the very thing they're after is you just to sit on your crease. So really important that Susie does exactly that, pushes the field around. I thought the Australians dominated those first 10 overs with, there was no field changes required.
2 for 51. To spin both ends now for Australia, with Wareham and Jonathan working in tandem. Well, a little bit of inside information on Sophie Devine. I'm not too sure she'll be happy with the first one. Last lie, you're told that I like one of Mum's dinners. You don't put that out on international television. Soph, worst habit being a clean freak. How many tattoos? 6, hard to pick the favourite. If you can see one there on screen, it's a little ha-ha at the end of her humerus. Georgia Wareham, lots of confidence to be able to give the ball some flight early in her bowling spell.
I'll be interested to see how much turn there is as well. You saw with the two seamers, and Holly spoke about it in the pre-match, that it might have been just a little bit damp on top, and certainly for the quicker bowlers it moved off the seam.
Full toss is given. Ash Gardner's out there. She won't drop that. She's been brilliant in the field for the Australians. And Susie Bates cannot believe that she's missed out on an opportunity of putting away the rank full toss.
Well, spinning the ball off the pitch is overrated. Just bowl full tosses. And Bates, you could see once spin was introduced that she wanted to take it on. She wanted to find the boundary. And I don't think she was counting on a full toss that she should have put away. So she'll be disappointed with that. Susie Bates goes for 14, and it's 3 for 51.
Susie Bates with a start, 14 to her name, looking proactive with some good footwork to Jess Jonathan. Finds herself ruining the fact that she couldn't find the gap with the full toss. Katie Martin joins her captain Sophie Devine at the crease. She's been a thorn in the side of the Australians in the T20 format. Can she put a partnership together with her skipper?
Nice ball.
Susie Bates will be disappointed on two fronts. One, the fact that she didn't put the full toss away, but she fell in the T20s to a full toss as well.
Yeah, that's a sickening feeling, Mel. And I've seen Susie Bates do that a few times. I think I watched some WBBL footage a couple of nights ago, and I saw a couple that happening as well. So something for her to work on. She's not hitting them in the middle.
No.
But hard to come out. You've got two spinners on now, both very good spinners, bowling very differently.
Go Ash, catch!
And the message is don't hit them to Ash Gardner.
Yeah.
She does not drop them.
Oh. Nice range.
Skewed off the outside edge. Martin wanted to get off strike. Devine didn't. 13 overs gone. It's 3 for 52. Coming into the sixth season of the WBBL, and it's probably been the biggest season, off-season, for moves, and big moves at that. Sophie Devine's gone from strikers to Perth. Meg Lanning's left Perth. She's coming back to Melbourne. Moves galore, including a one, Beth Mooney. She's got 2 titles in her back pocket, and she's gone, enough of that. I'm out of the heat. I'm into the scorches. So she's moved probably the longest distance as well. Brisbane to Perth. Beth Mooney, was it one of the biggest decisions you've had to make in your career?
Yeah, I think so. The people I was chatting to about it were probably sick of me banging on about it for so many weeks, but I got there in the end.
Beth, is it true you're only going to teams that have got something to do with heat or fire in their title?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm pretty good in the hot weather, so I thought I'd stick with that theme. And, not sure about the orange, though.
A good move, a new coach under Shelley Nitschke. What are you looking forward to? What do you think she's going to bring to the Scorchers?
Yeah, I've done a little bit of work with Shell in the last couple of years since she's moved up to Brisbane, and I just really enjoy her sort of calm demeanour. She's got a lot of knowledge about the game, obviously. Moved up the order in T20 cricket, so she'll be really good for that group over in Perth, and hopefully Soph and I are all right for them too.
Just clarifying, she's been working with your batting, not your bowling.
Yeah, I think I should have let the bowling go in my younger days, so I'm only coming to her for batting advice.
And Beth, what's the summary of the pitch so far? Looks like a bit of bounce for the quicks and a bit of turn for the spinners.
Yeah, I mean, AB field first day of the wickets usually does a little bit early, so swing and shooters off cutters got a little bit of bounce too. Usually gets better by the afternoon, but it's probably even Stevens, a couple of wickets in the power play, and a nice bonus we got with Suze before.
Beth, how much as a top order player or a batter in the top order of the Australian team do you practice hitting full tosses?
Do I practice?
Yeah, hitting full tosses.
Yeah, Moddy sort of harps on about it a fair bit, making sure we know where we're going to hit the bad ball. It's one of the cardinal sins of cricket, isn't it, getting out to a full toss? So we've all done it, so as a batter you can sort of sympathise with them when they get out like that.
And is the rumour true too? Maddie Mott's celebrating a birthday today, the Labrador?
Yeah, the Labrador is celebrating a birthday today. I'm sure we'll be after a few hugs, I guess.
Not in these times, Beth.
Catch!
In the air, just out of reach of backward point.
Nice, Wolf.
And nerves for Annabelle Sutherland today, Beth, or did you manage to keep her calm? You still there, Beth?
Might have lost her.
Lost her.
Probably because we're going to ask her about her being coach's pet. I think there's a long-standing sort of chat amongst the players that Beth Mooney and Matthew Mott have a very good relationship.
Well, I played a lot of cricket with Matthew Mott, extroverted, but, you know...
Nicely timed. One of the favoured shots.
Yeah, I think we've seen short balls. So far, the Kiwi batsmen have had time to rock on that back foot and play square of the wicket. But, yeah, Motty, extroverted, you know, he's vulnerable to, you know, players that suck up. I think that would be a good way of getting a game.
Yeah, I think you're right there. He's done an amazing job with this team, and I think that, you know, laconic nature of his on the surface is behind that. There's a very well planned, meticulous guy who likes to have everything in order. So this team has really benefited from his guidance and leadership.
Yep. And I hope he says, don't bat like the way I did, because he is one of the great Sheffield Shield blockers of all time.
And a dot to finish off the over. 15 overs gone, 3 for 60. Coaching staff for the Australian team, Matthew Mott, left of screen. Happy birthday.
just does not give you any loose balls, Jess Jonathan, does she? It's just tight the whole time, and I think that's why she's just climbed the rankings of the one-day bowling ranks. She just doesn't give anything away. This team really has succeeded, partly to the great work of Jess Jonathan.
Catch it.
On the back foot, that shout is catch it. Ash Gardner, you cannot keep her out of the game. The simplest catch for her. Sophie Devine finds a way to find Ash Gardner, as did Susie Bates, and New Zealand now struggling at 4 for 60.
I think that backs up what you were talking about, Belinda. Jess just doesn't give a lot of width to play through the offside, so you're trying to manufacture a shot, which Sophie Devine tried on that occasion, but it led to her demise. Out for 11. The Aussies on fire here, 4 for 60.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? They've started with partnerships. They've tried to find a way into this game, New Zealand, but the Australians, time and time again, with pressure at both ends, have forced the error. Singles apiece now to the spinners in Wareham and Jonathan, and everything that Meg Lanning is turning to is working. We're going to go to a drinks break here at Allan Border Field with the score at 4 for 60.
Catch it.
The world's #1 team is out to end a century-old dry spell. Now, a familiar foe looking for revenge awaits them. Will the past haunt the Red Devils? Or will they tame their nemesis? Watch England host Belgium at the UEFA Nations League. 11th October, 9:30 p.m. Live on Sony Live.
Bit worried about Sian because we don't know where she is.
Can't you just call on her mobile?
She will be out of contact for this long.
I'm Detective Superintendent Steve Fulcher.
Christopher John Hallowell, his cab driver.
I'm going to talk to him myself. Are you going to tell me where Sian is? I promise you that I'm going to do everything in my power to bring him to justice.
You're breaching every code of practice.
The defendant should have been taken to a police station.
I wasn't playing games, I was pleading for Sian's life. What was I supposed to say?
That whole story, the pack of lies.
She's Fulcher's fault. Do the right thing and tell me where Sian is.
It's Beerworth, isn't it?
Beerworth.
Same ground, Allan Border Field. Change of formats, though, in this series as we've moved from the T20s into the one-day internationals to the Rose Bowl. And there's Kate Beerworth out there, the Australian physio, having a quick chat to Ash Gardner. It potentially looked around a finger, one of the digits.
A little bit further from the middle.
She's a great physio, Kate Beerworth, and she's been able to link Taylor Vleminac up with the Australian Ballet and doing some work in Melbourne for Taylor's rehab on a navicular. So very well connected, super therapist, and great to have her involved in Australian cricket.
Amelia Kerr to the crease.
I'm not sure how Taylor looks in a 2-2. But
well, I was going to say,
yeah,
pirouetting.
Yeah, so I gather it's all the core work that the ballet do. They're super athletes.
And just talk about Jess's line and how she cramps the batsman. You can see here that the actual wicket ball is in the full area. So Devine picking the wrong shot for the delivery. And that's the beauty of her bowling. And that's why she opens in T20 cricket, isn't it? That she rarely gets cut. If you come out of a crease, you take a risk. And, she wants batsmen to play low percentage shots.
Just helps her with her arm ball as well. Just being totally on those stumps, it makes it deadly.
16 overs gone, 4 for 61. Jess Johnson with the wicket off the second delivery of her third over. Another opportunity for the New Zealanders to find a partnership. Let's throw down to Holly Colvin. She played for England. Holly Furling with a little bit of an update on Ash Gardner.
Well, Ash Gardner came off during that drinks break. Erin Burns is on, but I did see when she took the catch for Susie Bates, she did shake her hand, so I think you guys are right. I think it could be a finger. Hopefully she's just getting checked and she will be back.
Well, she saved boundaries. She's taken a couple of catches. Pivotal in the field for Australia. Pretty handy replacement, though, if you can bring someone the likes of Erin Burns on to field.
She's a terrific fielder and a great player. But Ash Gardner, I've been so impressed with her development as not only as a cricketer but as a person over the last 12, 24 months. The spaces she stepped into with her Indigenous culture and helping this team understand how cricket's trying to connect country is just an amazing effort, and great for her and great for the team to get a much broader perspective.
We had the barefoot circle at the start of the T20 series, which the New Zealanders joined in with.
And Erin Burns is actually a physio. So she's come on, replacing the person that's off with the physio, getting a finger looked at. But, yeah, she's a great player, isn't she? And a story of persistence. But she's an amazing athlete and such a wonderful fielder to have on your bench as a 12th. They don't come much better.
I think if you looked at the best catches within the WBBL over the first 5 seasons, I think Erin Burns could probably take top 5 spots.
I think you're right.
Very handy to come in, be a replacement for an injured player, isn't it, in the field?
I always love these contests when you get leg spinner v leg spinner. These are two of my favourite players playing the game at the moment. Kerr and Wareham are two of the bright young stars, very similar cricketers, and they'll be doing quite a battle today. They will not want to get out to each other.
Most definitely. 4 for 63 after 17. Amelia Kerr showed her class with the bat and she got New Zealand over the line in the third of the T20s for their first win of the series. And after being wicketless in the first T20 international, she fought back, got her good figures, 2 for 18 in the second. This was the catch of Susie Bates, where we think that Ash Gardner, just there, has done a little bit of damage to her digit.
Yeah, it's never nice when they don't land in the middle of the hands. But this time of the season as well, they hurt a little bit more.
Just wonder if it just dipped at the last minute. It looked like she had it covered all the way.
A little bit of hold up and play here.
Spins work for the Aussies. Wickets not leaking any boundaries.
One of the parts of Jess Jonason's game, of all the wickets she's taken, particularly during the streak, but probably since 2018, is a high percentage of being bowled in LBW. So she's just been attacking the stumps all the time.
Enjoying that too. There's just that little bit of extra bounce on her length.
She's often underrated too, I think, Jess Jonason. I mean, she's not the first name that comes into your mind when you think about, the stars of this team. But she should be.
Why do you think that is?
think she's very understated as a cricketer. She just goes and does her business. She doesn't muck around. She's not flashy. She gets the job done. She's very handy with the bat. She's a good fielder. So sometimes take those type of cricketers for granted, but I think she's probably in that box.
It's a little bit like Beth Mooney, isn't it? She's probably not the first player from the batting lineup too, although she's just runs galore.
Yeah.
And second fastest bowler to 100 international wickets. 67 games in the one days.
Second fastest?
Yeah.
Who'd she?
Catherine Fitzpatrick.
Right, there you go. She's in good company.
Good morning, Fitzy.
Opposite ends of the spectrum. In terms of
pace of delivery.
Pace of delivery and way they go about their business. But what a fierce competitor she was, and a stalwart to the Australian team.
18 overs gone, 4 for 64.
Walk us through what the wicket was doing out there, because it was looking a little bit tricky.
Yeah, there was a little bit in it for the seamers. I think if you got it in good areas, there was a little bit of tennis ball bounce. Bowsy did actually hit me on the arm. So
I was going to say, show us your shiner, and what did you think of Annabelle Sutherland's bowling?
Yeah, no, she was coming in, running in hard and bowling quick, and when she got it in good areas, it was tough to face. So yeah, I think, look, it'll be a bit easier with the spinners flatten out. If we can build a partnership here, hopefully we can get over 200 and give us something to defend.
And you do bat deep. Maddie Green, who was opening the T20s, is coming in at 8. A lot of batting to come for New Zealand.
Yeah, exactly. And Leah considers herself a batter coming in at 11 too. So, we've picked a long batting lineup today, and hopefully we can get a score that we can go out and get our seamers on that wicket. I think they'll do really well.
And just quickly as well, what do you think a pass score would be on this particular wicket today?
I think, look, if you can have wickets in hand, I still think 250 is probably par, but the way we've started, it's going to be tough to get up to that, but we're going to work really hard and make sure we can get over that 200 mark.
We appreciate your insight. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Well, if Georgia Warren keeps bowling deliveries like that, it'll be very tough indeed.
Spin.
Yeah, it was almost like a dream leg spinner delivery. But what I liked was the first two deliveries were outside off stump, and Martin, you could see, was trying to open up her front leg and hit through the offside. So she tightened up her line. That's middle and leg spinning past off stump.
And if you think
trouble, sorry.
No, I was going to say Katie Martin's a wicketkeeper, so she will be watching a lot of these deliveries coming out of the hand of bowlers. So if anyone's going to pick what it is that Georgia Wareham is doing, Katie Martin should be at the top of the list.
Just one boundary in the last 7 overs. It's 4 for 65 after 19. Another economical over there from Australia, just the single coming from it. During the T20 series, Elisa Healy became the highest dismissal wicketkeeper in the T20 internationals, passing MS Dhoni. I know Mitch Stark was watching along, cheering on his wife. Mitch, we've got you downstairs.
Hello everyone, how are you?
Very well, thanks. She just keeps ticking off all these records, doesn't she?
Yeah, just keeps doing her business, so it's, just doing her thing. She likes just playing cricket for Australia and catching a few balls behind the stumps and then smacking a few over the ropes as well.
And Mitch, when you were younger, you were competing for the wicket-keeping spot with Alyssa there. Do you still give us some tips every now and again?
Certainly not, no. I think I've still kept my my wicket-keeping technique in my catching, which all the boys give me stick about. But big hands anyway, so yeah, I certainly wasn't hanging on to the keeping. She pushed me out of there pretty quickly, so she's obviously shown that to be the right decision, and I'll just keep trying to bowl fast.
It's a shame, Belinda. Good. Take him in front of third slip.
Maybe every now and again.
Mitch, you've watched a lot of this team play. What do you think? What do you think the major improvements have been over the 12 months?
Just their consistency, I think, is the biggest one. They've done it home and away, series after series. I think, as we've seen through the last 12 months, through the World Cup, they've overcome some hurdles and just find ways to win, which I think is almost their biggest strength. So perhaps not an improvement, but definitely a strong or a strength of this team. And we've seen it again today. They start well with the ball. I think their bowling group can feel like they can defend or keep teams to low totals all the time. And geez, they got some explosive batters. So really exciting team to watch. Obviously playing some really good cricket over a number of years, and hopefully we see another good result for Australia today.
And Mitch just mentioned about the opening bowling partnership with Megan Shute and Annabelle Sutherland. We, obviously haven't seen a lot of Annabelle. What was impressive from your view today?
Yeah, look, she looks like she's picked up a little bit of pace, and I think I read the other week perhaps that she's enjoyed her I guess COVID period, getting in the gym and getting some strength back on a young body, and I guess growing into her bowling body and probably spending some extra time around the Australian group, learning off Shooter and Pez, and spending some time with Tay as well. I think the two of them probably developed into some exciting young bowlers, and obviously Annabelle started well today, a little wayward, which us quickies can be sometimes, but she showed some good pace, some good bounce, a good nick through to Meg at sort of 1.5 slips. It was good to watch and a good start for Australia with the ball.
Mitch, what would be your advice to her as a young bowler coming through with some pace as well? How do you just say, just unleash and let it go and try and back yourself as much as possible?
Yeah, I think so. Not everyone can bowl fast, so you don't want to lose that. I think you can learn to harness that, and certainly I have over the years. I've just tried to keep bowling fast and find my consistency on top of that, and not compromise the pace. So I think Annabelle's found a bit of pace, bit of extra pace there. She's only young. Tay's another really exciting one. She bowls some really good pace, and she's another young one that can be around for a long time and has that X factor of she can bowl good fast balls. And we saw in the Tri Series last summer that she probably scared a lot of girls with that pace and bounce as well. So I wouldn't pull back that pace. Just keep trying to bowl fast and find that consistency along with that pace.
Oh, lovely, Wolf. Very nice, Wolf. Great length, Wolfie. Well, they're in the ring.
Mitch, what is the ingredient? You talked about, not everyone can bowl fast. Is it body composition? Is it the desire? What is it?
Jesus, there's a few things, I think. I couldn't put my finger on it. Everyone bowls different. I can't, things that work for me don't work the same for Pat, don't work the same for Josh. Likewise, won't be the same for Annabelle as opposed to Tay or someone like Pez as well. So, yeah, I think body composition comes a bit into it. I think the way you learn how to use your technique and your body as well. For me, it's a laggy bowling arm that I get my whip from. For guys like Pat, I think he tends to find a lot of extra pace bowling into the wicket. For Tay, she's really flexible and she's whippy as well, and you see that in her bowling technique. So I think there's a huge number of things along with timing and your technique as well and your run up. But when you find that and you can see talent with pace, I think you just got to encourage that and find a way to really make it consistent and work for your role in the team as well.
A change of pace here, Mitch. You and Alyssa love your golf. I think we've got some footage of you two having a bit of a putt-off in quarantine. Can you talk us through this?
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching the other day. I think, Jonesy, you were on with Hodgie, and you said that Elise has got the Steely Cup at the moment. I do.
Apologies.
Yeah, we haven't had much time to do much else in lockdown in Adelaide, so I was putting a few balls in my room. The New South Wales and Victorian girls here before their series started, they were locked in as well. So, yeah, it's nice just to get your mind off cricket a bit, and for us, it's a bit of golf.
Is it true she lets you hit off the women's tees?
Not true. No, I will never hit off the women's tees. Elise actually wants to play off the men's tees, so she reckons that some of the courses from the red tees are a bit short, so she's trying to get a men's handicap off the whites and the blues.
Yeah. Just a quick run through of what the Steely Cup is for those that don't know.
We play a bit of golf in our time away from cricket. We've set up a bit of a point system over the last 4 years for home wins, away wins, international wins and the like. It goes over the calendar year. We've even got a trophy, so it's been going for 3 years. Elisa won the first 2. I've finally got one, and she is currently, I reckon she's maybe 1 or 2 wins ahead at the moment, but we've got a few months left.
Okay, well, all the best with retaining the trophy, to keep working on that short game. Thanks for your time.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
Reasonably competitive, those golf games?
Just a little bit. And probably in the lead up too. It wouldn't be just on the course. It would be all the banter before and after as well.
I'd love to hear the speeches afterwards.
Meanwhile, Australia just going on their merry way here at Allan Border Field. It's 4 for 69 after 22.
Welcome back to Allan Border Field. Change in commentary. Love hearing those stories about the Stark Healy golf games. It's been one of their great narratives in that fantastic relationship as and the rest of us on their little journey together. Sophie Molyneux into the attack as the Australians have really taken a stranglehold on this one in the last 12 overs since Hodgie and I were last here, Jonesy. They've picked up some big wickets, broken the key partnership, and they're just so hard to score against.
And it's relentless, isn't it?
It is,
change in bowler, and it's just another world-class bowler coming on. Sophie Molyneux, it's just starting in terms of her one-day international career, but she's averaging 6 with the ball.
It's that habit of picking up wickets early in spells too, which we've noticed, and draws a false shot there again.
Yeah, triple stint, Mel.
You're fine, Joe.
Getting flogged, don't you? Brilliant. Channel 7 are really ripping the shreds out of you coming across to the big stage. Brilliant. Love it.
It's I've missed it, to be honest.
It's good to have you
it's fantastic to be back commentating on the women's game.
Yeah, haven't we all been starved of it? I've been looking forward to these days, building up to the moment. It's good to have some cricket back on the box. It's pretty close. There isn't any bat in that.
Let's see.
Let's have a look at the decision from the umpire.
I think they might have said there was a bit of bat in that, have they? They have.
Had to be. I think Katie Martin wanted to just to make sure the umpire knew as well.
Were you two? Did you do the same thing? Were you pretty demonstrative? If there was you knew there was a close shot, but you knew you'd hit it. Were you? Pair of you keen to let the umpire know?
So an inside edge was pretty good for me.
What about you, Hodgie? Were you always like wave the bat around and protest? And
only ever when you get hit on the pads and you try and thrust your left pad outside the line of stump.
Yeah, righto.
You know, you probably know you're dead and plumb right in front. Somehow fall over and let your leg fall out at the line of off stump. Hopefully you can bluff the umpire.
Really exaggerate it up. Yep.
Actually used to go the other way against Queensland. Up at the Gabba, but that's the end of the over. It's 4 for 71.
We need these two to stay out there for a while. Katie Martin and Amelia Kurt, a lot riding on them. Terrific day for a game of cricket up here at Ellen Border Field. As we said from the start, restricted numbers in with the COVID protocols in place.
What I found disturbing was listening to the previous commentary, the understatement of Jess Jonathan. Just wanted to be clear that she is in my top 5 cricketers in the world currently.
Cricketers.
I have told her, yes.
Yep, good.
Her response was, well, how do I get to number 1?
Did you have a suggestion?
I said number 1 rotates. There's no There's no set personnel that gets in there, but she was excited.
Good.
I love watching her play cricket.
Yeah.
Disappointed that she's listed at number 9 in the order, but I have to have a cheeky word to Matthew Mott when I see him next time. Had a fantastic BBL with the bat. Leading this year, I believe, Mel. Taking the reins, isn't she?
This is it. So, yeah, the retirement of Kirby Short, who's led the Brisbane Heat to back-to-back titles, means that the captaincy spot was vacant. Jess Johnson has taken the armband, if you can say that in cricket.
Credit to her, it was nicely played, just punched out the front. Credit to her, isn't it, that she's come back from the injury that she sustained a couple of years ago and come back arguably a better player. Is that a fair comment, do you think? She's pretty good before she went out of the team, but
yeah, she had the knee surgery and she's struggled with her knees right throughout her career. I think the thing she probably struggled with most coming back into the team was the fact that there was someone like Sophie Molyneux who'd taken her spot as a left-arm orthodox, another clean hitter of the ball as well, coming into the 2018 T20 World Cup in the West Indies.
Continue the conversation on the other side of this, 4 for 74. Another one of these Australians who's benefited from rigorous strength and conditioning fitness regime that this team collectively has undertaken. So before we hear more about Jess Jonathan and where she's found herself in this team and women's cricket, we're going to get down to Erin Holland, who's got some news on that Ash Gardner injury. Take it away, Erin.
Yeah, certainly do. So the news is from the Australian camp that Ash is off the field. She did injure that digit out in the field taking a catch earlier, so she won't play any further part in this fielding innings. But the great news is that she will be back to back for the Aussies in the next.
That's good news. So nothing structural. If that's the case, just a hit her on the wrong part of the hand and she's having a giggle about it all, so that's great news.
There's not a painting hand.
Yeah.
Nothing better, actually. I used to try and play that card all the time. Get injured fielding, it's an external injury. You just sit it off.
Still the Jets. Still come out at number 3.
Oldest bat, thanks.
Yeah, right, lovely.
Words of wisdom.
Actually, there was a fantastic time when they had the split innings in 50-over cricket in domestic Australian cricket. And the deal was, if you were sort of not out, and you played 12 players, and if you were not out and batted first, got through the 20 overs or 25 overs, you got to sit it off field, which was great. So you'd bat till about 20 overs and be 40-odd not out, and then absolutely shut the shutters off and play absolutely defensive to make sure you got the next 25 off the field. Used to drive Greg Shippard crazy.
Do you reckon we'll see more tinkering with the format and 50-over cricket? You too? Is it a thing you think we'll continue to see the authorities try and find a way of, you know, just...
Well, 50-over cricket is dominating around the world in terms of broadcasting, but I still think 40 overs is an amazing product. I played it and enjoyed it over in England. I thought it was really a fantastic product that lends itself to just everything about one-day cricket you love. That's in the end of the over. It's 4 for 75.
Run rate. Flush on 3 and over. These two could do some damage to that positive sense if they can get going. The projecteds, if they can up the rate, you'd reckon they'd want to get to 200 minimum. You can see the projecteds there on the bottom of the screen. Carrying on that conversation, Jonesy, any thoughts to add?
Yeah, the birthday boy, Matthew Mott, big supporter of 40-over cricket, and I think also because of his time with Glamorgan over in county cricket system. And it allows you still the time to develop your fast bowls and get your spinners into the game. It still allows you that opportunity of working batters, getting into their innings and getting sort of the ebbs and flows of it. You can still work on the importance of running between wickets and all those sorts of things. But just with those 10 overs off, I suppose it just takes out that, what they call, inverted commas, the dead overs. And
Carey into the attack as Meg Lanning gets into her bowling depth now.
And I hazard a guess too that broadcasters probably like it too. You can sort of jam-pack it in a little bit quicker and sharper.
Katie Martin proving enormous price on her wicket, particularly against the Australians. Has often come in either the T20 or ODI forms of the game with her teams back against the wall. She's a terrific fighter, and that's a lovely shot. Over pitch delivery and put away. That's the first boundary in about 63 or 64 balls, I reckon.
Yeah, much needed boundary. We just have a look at just over pitch from Nicola Carey. Not going to miss out on full tosses. Mid-off's up. See Katie Martin just shimmering down the wicket, which enabled her to get the ball on the full. It's good cricket. One of the things you have to do is try and find a weak link in this Australian unit. Not that Nicola Carey is one, but they're so superior in their dominance, they can certainly put you under pressure. You just have a look at Sophie Molyneux. Just this shout here. Yeah, going back a few years, you'd never give this out. The umpire just clearly says, "Oh, come down the wicket. Oh, I can't be out. The ball's got too much to travel." We've seen a few dismissals in the last couple of years being given out with players coming down the wicket. That's out.
Yep.
And it's amazing because history has told us for many years that that can't be out.
Yep.
That's a great thing where technology has proven and shown that there is, beyond unreasonable doubt, that's plumb.
Do you reckon the umpire still factors in that type of it when the batter comes down? Were they just obstructing, or were they trying to play a shot and they just got it wrong? Do you reckon there's somewhere in the back of the umpire's mind they process that?
I reckon they should.
Yeah.
I reckon I like to see dismissals giving if the batsman is absolutely deceived. If there's any borderline decision, 50-50, I reckon if a player's been deceived by the bowler and you've completely missed the ball. So Katie Martin here's missed the ball by 10 centimetres, 15 centimetres, and that's deceivement. That's out.
Yep. That's see more of it now than you would have 10 years ago. I mean, that was never out, was it? 10 or 15 years ago.
If you were struggling, certainly in the subcontinent, you run down the wicket, throw the pad. It's the end of the over, 4 for 83.
I think you're right, though, Andy. I think in this instance, Katie Martin was playing the ball.
I reckon
but
she was, yeah.
At the back of umpires' minds now is that is now another tick the box sort of as they go through all the check boxes.
Yep. Sun's out. That old timer there is still enjoying what his footy team did last night into a preliminary final. Certainly going to get that played up here in Brisbane as well at the Gabba. We're at Allan Border Field as they enjoy the sunshine, and another pretty polished display by the Australians. They've got to break this partnership, 23 from 65. It's not blistering, but it's building. Yeah! And she's got her! So as we talk about that, Molyneux goes straight through the gap, takes the top of off, and that's the end of the Martin resistance.
The start of her one-day international career just continues on a very sharp directory upwards because Sophie Molyneux, brilliant series against Pakistan over a year ago, comes into this team in the green and gold and is doing all the right things. Between bat and pad, drags Martin forward. If she didn't bowl her, she would have got her stumped. And once again, a partnership forms and a partnership is broken. Martin departs for 21. Kiwis 5 for 83.
A real hole here now. Still a long way to go, 24 overs left, and they're approaching the tail here. Katie Perkins, a good player. Good record against the Australians. Benefit of this longer batting lineup for the New Zealanders today has come to fruition now. They need Katie Perkins, Maddie Green. They need something here from the next couple, and Amelia Kerr's in, but she hasn't been able to get flowing yet. Hodgie and Mel, I wonder whether that previous dismissal from Katie Martin, I wonder whether in the back of her mind was the LB shout from a couple of overs that you two were just having a look at there. She got the pad right out of the way of that one, and through bat and pad it went. Whether somewhere in the back of her mind she was thinking, I've got it, I can't let this hit me on the pad again. I just wonder whether she made an adjustment that half led to her downfall.
I think what they're also trying to do is, we've spoken about the lack of boundaries, it's all been singles. I think the chat would have also been, we've got to try and knock the Australian spinners off their length a little bit, hence the movement to try and... This wasn't a run-scoring shot, she was just trying to probably for the next delivery force Sophie Molyneux to bowl into an area that she'd be happy to try and score in. Unfortunately for Katie Martin, it's caused her downfall. And my mum will be cringing at home because I said directory instead of trajectory. This will be, she'll have the red pen out.
It sounded like, you know when you can't remember somebody's name and you go, can you give me that one? Yeah, I think you said my name wrong. I thought you said, I would have paid trajectory.
Really?
Yeah. No,
I've just put myself in it now.
Yeah, you have
anyway.
really. You're a really tough marker. That's why you're the best, Jonesy.
Oh, lovely. So
yeah, don't bring that standard across to our broadcast.
Exactly.
Leave that one on the other side there,
No,
Mel,
we don't mark ourselves nearly that highly, Jonesy.
Maybe I was told to do it.
Not a lot of self-analysis going on here.
Oh, lovely, Soap. It's a great area.
Yeah, the other thing as well is that, maybe, I'm just not sure there's a direction talked about how good the Australian spinners are in the New Zealand camp. You know, Katie Martin, 21 off 44, just seen Jess Jonathan roll out 7 overs for 16.
Lovely.
And now you've got another left arm orthodox into the attack. Something has to give. But it was more of a, as you said, Mel, it was a defensive mindset. If you're going to come down and put pressure on, then make it happen. Really go aggressive, take it downtown over the top.
Oh.
Well, you saw from that previous shot, maybe we'll have a look at that again. They're right in stopping the singles out. They're not on the back foot at all, the Australians. 5 for 83.
Not too many times in an ODI do you see a wicket made in the 27th over.
Some good names on that list. Right at the top of them. That innings that everybody in world cricket was talking about a couple of years ago, Jonesy. Didn't that take the world by storm when we started seeing the vision filter out from...
Unbelievable. From a teenager, had no idea really, because she came into the last over of the innings, didn't really have a comprehension of what Belinda Clark had done in terms of numbers, and that she was that close, and went boom, boom, 6-6.
Catch it.
And out. So that's it. She holds out, tries to force it against Wareham. Dangerous game to play. The Australians right on top.
Yeah, no 230 today, unfortunately. Change in bowling. Georgia Wareham back on. And first ball, the dismissal. Nicely deceived. Just unfortunately playing through the line of the ball too early, and Beth Mooney doesn't make a mistake with that one. It's an unfortunate mistake for the New Zealanders. Amelia Kerr gone for 7. They fall into deep trouble at 6 for 83.
So the positivity that must have been in their change rooms after they won the last of the T20s would be evaporating at a rate of knots here. Batter after batter comes back with tail between legs, and 6 for 83 on the scoreboard. It's racing away from the New Zealanders. She drops down the order, having batting at the other end of the lineup in the T20 internationals. She can play, Maddie Green.
Certainly can. We'll need to see it all out in the middle at the moment if New Zealand's going to get up to something competitive.
It's a very formidable team. We know they've come in on an 18-game winning streak, the Australians, injecting young players into the side. Reminding you, there's no Elise Perry in this lineup. They have not missed a beat.
You know, the surprising fact around Perry not playing is that they still win 84% of the games that she hasn't played.
That's Bill, Katie.
So as great as she is, this is how great the Australian team is as well, because people just come into the team. It could be an Annabelle Sullivan debut, gets an early wicket.
Taylor Volemic, we're not seeing at the moment.
Completely, yeah. Still love to see her back in the team.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, and that's depth and the product that Australia's built.
Yep.
And they certainly have been in the forefront of advancing the female game around the world, and it shows.
Which, ironically, is because of Annabelle Sullivan's dad and James, because he was the one that really drove a lot of the strategy around women's involvement.
Maybe this was always his secret mission.
Hey. Well,
conspiracy theory.
His daughter is the 20th Australian to represent this team through that into the 19th game now. So they have basically had a couple of 11s have been, lent upon to be part of this team that's gone through this. In fact, Healy, Haynes, Perry, Mooney, Gardner are the only 5 players to have played in all 18, and that changes today, of course, without Elise Perry there. So there'll only be 4 that have been in all of those matches. 6 for 84. How good would a second Australian 11 be, Jonesy?
You know what? Exceptionally good.
Pretty good.
There's an Australian A team at the moment, and that's been touring over the last few years. And I don't even think that's the best team. It's a blooding team.
Right.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Not a great deal of joy there. It was a bright start, and we thought the momentum was carrying over, but it's been a real grind since then. Natalie Dodd was impressive early. Really, no one's been able to get going for the Kiwis. And the Australians have got the foot well and truly into the fence thrown. It's a big shout. Not out.
Umpires beware. There's been some polite inquiries from behind the wicket too, those close ones. Was it bat first? Was it pad first? This one from Molyneux attacks the stumps. The question is whether or not sliding down leg. I always typically look at Healy, her position.
Oh, that's it. That's the one.
Yeah, just 33 runs in the last 16 overs from the New Zealanders. I'd be tempted to slide a little bat pad there on the offside. Really put the pressure on. Feel the clamps. They're going nowhere.
Oh, there it is. There it is. So, if you're driving here, safe.
We spoke a lot about this with Sophie Molyneux during the T20 series, as her work over the winter has been to try and use her flight and just slow the ball up a little bit. And so then in her armoury, she's got the ability to really target in at the stumps, and that flatter, faster one, which we see a lot in T20 cricket. She can toss it up a bit. She can look to get some revs on the ball. She can pull back a length, get a bit of dip.
Help her turn it too, Jones. I mean, she's not a massive turner of the ball, but if she does pull back the pace a bit and that'll give her a chance to turn one a bit more, and it was a pretty good shout.
Oh.
She's right on top here. 6 for 84, maiden.
Back-to-back maidens there for Sophie Molyneux too. Wicket maiden brings this in. It's just pressure either end from Australia. Tough to come in and start your innings against. Tough even if you've got to start. Big news today at the Allan Border Field is that Annabelle Sutherland is making her debut in the one-day international. She'll come in at 7. She's already bowled. She's got a great wicket of Amy Satterthwaite as her first wicket in the green and gold in the 50-over format. And the other big change is that Healy and Haynes opening up with Mooney slotting down to 4.
It's a good cricket team, isn't it? It's just a lot of very good players. Know each other's games so well. Wasn't a perfect opening spell for Annabelle. She lost a couple down the leg side, and a couple of nicks found their way to the boundary, but she did have a moment she'll never forget. Oh, that was almost back to the bowler. Perkins yet to get off the mark. 11 balls into her innings now.
Pressure building and building. Not off 12, this is where you start to panic as a player.
Did you worry about not getting off the mark, 12, 13, 14 balls into it?
Don't worry about 12 or 13, Andy. Don't worry about the first ball, son. Okay. That's when the pressure started to build. Don't worry about that.
She don't have to worry about it anymore. She's away.
But this is where in the modern day game, you might have to look at your lineup and try and find the left-hander. We know that Amy Satterthwaite was dismissed early, but the importance of just letting this Australian lineup settle with a leg spinner, 2 left arm orthodoxes operating, going at 2 runs and over, needs to be looked at, or you need to find a way to actually overcome that, because the dominance has just been shown. So you can't rely on Amy Satterthwaite always to play through the innings. Good players, yes, but this is an area where Australia are just going to dominate if you can't find a way.
She gets a couple of balls she can tuck around the corner there, and she's got this one through. So that'll alleviate the pressure that was building on Katie Perkins. End of the 30th over, 6 for 90. And this was the moment where those wides and the nicks for 4 were all forgotten for Annabelle Sutherland. She picked up Amy Satterthwaite. Well taken by the skipper at that 1.5 slip, and the smile says it all for the debutant. A moment she'll never forget.
Amy Satterthwaite, along with Kumar Sangakkara, 4 consecutive hundreds, 1 against Australia. Big, big wicket for your first.
And that's more like it. She can hit the ball cleanly, Maddie Green, and this time, Hodgie, she comes down with a bit of intent.
Whooshka. That's the way to do it. Step down, understand conditions. There's no spin. Take it downtown. That's beautifully played. Look at the extension through the ball. Mid-off and mid-on are up. There's no danger. It's one of those ones where you just put the seatbelt on and you hope you get it in the middle.
Oh! Thought about it again. Just beaten in flight by Molyneux.
But brave bowling again.
Yeah,
just been hit downtown, and then you still go wrong and take the pace off and just try and drag the length back a little bit. And if Maddie Green wants to try again, be my guest, she says.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it takes courage, there's no doubt. And as a batter, you're actually thinking, well, I'm going to do that again. I'm going to go downtown again for sure. And it's just that one that holds in the wicket, and you shank it up in the air, and the coach looks at you as you walk off. What are you doing? What were you thinking?
I'll give you a trivia question, Jonesy, before you have a break. 2 other Australians have picked up Amy Satterthwaite as their first wicket ever in one-day international cricket.
Ooh.
Do you know who they are?
Ooh.
And one of them's only taken 1 wicket. It's her only wicket in ODIs.
That'd be Meg Lanning.
Correct. The other one has been in the news in this game already.
Oh, sorry, that came straight out of the pocket.
Ash Gardner.
There you go, you get it.
Is that right?
Yeah. Holds the handle of her bat quite high here, Maddie Green. So if she does get it, as the...
Love this too. Yeah. This is brilliant between Healy and Molyneux and Meg Lanning.
Oh, that's it. That's it, Soph. Lovely.
Oh, it's a good leadership cohort this team's got hold of. We'll catch up with you again, Jonesy. Go and have a well-earned spell at 6 for 97. So the partnership 14 from 23. There's been a bit of industry from Perkins late and Green in that over. At least they've got the ball to the rope in the last 2 overs. Can they build on this for the next 5 to 10 overs for New Zealand's sake? Let's certainly hope so. Belinda Clark rejoining us in commentary as the first of the one-day internationals come to you from Allan Border Field. Australians well on their way to consecutive win number 19 in this form of the game. I believe these 2 New Zealanders have got something to say about that, a bit of resistance.
What a lovely shot from Maddie Green earlier.
Hello to you, Belinda Clark, and hello to you, Damien Fleming.
Andy Marr.
Lovely to see you two legends of Australian cricket. It's something about it, isn't it? And Hodgie's been lamenting the fact that they've been prepared to use their feet and get to the pitch, but not with any great aggressive intent. It takes a bit of courage when no one else is doing it, Belinda, to be the first to go. Oh, that's well bowled.
And it's hard when the quality of the spin is like it is. They've let Georgia Wareham find a beautiful rhythm here, and they're going to find it very difficult to attack because she's bowling extremely well.
That's gone. Oh, she's put it down. I thought she'd made the ground and clutched that, but gets away from her.
Well, that would have been a classic catch. And spinners in particular love their caught and bowls. But it was that leg stump line. She'd been swept a couple of times the previous over. But the ball is sticking in the wicket a little bit.
It's good bowling, isn't it? It's good bounce, and she's in good form.
I think her good control has been outstanding. And her ability to suddenly just change her line has been fantastic today. Even that one there, Belinda, well, it's the end of the over, wide of the crease. I like it. After 32, it's 6 for 97.
Bit of a wound as a result of the diving effort.
See Sophie Molyneux, this is her pitch map here. 50% of deliveries going on to hit the stumps. You can see 50% just outside off stump, but what she does is she changes her pace beautifully. Mel Jones was talking about how she's been working in the pre-season of getting more flight, and we've seen that work beautifully so far today. And Belinda, it's great to see, you know, just you're already an established player, a good player, but always looking just to improve your game a little bit.
Yeah, and we forget that this is her fourth one-day international match due to circumstances and injury and all sorts of stuff. So she will be absolutely loving being in this match today, and she's not missing her mark.
Well, she's just learning how to get herself physically ready to play. She even looks a bit fitter coming into this summer than she has. She's a young kid, obviously, just finding out about all this sort of stuff. But
I think they all look extremely fit. I think the strength and conditioning coaches and the support staff as a whole should be very proud of the way this team's worked over the pre-season. But every single one of them looks like they've made physical gains over that last few months.
Holly Furling's down ground level for us. What do you got for us, Holly?
Well, Flem, you spoke about Molyneux kind of tossing it up a little bit more. There's been a change of tactics with how Wareham's been bowling as well. She's been a lot flatter through the T20s, but now she's starting to really toss it up.
I heard you talking about her before you like her as a player. What is it about Georgia Wareham that you're drawn to?
Look, I think it's obvious that she's been grounded really well. I think she played a junior cricket in with the boys, as did Annabelle Sutherland. So there's still girls sort of testing themselves as young kids with the boys. And I think just the way she's got better and better every game I've seen her play, it's her attitude that I'm most impressed with.
She's a competitor, isn't she? And with bat in hand, she competes pretty hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And she, you know, she has a laugh, and she, you know, she doesn't take herself too seriously, but she is a serious talent.
Oh, another one through. She's very hard to get away. 6 for 97. Partnership 35 balls old now, just yielding the 14 runs, but at least trying to consolidate, give themselves a chance to do something in the last 10. Been hard work. You two, they haven't really, no one's really been able to get away, challenge this Australian side.
Yeah, I like the intent of Sophie Devine. She came in and instantly tried to get the game moving, but there were wickets falling all around her. They have not recovered, and they're in a very slow crawl at the moment, partly due to Georgia Wareham and Sophie Molyneux at the other end.
So Wareham bowl herself out here.
42 dots she's bowled.
That's
and as Holly said, she's not darting and T20. And what I've liked throwing them up, what she's getting, because she's got quick arms.
She'll be desperate for one more.
Yeah, she's just working the ball across the stumps, just keeping people guessing. The length is pretty consistent, but she's keeping Maddie Green guessing on the line.
Just the one.
I reckon it's always a good sign if the leg spinner's bowling well, how many times they get cut. And she's rarely been cut today. And it's not as if she's not been throwing the ball outside off stump, like we saw with that last delivery.
No, it makes it look easy to do. This is not easy to do, this craft as a young player.
Straight over her head. Didn't get every bit of it. Doesn't find the rope. Better from Perkins.
Perkins will just take the chip shot. That was a planned shot.
Yeah, of course it was.
Against the leg spin.
100. She makes it easy for the skipper too, doesn't she, Georgia Wareham? She can set a field when you've got the kind of control that she has.
Yeah, I think they've made it easy for Meg Lanning today. They haven't really had to push or force anything.
No.
The bowlers have all bowled very tightly. She hasn't had to manipulate too much at all, and they're the days you love as a skipper.
So 44 dots. She got one more in us. She has 45 dots in a 10-over spell. That's remarkable. 2 for 23, 6 for 100. Yeah, it's close to 10 out of 10 from Georgia Wareham. Can't ask much more than that in a one-day international from your leg spinner.
Well, that's a nice card, Andy. It's there's some amazing stuff there, and even Annabelle Sutherland at 1 for 33 at an economy of 6.6. That doesn't really tell the story of how well she bowled early doors.
One nick down the leg side that she was beaten by that one, and the one through second slip. They both went to the boundary. It was a bit too off for this young lady. Obviously, Georgia Wareham has bowled herself out. Molyneux to continue. That's well hit. She does hold the handle of the bat high, Belinda, and when she hits it, they do stay hit from Green.
Yeah, she's just been trying to force things over through the covers and over, and it's not quite getting a full swing of the bat. That shot, a little bit closer in, a much better shot selection, and that is a beautiful shot.
She definitely prefers it when the ball's on the stumps. When the ball is pitched outside off stumps, she's not comfortable coming down. She likes to get inside the line and then get that powerful bottom hand through. That was a beautiful strike.
And this is the type of wicket where you need to do that. You have to try and generate the ball to be in the right spot for your hitting zone, and I think she did that beautifully there.
So it's part of the COVID regulations. Once the ball gets hit out of the ground, they come up with a new ball.
If it's caught in the crowd radar, are you happy for the spectator to keep it?
It's just been a sanitising of that ball, I'm led to believe. Holly, what do you got for us?
I just think it's interesting tactics from Meg Lanning to leave mid-wicket open. We know that Green, that's her zone, and I just think she's got 2 behind square, so I don't think she's going to sweep Soph Molyneux a heap. She's going to try and target this area in front of us pretty much.
Holly, have I got you? Can you hear me? Well,
yeah,
radar
gotcha.
Yeah. Hey, Holly,
Did you miss all that?
We talked about the sanitising the ball. Would you be happy if a spectator caught it that they can keep the 6?
As long as I get a new ball again from the umpires, I'll be happy.
There you go.
Good answer, and thanks for answering.
No. Well, every now and again, just to bring people into the picture,
I don't want to hear
from
about
a TV perspective,
Oh.
I'll occasionally have a producer talking to me in my ear, which will mean I don't hear what... I want to hear everything you've got to say, but occasionally I miss it.
Just a touch of arrogance there, radar. Thanks, Holly.
Good on you, Holly.
Oh, Meg.
Come on, Rach.
You better wear your eye, Holly, away from these 2.
You are. There's no doubt about that.
I was just having a look at the ambo there in the tent. He put his hand out, took it away. I don't think he was. I don't think he was interested in touching it.
I think he was very aware of the whole situation.
Over 5 drinks.
So it is time for a spell. 6 for 108.
The world's #1 team is out to end a century-old dry spell. Now, a familiar foe looking for revenge awaits them. Will the past haunt the Red Devils? Or will they tame their nemesis? Watch England host Belgium at the UEFA Nations League. 11th October, 9:30 p.m. Live on Sony Live.
No one would have believed in the 20th century that we were being watched. Do you think it could be from Mars?
Something can't erupt from Mars and end up in Surrey. There's something inside. It's opening.
It seems that something has arrived. This is nothing to be concerned about. We are the masters of warfare. Ah!
George!
Baby, go! They are coming!
Is this the wages of our sins?
6 New Zealanders back in the shed. Let's take us through the fall of wickets, you two.
Well, their catching has been amazing, and Ash Gardner was all over it. That's the first of hers, but very good start.
Great moment this, Annabelle Sutherland's first wicket, and it was a cracker. Pace and bounce across the left-hander, and an equally great catch for Meg Lanning.
And Susie Bates won't be happy with that one. Yep, that's the look of a very disappointed player, but she was better getting the screws put on her.
And the spinners worked well for the Australians. They got the run rate down. Devine trying to up the run rate. Unfortunately, just hitting a catch to Ash Gardner. And the left arm orthodoxes working a beauty. That one not turning, but going straight on.
and it's the Wareham show, and that one is well taken by Beth Mooney.
Very professionally done so far by Meg Lanning's team.
And Belinda, it's fair to say you're the best batter out of the three up here, but it's interesting with Green's power, and just to see her 2 sixes. Same length for both balls, but she likes to get inside the line, the second one in particular, and not a big backswing, but she has got power in that bottom hand. So that's her methodology about finding the boundary against left-arm spin.
And she just needs to try and find ways of putting her body in the position to create that, where that ball is relative to her. So making a play around the ball and making sure that the ball's where she like it. And that's basically what she did in those circumstances.
And Belinda, did you change guard around the crease much at all, depending on what type of bowler you were facing?
Not a lot. I tended to want to know where my stumps were, so I pretty much stayed where I was, and then basically tried to move once the ball was in the air, as opposed to now people tend to move their guard a fair bit to try and create situations. But I think T20 cricket's brought all of that to the game, so only played one of those.
How'd you go?
No good.
Okay.
No good. Last game I played.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. It's my very last one and only T20 match.
So your debut and your final.
All in
Same
one
game.
I presented myself with my own cap.
What was the speech like?
That was good, actually, both ways. I thanked myself, and yeah, it was great.
It'd be interesting to see whether pace on the ball, the New Zealand batsmen will enjoy this a bit more, where they can, or any error in length or width that we saw first ball from shoot, you can put away.
For those at home wanting to know the stats from that one and only innings, Belinda, it was 10 balls faced, 4 runs made.
There you go. Yeah. 4 more than I thought I remembered. Yeah, it was actually an amazing game. It was the first game of T20 cricket the Australian team had ever played, and it was an international match.
Yeah, right.
It was in England at, where were we? Taunton. There you go.
How'd you get out? Do you remember?
I suspect it was bowled, probably trying to walk across the stumps and nick one down to fine leg. But it was a Karen Rolton day that day, and she was absolutely amazing.
Smashing them. Bowled by Kay Brunt, you were.
Well, the men had a bit of a dress-up. They treated it as a little bit of a gimmick. Did the girls do something similar?
No, well, every game we played for Australia was like gold. I didn't care what format it was in, so we were deadly serious. Lisa Kitely and I were hanging up the boots after that game, so we were very keen to get a win, and Karen Rolton delivered for us.
96 not out from 53 balls, Rolton.
It wasn't bad.
And our great mate, who's not with us at the moment, Lisa Sthalekar.
0.
0.
Wow.
There you go. That didn't happen very often either.
No.
Surely Lise would have picked up a couple of wickets with her crafty off-spinners.
Yeah. And one of the best fielders. I mean, I think it gets missed about Lisa Sthalekar, but she was an amazing fielder at that sort of short mid-wicket area. Very, very, very clever.
She tells us that. No, she tells us that. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Low to the ground?
Low to the ground, fast, within a metre.
Yeah, no, she lets us know. Often without even being asked. It's just volunteers that sort of information.
Interesting, the experience of Megan Shute, who wouldn't be happy with that first delivery. As an in-swing bowler, I was talking about the leg spinners, you don't want to get cut at all, but gee, she's adjusted her line beautifully after that. That's the leg cutter. Produced the first wicket of the game.
It really was on display early doors, the experience of Megan Shute relative to Annabelle Sutherland.
6 for 114. Australians in it commanding position here, 614. Jess Jonathan back into the attack. It'll be a... Coaches are never content, are they? They're always unhappy or grumpy about something, but you'd be reasonably satisfied with what your team's produced so far if you're the coach of this Australian side today, and that is Matthew Mott, who's been good enough to stick the headsets on. Very special day for him. Who wants to do the honours of...
Yeah, Matthew, Damien Fleming here, really big fan of yours over the years, and cricket's about milestones, and you're raising the bat. Well done on the 50th year, Matthew.
No, you're ahead of yourself as usual, Flem. I'm only 47, so got 3 years, and I know we crossed over eras, and I wished you a happy 60th the other day as well. So, yeah, look, I've heard you've been bagging me on your air a bit as well about my lack of shots. So it's good to see our girls are playing a few more anyway.
Yeah, I think somebody, whether it was you or Hodgie, I'm not sure who it was, Matty, but somebody called you one of the great blockers in Shield cricket history earlier on in the broadcast. Oh, that's through the
Well, it could have been either of them, but,
it was Hodge.
Hodgie. Yeah, it was Hodge, was it, Clem? Yeah, that makes sense. No, look, it's you asked the question about are we happy? I think we won't know until we bat on it, but it does look like it's done a little bit. I think our spinners have bowled extremely well, and we swung the ball around early. So, it's a really good setup here. We've been here for a while now, but it's obviously a fresh wicket today, so it'll be interesting to see what they post and see what we have to get.
Annabelle's nerves. Motty, how did you keep them under check this morning?
Yeah, look, BC, she's been around the squad for a while, so obviously there's nerves. ODI debut. Look, she just ran in hard, and I think she missed her areas a little bit, but to get that first wicket I think will be a big relief, and it's the first game of a very long career, I would have thought, and she'll obviously get a chance to bat later on at some stage, so it'll be good to see her perform in both.
And how tricky is it to keep rejuvenating this squad with, good young talent coming into it? You've got a very set team on an 18-run winning streak. How do you make that judgment about when to inject new talent?
Oh, look, I just think there's a mass of players coming through, and I think, as you said, we have turned over some players, but the selectors are rewarded form, and there's no real birth certificate in play, and if they're good enough, they're old enough, and I think... shout out to yourself and people like Leah Polton who put together the MPS program up here. I think that's really been bearing fruit over the last couple of years. We've got a heap of young players that are waiting on the sidelines, and they've come through a really good system, and they're ready to play.
And Motty, how important it is being a dominant team but having that competition for spots continually up.
Yeah, it is, Flem. I think there's no one that can rest up in our squad. I think they all feel that there's a player ready to take their spot, and it's a healthy competition that we sort of thrive on. And players know if they get, with the bat, if they get a good start, they've got to make it count and make match-winning contributions, and with the ball, perform their role. So I think that's been really healthy competition, and we've got some great people on the sideline at the moment, great characters, I think, as well. That they just love being around the squad and adding what they can do as well. And in a big squad of 18, that's been really important for this particular build-up.
And Matthew, I think it's the first time we've had the opportunity to speak to you since the World Cup triumph. It was just such a remarkable tournament, incredible build through, then the climax of the final at the MCG in front of that massive crowd. From your perspective, what did you take away from that remarkable night?
Yeah, I suppose, Andy, the build-up was incredible. There's no doubt we felt the weight of expectation at the start of the tournament. We seemed to flick a switch over there in Perth. That partnership between Haynes and Lanning, I think, was pivotal in our mindset change. And from there on in, we made a commitment to really enjoy the tournament. And I think that showed on the day. Everyone turned up with a smile on their face. It was a magical day. It was great to see some of the former players. There was tears in their eyes of joy and stuff like that. So we felt very privileged to be there, and it was just an amazing day from the start to finish, and we really enjoyed it.
And Motty, so many highs on the night, fantastic crowd, and a brilliant win. Obviously, there's always some low stories. I mean, how disappointed were you when you got told you couldn't celebrate up there with Perry and Co?
I think I would have had a crack, Flem, but I might have had to wait a couple of beers in. I don't think I could have done it straight after the match. So there was plenty of fun and frivolity in the dressing room afterwards, but I was pretty happy to miss that one.
It was remarkable. Congratulations, from this side of the microphone to everybody who had a role to play in that, Matthew. Remarkable. Hey, last one from me. How is Ash Gardner's finger? Have you got an update for us regarding that?
She's actually off at the moment, just getting some x-rays, so it's just, once again, I'm not a physio, but there's potentially a little crack at the end of one of those fingers. If it all goes well, she still should be able to bat, so she won't be playing any further part with the ball, which is disappointing for her, but we have got the coverage there, so hopefully there's no crack, but we'll just make sure.
Keep up the good work, mate. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Cheers. Go easy on me, Flem.
It's about to give him a rap too. One of the great characters.
When did you turn 60? You kept that under double wraps, didn't you?
No, I'll be.
You look well.
I'm looking forward to that half century next year.
A little bit of Botox around the eyes. A little bit of Botox around the eyes.
Can we turn Moddy off, please? I was almost going to ask. Moddy was one of the last sidearm bowlers. And we haven't seen one of the girls go with that style yet.
You know, kids all over the world, it's just short. Oh. We've always, mimicked our favourite bowling actions of our, the Bob Willises or the Maxie Walkers or wherever it was. I wonder how many, as we see Ash Gardner getting some treatment, how many people have started copying that little hop at the start of Megan Schutt's run-up?
It's certainly unusual, isn't it? But she's stuck with it. She's got a very clear routine. There she goes.
There it is. These two are starting to tick it over here a bit now. This partnership's building nicely for New Zealand. It's up to 42 from 65 now at the end of the 38th over, 625. Get it to the rope or over it 5 times, these two. They took their time to get in as we have a look at the great Mitch Stark working away. Looks fit and strong, doesn't he? Hey? Fantastic cricket facility up here at Allan Border Field. New Zealand is just rear guard here. This has been a good partnership from Perkins and Green. Get down to Holly Furling after. In fact, we go down to you now, Holly. What do you got for us?
I just think the Aussies have got really key fielders in the right positions, particularly on the boundary. Georgia Wareham's been running her backside off right through the innings. But I think that'll be the difference between the Australians and the New Zealanders, is that we've got some really quick fielders that can cover a large distance in the Aussie team. But the New Zealanders are now trying to hit pockets more as we get deeper into the innings.
As a captain, Belinda, it must be such a bonus knowing that you've got outfielders they'll cut off boundaries, take big catches, but cut off those important twos at the end.
Absolutely, and I think they've got a great array of fielders. They've got some that are terrific in short with their catching, great inner ring fielders, and obviously some people that are very quick on the boundary. So very good for Meg Lanning, and if you're fit, you can get them into the right spots.
And it's also key, that arm velocity, isn't it? The girls seem to have quite strong arms.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something we've worked on over the years. I've had a run of shoulder injuries, sort of 10 years back, and there's been a lot of work done to make sure that people's shoulders are kept in good health, which generally means, maintain a consistency of throwing, making sure that you're doing it on a more regular basis and you're not having periods where you're not throwing at all and then you're having periods where you're throwing a lot in a short period. So people like Rachel Haynes, Ash Gardner, they've got, amazing arms.
And she goes again and sits back and watches it sail again over the rope for her third 6.
Well, that's just a beautiful stroke. Yeah. And for the first one going over mid-off on the offside, we saw the previous 2 going over long on, but she used her feet beautifully. She was balanced when she struck the ball. I think that's another 6er.
She's mounting a case to work her way up the batting order, I think, Maddie Green. But I think the fact that they're in all sorts of trouble here has allowed her just to play a natural game.
Yeah.
She hasn't tried to overplay. I think some of the batters earlier were overplaying their hand.
That's the end of the 39th, 6 for 132. Three fours for Katie Perkins, 3 sixes for Maddie Green. Green's got her strike rate now up to 70. Clearly the most industrious of the New Zealanders so far. Fantastic setting. Women's one-day international, the first of 3 games between Australia and New Zealand, the right to hold the Rose Bowl. Series conclusion. The 30th time I think we've played for the Rose Bowl. Australia has been dominant throughout. That's the 50 partnership here as cricket facility. Mitch Stark hard at it.
Can't get a batsman to face him. I wouldn't want to face him.
That'd be uncomfortable.
6'7",
yeah,
150 kilometres an hour in swing Yorkers. But what an important partnership for New Zealand and going at a steady rate as well. So, Belinda, they'll have a target from here. 4 wickets in hand, about 10 overs. Get up near that 200 mark.
Yeah, and Susie Bates was quite clear after she was out that over 200 was where they were heading. And they would have lost a little bit of faith, but these two have resurrected this innings. And they've done it very sensibly.
They look like they were going to get to their fifth. They bat out their full 50 overs about 10 overs ago. Did they look like this? This could have been over very early.
It's been a really nice mix of attack and defence that these two have managed to implement.
She tucks that away. Fine. Thinks of 2. Won't take on the Burns arm. Look at that.
Interesting the way they've gone about it. 2 Perkins working the ball more, 3 boundaries, and Green yet to hit a 4, but hit 3 sixes.
Why not? If you
Good shot selection.
Great shot selection.
Again, nicely worked into the gaps. Katie Perkins continuing her good record against the Australians. She's a nice profile against the best team in the world. Seeing a bit of Hannah Green out here in the WBBL. Again, thinking of 2, but probably not to that arm.
No, that's the short side as well, so that's not very far down there. They've got the wicket over on the edge of the square.
It's important as an outfielder too. That's the shorter boundary. You can have a strong arm, but you don't want a long wind-up to give the opportunity for the batsman to come back for a second. So you shorten that wind-up on the shorter boundaries.
Again, just ticking it over, finding the gaps. Not 2 there. So 6 runs from that Megan shoot over. 40 overs down, 6 for 138.
Great to see the fans at Allan Border Field. They're being treated to some fantastic cricket so far, and it's going to heat up. 10 overs to go. New Zealand 6 for 138, and then we're in the midst of a fantastic partnership between Perkins and Green. 55 off 77 deliveries, and maybe a little pressure on the Australian captain for the first time, Meg Lanning, how she finishes off these 10 overs. And we welcome back Mel Jones and Bradley Hodge.
Thanks, Flem. Enjoyed having Matthew Mott on. I didn't quite hear all his replies to your hard-punching questions in there.
Yeah, there were some criticisms early in the coverage of Matthew, and he wasn't sure if it was me or Bradley, and I said it was
Yeah,
Bradley.
I got put under the bus. I heard that. The point is that I absolutely agree with what you said.
Yeah, he was an unbelievable blocker, but he could bat a long time, and very popular teammate, Hodgie, and not surprised with his progression into the coaching ranks.
He's done a great job. Wonderful unit to work with, and been with him for a fair amount of time now, actually.
Yeah, coming into his 5th year. Must have been post the 2015 Ashes he took over.
No, he's done a good job. And, yeah, hopefully he does teach him some aggression, Flem. We used to think that he used to take the shine off the ball. That was it. Once you've done your job, move over, please, and let Hussey and Cameron White and the big players get into the mix. But this will be an interesting phase. Last 10 overs, as you mentioned, Flem. Interesting to see how, you know, Meg works her bowlers for these last 10. The spinners have been dominant. Jess Jonathan went for a couple of big ones late in the over, but all in all, Jonathan, Molyneux and Georgia Wareham been absolutely dominant.
The last 10 overs are going to be huge. We might throw down a Holly Furling just to get a sense of the conditions. Holly?
Yeah, look, this is the end that they need to target. I've been impressed with the way that Green and Perkins have gone about constructing this partnership, but the wind is starting to pick up, coming towards us and right in Nick Carey's face. So there's plenty of space here for Perkins to chip over the top if she wants to.
Or hit with a bit of power to the onside. There's protection. So a little bit of game smarts is what's needed here from New Zealand if they're going to get up to a score that is competitive against this star-studded Australian team.
Square of the wicket is an option. It seems to be just sitting in the pitch a little bit, but the Australians haven't given the New Zealand batsmen much opportunity to play square of the wicket. Bowled full.
Well, Lisa Healy showing us her heels. We had Mitch Stark on earlier today, and he was talking how he started as a wicketkeeper. Elisa Healy actually started as the fast bowler. Can you believe it?
So there was a Court Stark bowled Healy at some stage in the under-12s.
Last one, chill.
Didn't every skillful good player actually do all three things in junior cricket? You'd open the bowling, then take the gloves after the drinks break and open to the batting.
It's actually interesting, the progression for wicket keepers. Yeah, having coached some underage teams where kids are really keen in the under-12s to do all three, Hodgie, and still a bit in the 14s. But from my experience, I think if you're going to be a gun wicket keeper, I think you need to be doing it full-time by at least your second year in the under-14s. It's an expertise, or it's an expert role that, you know, the more time you can spend doing it when you're young has got to help you down the track.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing with Elisa Healy as well is that when she first started playing backyard cricket, she hated it. Typically, you think that most Australian players would stories upon stories about the joys of playing backyard cricket. She was like, nah, didn't really care for it until she went down to a local club.
Well, I'm not sure where you played backyard cricket, Mel, but there was always automatic wicketkeeper where I played.
Definitely.
If you nicked it anywhere behind the stumps, you were gone.
Never dropped them, did they, the audio keeper?
Always the way. What's your other favourite rules for backyard?
6 and out. I was always happy to get out after monstering a 6 somewhere.
Once you got to 44.
Yes. No, Flem, you get to 49 and then you hit the 6. Anyway, that's a good over. It's 6 for 143.
Jensen, Mayer and Tahuhu to come for New Zealand, so this partnership is a critical one for them. It's tipped over to 60. And importantly for the White Ferns, they're finding the boundary. 1999 was the last time the New Zealanders held the Rose Bowl. It's game one of the series. They're in a little bit of strife at the moment, but fighting back. 6 for 143. Partnership of 60 now between Perkins and Green is the important one. The bowlers, well, Jensen's an all-rounder, and Mayer and Tahuhu to come. Molyneux has 3 overs up her sleeve. A ridiculously impressive economy rate of just 2.57 to go with her wicket.
Be interesting to see how Green goes about this. 3 sixes off left arm orthodoxes so far in this innings.
You can see there from the flags in the background, there's a strong breeze at Allan Border Field. And Green, who does like to go straight and long, will be hitting into that. So whether she just tempers that a little bit for this end and then looks to go large from the other.
Didn't seem to worry Ash Gardner in the T20s.
She said she didn't even get the middle of the bat.
Good turn. Nice purchase off the wicket from Molyneux. Well. Surface actually looks to have dried out. That's nicely played. That's where you do take into consideration the wind and understanding that if you take it downtown straight, you're going to have to get every bit of it. So when you do have a wind blasting into your face, it is important to play more square of the wicket. That's nice, using the pace of the ball. No danger in that shot. Full face of the bat.
And that was Elisa Healy saying Burnsy as well. Erin Burns is on the field. Just a reminder, if you have joined us, Ash Gardner has done a little bit of damage to middle finger. So he's getting treatment for that. Has been off the field since the wicket of Bates.
Yes.
Got up. Has been building. And once again, Sophie Molyneux with her consistency in attacking the stumps. It has paid off for her as she picks up her second, and New Zealand in more trouble.
Well, that is the freeway of flight there from Molyneux. That is beautifully bowled. Green likes to open up and hit over long on, and it's pitched and it's just turned a little bit. That is an absolute cracker.
Yeah, Maddie Green, interesting knock. 35, it's looking promising. New Zealanders lose their 7th. 7 for 145. The freeway of flight.
That's what it was.
Okay. The freeway of flight. Put that one in your little red book, Mel.
That's a debut. Meg's been really talking to the bowlers last few overs, and she wants to close out this innings.
Hayley Jensen out to the middle. Played up and down the New Zealand batting lineup during the T20s. He's played a lot of club and WBBL cricket here in Australia. Knows the conditions, knows the opposition. Another brilliant over there from Sophie Molyneux. Just the 2 runs and the wicket coming from it. 8 overs to go in this New Zealand batting innings. 145 on the board. And that score that Susie Bates was talking about earlier in the innings, that 250 mark, is well and truly off the mark.
Yeah, miles short at the moment. It's just been relentless. As you look at this delivery, turned off the surface from Sophie Molyneux. It was nicely pitched up, nicely flighted. And unfortunately for the Kiwis, looking to go over the top. Didn't get any of it. And, well, Sophie's been right on today. Australian spinners have dominated.
Just a really well constructed over there. She actually tempted Green, who'd hit a few sixes on similar type deliveries, but backed herself just to hold it back a little bit, just to delay her arm speed as she went over, and it produced a beautiful delivery.
Well, it's been mentioned on the broadcast before about how she's been trying to teach herself the courage of holding it back. And it's good that she'll be able to look at this vision and see the rewards from Sophie Molyneux, the changes of pace, the variations, because the tendency is to go quicker and faster, certainly when you get under pressure. It's great skill. It's good adapting.
Rachel Haynes there, one of the 5 players to play in all 18 games in which Australia have won on the trot so far. Sadly for Australian cricket supporters, the Australian team, and Elise Perry, she through injury won't be part of today or the remaining 3.
And what are you hearing with Elise's hamstring, Mel? She just tried to push it a little bit too hard, or?
Well, she is one of the most competitive people going around, both to the opposition but also with herself. She was flying throughout the winter. Everything was looking pretty good. And for those that don't know, it's through the injury against New Zealand in the World Cup at the Junction Oval. Pretty much it was a quarter-final match, must win. And most of the hamstring had sort of come off the bone, so surgery there. Had recovered from that, came up to Brisbane, and then, has re-injured the hamstring, but not specifically that same spot.
Can often happen, though, when you're coming back from a major injury, isn't it, that somewhere else just gives a little bit, and I think it's just part of getting yourself back into competitive cricket. So
yeah, without a doubt.
Hopefully a full WBBL for Elise Perry and kick along from there.
Nicely played. Some might think it was an edge initially, but just opened up the blade. It's put pressure on Rachel Haynes. Comes back for 2 to finish off the 43rd. It's 7 for 149. All fans within the WBBL, but specifically fans of the Sydney Sixers, will be hoping that Elise Perry is using this time away from international cricket to make sure that she can come back fully fit. That kick starts at the end of October, all the games in Sydney.
Just want to talk about Sophie Molyneux and the art of spin bowling. These are the sixes that Green had hit off left arm orthodoxes, and you see with the dismissal, it's fuller, it's a bit slower, and it just dropped a little bit. And we've talked about this. That's the specific delivery that she has worked on over the winter months. So it's full credit to, an international player who's still just trying to get better and better each season. So I'm no doubt she will get a lot out of that dismissal of Green.
That's 150 up for New Zealand in the 44th over. Now it's a balancing act here for the Kiwis as they try and see out the 50 fine boundaries throughout the over, but with both Perkins as the top order bat and then Jensen as the all-rounder with the bowlers to come, this will be the tricky part for them.
How are they going about it, Hodgie?
Well, I was just thinking about that. I was looking at Megan Schutt with 2 overs, who you probably know is going to be economical. Probably going to have to target Nick Carey, who's bowling into the breeze, and work out how they're actually going to take down Sophie's last over and a half and probably Jess Jonason's 1. Difficult task, but need another 50 from here to be competitive against this Australian side on this surface. But really, I think past this over, you'd have to look and go every over from that northern end, it is actually, needs to disappear.
Yeah, one thing, Mel, they've allowed the Australian spinners to bowl a lot of dot balls. There was 120 of them before this over. So whether you try and score off every ball or you target your hitting zone to get at least 2 boundaries and over here.
With that single, Perkins will have a chance to go to the area that Brad Hodge has been talking about. 7 for 153 after 44. High dot ball count for this New Zealand innings, and then a high singles count for them as well. Australia have been very miserly, not giving too many loose balls away. It's that time of the year. It's time to register for the Woolworths Cricket Blast. Registration is open. Yes, if we're in Victoria, it might be a little bit longer out than most.
Yes!
Got her. Played on. Nick Carey. Not a lot of animation as per usual from her, but this was the wicket Australia was after because of the last of the recognised batters.
Well, Katie Perkins averages 32 since 2017 and has hit that mark, and unfortunately for New Zealand, just looking to play, lay the ball down to third man. Ball goes onto the stumps. I think she'll be cursing at that. Ball looked to just come back in off the surface a fraction.
Yes.
And it's disappointment, excitement. Well, not a lot of excitement from Nick Carey. She doesn't show a lot the best of times, but the promising innings comes to an end, and New Zealand sink deeper in trouble. It's 8 for 153.
Good chance to throw down to Erin Holland.
Thanks, Mel. I've got Mate agreeing with me. 35 of 49, really well fought today. You came into a bit of a pickle. You were quite a few wickets down. Can you walk me through what your thought process was getting yourself into that innings today?
Sort of Katie Perkins and I just sort of talked about trying to build a partnership and play to our strengths, and sort of talked about if we just try to survive, it's probably going to be pretty tough. So look, we had to be positive and, as I said, try to play our shots when it was in our zones.
Unfortunately, you have just lost your partner in crime, but it was a very crucial partnership for you today. We're used to seeing you bat further up the order. What was the tactics behind sliding you down to 8 today? I'm
not sure. I think, obviously we've got a really long batting lineup, and we probably haven't performed like we would have liked to so far today. But, it just shows the value of having batters down the order, I guess. And, I've also got a role to play with the ball. So, look, happy to bat anywhere.
You spent a bit of time out there in the middle. What do you think her achievable total is to defend for the next innings?
Look, Perky and I sort of talked about trying to get to 180, 200. Obviously now with her gone, it makes it a little bit more difficult. But if we can bat through to our 50 overs and try to get 175 to 180, I guess it's something on the board and something for our bowlers to bowl at.
Appreciate your insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Like that question about the batting order.
Yeah. Straight to the skip. I think eight's too late for me, Skip. Actually, she'll go straight in there and say, oh, the commentators actually think that I should be up the order. What do you reckon? Any time when you can deflect off your own self-promotion's a win.
I just thought she'd be comfortable going up the order in the ODI number 2.
Yeah, just on Katie Perkins' dismissal, just think how devastating it is because of that probably just thought process or lack of communication, thinking, OK, well, Nick Carey probably is the weak link in this Australian bowling unit. Only new to the side. Doesn't bowl in the death too often. We have to take a mindset to take her downtown, and that is, over the bowler's head towards cow corner, really targeting those strong zones. Laying the ball off to third man is not really a priority at this particular time. It's 8 for 155.
5 overs to go here at Allan Border Field. 2 wickets in play for New Zealand. What can they get to? Molyneux into her last. Not good signs there for Australian fans. That's Ash Gardner, who's been selected today. Took the catch of Susie Bates, but is struggling with a finger injury.
Yeah, in good touch. Listed to come in at number 6. She might be more than happy to put the feet up and watch the top 4 get the job done.
She's been in very good form. Lots of chatter coming out from the Australian setup about the way in which she's gone about her fitness, her training, just matured over the break. And that's spun back and it's through Healy. Let's go down to Holly Furling.
As Hodgie was mentioning before, they do need to keep trying to turn the strike over as much as they can. There's 2 fielders out for each time, so Meg's really trying to control the batters and the rate at which they're scoring. But there's still plenty of ways for them to get off strike and keep this going. It's the only way they're going to get momentum to hit with the breeze, with the 2 overs that they've got left with that wind.
It's good bowling, though, isn't it? It's at worst leaking a single.
That's very skillful and good work. Sophie's been switched on today. Very little errors. Ball's turn. 43 dot balls in this spell.
Single to finish off the over. It's 8 for 158. Lots of highlights in the T20 series. Rachel Haynes provided one that had ESPN sitting up and taking notice.
Number 5, women's cricket, Australia, New Zealand. Susie Bates for New Zealand with the ground ball. Rachel Haynes coming up, throwing, and hits the stumps for the out. Yeah, hits the stumps before Bates' bat crosses the white line. New Zealand won by 5 wickets.
Can't believe they didn't mention there was no glove either.
I tell you, that's as good a cricket commentary as
That's
I've
awesome.
ever heard.
I agree. Draft them in. It actually, cricket sounded really cool.
They're not wearing gloves.
That's awesome.
Well done, Rachel.
Maybe Rach might get a contract as a relief pitcher over there. Brilliant.
We're happy to call the baseball as well. We'll go as a package, Hodge.
I wonder if they'd think we're pretty cool if we did call baseball over there in our Australian tone. I'll have to give it a roll. Nick Carey doing a good job.
So she's bowling seam ups, she's bowling cutters, she's bowling stump to stump. That's exactly what the captain Meg Lanning would be wanting.
No, Delissa Cummins today struggled a little bit with a niggle throughout the T20 series. I thought she was absolutely brilliant. Probably was sort of neck and neck with Ash Gardner for play of the series as well. Picked up wickets right throughout. So they're just precautionary in resting Delissa Cummins. So a little bit more onus on Nick Carey.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal situation. It was hard to get, a lot of practice going in. That's why you need a strong squad, don't you? That there's going to be rotations. There's going to be the odd injury. I think Australia would be pretty happy with the depth that they've got.
Yeah, without a doubt. Picked a couple of extra players for this series. And needed to get bat on ball because it was right smack bang in the middle. And yet again, New Zealand just working in singles here.
Yeah, it's the product of being 8 down, isn't it? Through your 40 overs. You need one of your top 5, definitely, to bat deep into this period to make it tough on the Australian unit.
When you talk about depth, this is where the likes of a Jess Johnson comes in now for Australia, and that's the difference, isn't it?
Yeah, and depth is important, especially when you're not in trouble. I mean, that's the other thing as well. You want that to be icing on the cake. You don't want them to come in there and be putting pressure on your lower order anyway. Otherwise, they'll be in the top 5.
Exactly. At least when you're chasing too, you know the total. You know, batting first, you're not so sure.
Catch it.
That's Sky. Healy says catch it, running back, running forwards. A little bit of miscommunication maybe. The end of the 47th, and it's 8 for 165.
That's a pretty good placement if that was a deliberate shot.
Yeah, the 2 Victorians there. Oh, it was yours. No, yours. Oh. I told her to go for it, Skip.
If you've just joined us, Australia, well, they won the toss earlier today and elected to put New Zealand in. They've struggled right throughout to have any sort of major partnerships. The biggest one was between Green and Perkins as they both got into the 30s. Georgia Wareham, outstanding, 2 for 23 off her 10. Likewise with Sophie Molyneux, she sees out her 10, 2 for 28. And Meg Lanning will be more than happy with the way in which all her bowlers have gone about things today. And she still has the opportunity of bringing back Megan Shute.
Yeah, well, things don't get easier, do they? Look at that. So we'll see here the ball just landing in between Georgia Wareham and Sophie Molyneux. Could not have placed that any better. And as a batter, when you hit that, you just think, oh, no.
Hoping.
That's out. And you go, ooh, there's a chance here. There's just a chance.
Meg Lanning just taking her time here to have a chat to Megan Shute, making sure that everyone is happy with field placements. And there is just a little change in the field, a little bit more protection on the leg side. So deep backward square, going to have a short, fine mid-wicket and long on.
Well, you can see a slight breeze with the flags on the right-hand side. So you're going to have to try and hit square of the wicket. It's going to be hard to take anything straight over Megan Schute's head for a boundary.
Goes up and over the offside. Says, well, there's some space there, so I'll just hit it over there.
Unless you get given some room outside the off stump and you throw your hands at it. It's a fantastic shot. It's the off speed again from Megan Shute, just rolling the fingers across it. And it was just that width. Gave Jensen the ability just to free the arms and smoke it over extra cover for 4. That's a fantastic shot. They're going to need a few more of those.
Yeah, she got into position early and then found herself with enough time to get that bottom hand through.
Looks to go again, this time along the ground, drills it.
So that brought a change in field. Mid-off went back, and for the different player, we have a change of field. So square leg goes back, mid-off comes up.
So that short boundary on the leg side, that's the chance to get boundaries. If you're hitting through the offside, you'll be running hard to at least get a 2.
Rosemary Mayer does all the right things there from the quick. We'll see her later on today. Gets Jensen back on to strike.
To see long off going back out again.
Ooh, perfect place to hit it. Straight back over the umpire's head and finds the boundary.
Well, that's crunched. That's great batting. Absolutely reading the play there, setting up for that off-speed leg cutter. Again, just freeing that left leg, opening up the blade, swinging arc, and absolutely crunched it. Lovely power through the line of the ball. Smart batting.
Yeah, I wonder if you're going to bowl the off-speed, it needs to be fuller to go in the air.
The length is her.
And length, you go full pace.
Looks to go fuller on this occasion. Follows Jensen a little bit.
And the other thing with any off-speed ball is it has to be in line with the stumps as well. as a tail-end batter or a batter in the last few overs, you do know that any bowler is going to give two variations. That's a Yorker and a slow ball, and it's usually around 50-50 split. So you have to set up for the slow ball.
They're happy to milk the single off the last. She'll keep strike. It's a good one, though, for New Zealand. 12 runs coming from it, 8 for 177. Megan Shute finishes her 9th over. She's got 1 wicket to her name, and she still finds herself, as per usual, in the top of the rankings. These are the ICC Women's ODI bowling rankings. Megan Shute, number 3. Perry, 5. She's not in this series, unfortunately. And top of the table, the hometown hero and Brad Hodges' favourite player at the moment, Jess Jonassen.
See? Justified. I should be on that selection committee.
Holly, do you agree with Brad Hodge and Jess Jonassen?
Look, I'm lucky to have her, at least in one of my teams that I get to play in. She's a good cricket head on her, and she's been working really hard with Nathan Horrocks at the moment. So, no, I'm not surprised to see her doing really well. But Nick Carey coming on to bowl here. They've got a couple out on the leg side and one at cover. The drives are up, though, so she can afford to bowl a lot shorter. We know that the wind's coming at her, so she needs to make sure she's digging in short.
Well, you can see Jensen's trying to get down there.
You can see that, can't you? It's like, get me up there. The wind will be at my back. I can target this over.
Go straight to Beth Mooney. Usually got the gloves on. Has the gloves off today. The direct hit. We spoke about Rachel Haynes being brilliant. And now Beth Mooney, well, she might find herself on the highlights over in America.
Number 1 from Australia. Isn't that great? That you take a risk, you get the opportunity, you know that you need a direct hit, and she just didn't let the team down. Quick release too. And direction, 100%.
Yeah, it's fantastic fielding. Rosemary Mayer departs for 7. It's 9 for 177. So amazing fielding from Beth Mooney. Hard to take the Australians on in the field. They work hard at it. Leah Tahuhu in at number 11. Who would have thought that, well, over 15 or 10 years ago, Sophie Devine was at number 11. Now we have Leah Tahuhu in her first game. Sophie Devine at number 11. Wow, amazing. Well, needs to perform well here and support Jensen at the other end, who now finds herself back on strike.
Well, she wants to face the majority of these 10 balls, doesn't she, Bradley?
Yep. Yeah, I felt sorry for Rosemary Mayer there. It's one of them things where if you play the ball off the back foot, it takes you that extra 2 or 3 seconds just to get your body moving. And that's the difference.
Exactly.
And then you get yourself going halfway down the wicket and you're like, oh no, oh no, I'm in trouble here. Please don't hit the stumps.
And as soon as the stumps go, you just walk off. You know you're not close. But it was good bowling from Carey, though, just to push Mayer back. Not allowing a half volley.
Catch it.
Good shot. Whip through the leg side, almost caught. Good attacking fielding there from Megan Shute. She gave herself half an opportunity to catch that one, but geez, it's Annabelle Sutherland.
Right, got the footy pedigree there, Flem.
Wow, that's a good little flick from the number 11.
Great bowling. This is good for Nick Carey. I mean, there must be a sense in the back of her mind knowing that Elise Perry's coming back soon, and as an all-rounder, you must know that you must be one of those persons that Spot is up for grabs, I guess. She's done a fantastic job. Always competitive. And this is a different role for her today, finishing off. So, again, fantastic roll. That's 9 for 180.
Now, an opportunity for Leah Tahuhu to come out. She's always been saying that she's better than a number 11. Chance to take the long arm to it.
Well, I like that little flick first ball, and if she can do that this over, that's the short boundary. She'll be able to hit fours, potentially sixes, so you want to keep away from that middle leg stump line. But it's been a spirited second half of the innings by New Zealand. They could have easily faltered and been bowled out for under 150 with the big guns back in the sheds, but some important partnerships, and even in the last couple of overs, just ticking it over. They'll be planning hopefully to get 190, and they've got spin to deal with.
Yeah, this will be tough. Is there any evidence, Mel, to say that number 11 isn't the place for Leah?
Probably not at the moment, no. But in her mind,
yep.
net sessions, you know,
got to be positive.
This is it. Jonathan on for her last. It's high. It won't be far enough. Will it be caught? It will be, because Carey, she doesn't drop those. She's shown us her form in the field throughout the T20s. Jess Jonathan comes on. It just takes her the one delivery to get the wicket of Jensen and to wrap up the New Zealand innings.
All important points if you want to stay number one-day bowler in the world. And Jonathan's continued to do that today. Another wicket and good catching technique, watching the ball all the way, taking it, and then when you're falling, you land on the elbows, cupping the ball. But Jensen, very good 21 to give New Zealand a bit of momentum at the end of the innings, but all in all a fine effort by the Australians with ball and in the field.
Yeah, amazing performance. They were switched on from ball one. We saw Megan Schutt lead the way early. Annabelle Sutherland picked up one early. And then it was the spinners. Georgia Wareham, Jess Jonathan and Sophie Molyneux dominated the middle overs of this New Zealand innings, and they just continued to lose wickets along the line. They lost their top four early. It was a quality performance in the ball, in the field. And New Zealand, 180 on this wicket, may not be enough, but we'll see. All in all, great performance from the Australian unit. They'll be more than happy chasing 180 on this wicket.
Well, 180 on the board. Coming up after the break, though, please don't miss this. It is Molly Strano live with us, chatting all things World Cup final. Lisa Sthalekar, she chats to Rachel Haynes, ESPN's own Rachel Haynes, and another hard-hitting pint-size pressure. It is all coming up after the break.
The world's #1 team is out to end a century-old dry spell. Now, a familiar foe looking for revenge awaits them. Will the past haunt the Red Devils? Or will they tame their nemesis? Watch England host Belgium at the UEFA Nations League. 11th October, 9:30 p.m. Live on Sony Live.
A bit worried about Sian because we don't know where she is.
Can't you just call on her mobile?
She will be out of contact for this long.
I'm Detective Superintendent Steve Fulcher.
Christopher John Hallowell, his cab driver.
I'm going to talk to him myself. Are you going to tell me where Sian is? I promise you that I'm going to do everything in my power to bring him to justice. You're breaching every code of practice.
The defendant should have been taken to a police station.
I wasn't playing games. I was pleading for Sian's life. What was I supposed to say?
That whole story, the pack of lies. She's Fortune's fault.
Do the right thing and tell me where Sian is.
The world we inhabit is murky. Things are never as clear as we would wish.
Hello, Alex. Your uncle was a spy, and I think you are too.
Yeah. Pace and feet, screw my face to the beat. I am the dropout, the cop out. They scraped off the street. My people bringing it back to basics. Kicking it back in
The world needs a leader.
Scribbling down the pages. No one ever told
As of now, we have nothing except you.
We can't just do nothing.
Alex is bright and determined. He questions everything.
You have no idea what you're getting into.
I've got a lot of power like King Kong or King Jong. Never try and test me with your pretty little sing songs.
Alex. Alex.
People want you to be someone that you're not. You're Alex.
He loves bigger opponents. They love a bigger stage. When the world's most phenomenal trio clash with the phenomenon himself, who will bite the dust? Who will stand tall? Watch Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal take on the world champions France, 12th October, 12:15 a.m. live on Sony Live.
Well, a warm welcome to the Allan Border Field for this third T20 International. Love 2 in the series. They've won the toss. They've elected to bowl and put the all-conquering Australians in. A big opportunity for the New Zealanders to get back a little bit of competitive spirit to build up towards the one-day series in particular. So Healy got off to a fly on Sunday. She faces Kerr. Blowing dust off a whole lot of old history books trying to find out, will it be a factor? Wait. Yes, it is. The perfect start for New Zealand. Australia, none for none after one. So finally we're away.
At least we're on a low score, the better for your team for as long as humanly possible.
That's nice and fine. It'll run away. Australia having a maiden over, only their second for the entire year in T20 cricket. In the opening over, that is, and that'll run away for 4. Beautifully played. There you go. That's exactly what she does. She clears the rope. None for 18, off 3 for Australia. Oh, here's a big one. And out. Devine breaks through.
She's brilliant. You look at the seam position here. This is almost the perfect delivery, and it has to be to get someone like Beth Mooney out. She's dragged her forward. She's found the outside edge, and Katie Martin does the rest. That is a big wicket for New Zealand. They've got to own. Finally, says Sophie Devine. Mooney goes for 11, and the Aussies are 1 for 20.
Whereas Jess Kerr will not concede a run. And I've just mocked her. That will run away for 4. I'm not going to get that. So back-to-back boundaries for Lanning. And gets through the gap and runs away for 4. And gone. So Healy had a long time where she didn't get to face a ball and that's the day she'd like to forget it. Nothing going right for Healy, and Tahuhu gets the breakthrough.
Out of the middle of the bat, that's for sure. Got into position quickly, had a little bit of width to work with. Straight to Katie Perkins. She doesn't drop those, not when they go straight to her. And the senior bowler and Leah Tahuhu gets another big wicket. Healy goes for 8. The Aussies 2 for 43.
Starting fast bowler that celebrated the getting a wicket and did his back and had
and gone. Well, Amy held on to that one, and she's ecstatic. And New Zealand are on top at the moment. We've got the Aussies 3 for 46.
Didn't have to think about it. I think that's the most important thing sometimes. Rachel Haynes went for the pull shot. She'd been trying to sweep and thought, no, I'm going to change things up. Flat batted it straight to Amy Satterthwaite, and Amelia Kerr gets an early wicket against the Aussies. They've had her for most of this series, but she jumps in with the wicket of Haynes, and the Australians now 3 for 46.
And places it beautifully. Such a free swing of the bat. The 50's up for Australia, and Ash Gardner is in really good touch at the moment. Oh, can you believe that? Meg Lanning will not believe that. She trudges off, and New Zealand are on top.
Well, it's an absolute shank to long on that one. It's a full toss, was there to be hit. Meg Lanning looking to go over the top, didn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat. You can see the disappointment in the captain. It's been a good period for New Zealanders. The skipper's got to go. 21 to her name. Right on top. It's 4 for 57.
And she has certainly got plenty of that. She is in good touch, Ash Gardner. Continues to be aggressive. Didn't get it right out of the middle there, but it'll take the 4. Oh, here's the big top edge. And she is in trouble, but safe. Oh, she's living dangerously at the moment. Head rocks back. She's striking at 150, but got away with 1. Beautifully struck.
Oh, my.
Oof, she is in good touch, isn't she? Erin's alongside Meg Lanning at the moment, and Meg would like what she's looking at the moment.
I chased the wide run, almost like they were planning for that. It sort of played into their hands pretty well, but sometimes you get luck, sometimes you don't. I just rolled with it.
There's people all around Australia at the moment who are sitting on the edge of their seats. An outside edge will run away for 4. And they're about to fall off their seats because Mel Jones OAM has just announced that she was barracking for West Indies against Australia. Yeah! Oh, gone! Gardner strands herself out of the crease. Head rocks back, can't believe it, and Jensen breaks through.
The breakout year for Holly Jensen. Magnificent World Cup leading wicket taker for New Zealand throughout February, March, and now is coming on in this season. And this is big because Ash Gardner, she hits runs in the first innings for Australia. Katie Martin tidies up nicely. Gardner goes for 29, and Australia now 5 for 84.
Catch!
And gets the gap. I thought they were a chance there, but beautifully placed. Beautifully played. Well done, Sophie Molyneux.
That's 4. But she's just got better and better, and always does the hard jobs, bowls in the power play.
Maddie Green.
Yes!
And gone. Misses a big opportunity. Sophie Molyneux was batting beautifully and hits it straight back to Maddie Green. New Zealand stay on top.
Smart bowling here from Maddie Green. You could see Sophie Molyneux, I think, giving herself a little bit of room. And so Sophie Molyneux still trying to forcing it across the spin to try and get it to the offside. Maddie Green got a good pair of hands, takes that comfortably, and once again, partnership starts. New Zealand pick up the wicket. This time it's Molyneux gone for 18. Australia with the 100 up, a 6 wickets down.
maybe it's just a good opportunity for Georgia Wareham to get some time to the crease, but that's another very solid over from Amelia Kerr. It's been a great spell, 2 for 18. Australia, 6 for 108.
Plenty of that. And finds the gap. Well played, Georgia Wareham. Oh, she's hit that high. And gone. Well taken, just inside. It's Susie Bates who takes the catch. Georgia Wareham's hoping that she might have gone over the rope, but she hasn't. She's a good athlete, and Wareham's gone.
Well, looking to go high and long. Didn't quite get a hold of it. Checking the front foot, looks fine. They're going to check whether this outfield catch got anywhere near the rope. It looked like it was pretty comfortable in the end. It was well taken. Good awareness from Bates where that rope is. Georgia Wareham comes to an end. It's 7 for 116.
Jonathan finds the gap and finds the middle of the bat.
And the smile on Brad Hodges' face.
6 overs too late.
Gee, she got away with one there. So one bounce, and that is the end. Australia have got a big task. They've got to defend 123. Well played, New Zealand. They restrict this almighty Australian team to 7 for 123 from their 20 overs.
Ash Gardner looked to get a start, likewise Lanning and Molyneux, but really the New Zealanders fielding bar one drop catch by Satterthwaite, and their bowling set by, I thought, Jess Kerr with that maiden right start was brilliant. 2 wickets apiece to Kerr and to Huhu. 123 on the board.
Welcome back wherever you're joining us around the world. Allan Border Field in Brisbane. Huge test for the Australians. Can they bowl well enough to defend their total of 7 for 123, way below the expectations of the #1 team in the world? They know the Aussies will field really well. Here we go. Get a terrifically run single, quick single there. She's got plenty of that. That clears the rope, clears the fence, and that's Sophie at her best. Skipper Hodgie in T20 franchises. Beautifully placed there from Maddie Green. Runs away for 4.
That's why the Australians with Healy at the top win most games.
That has been lofted. Big catching opportunity and taken. Ash Gardner meanders in. Takes the catch comfortably, and there's the first wicket. It's the wicket they desperately needed. Maddie Green goes. Devine's still there, but New Zealand, after 5 overs, 1 for 27.
Maddie Green trying to do exactly what Brad Hodge was talking about and make this a big over for New Zealand. If she does go big, she likes to go straight to that mid-wicket area. She's got long levers. On this occasion, doesn't come through. She goes for 10, New Zealand 1 for 27.
That's where someone like a Sammy Jo Johnson, it's beautifully placed. That'll run away for 4. Oh, gone! Georgia Wareham has deceived Devine, and that's a massive breakthrough. She's a quality player, Georgia Wareham. She gets more wickets again today.
Yeah, I think people look at the fixture too and they see Australia, New Zealand. I think most times in the future they'll be thinking Wareham will play because she likes playing their Kiwis. She gets results, and you're not going to get a bigger result than this. Sophie Devine, the captain, the power player in the team, is going to have to go if there's a part of her foot behind the line.
Oh, yes.
And I think there is. That is a legal delivery. That is a wicket for Australia. 2 for 40.
Oh, my word. Hit!
Yeah, my word, it was on the stumps. And gets... That is going to be close when it hits direct. Susie Bates might be in trouble here. Her head rocks back. The direct hit of Haynes. I don't know how confident they are.
Referral for run out. Can I have your best side on shot, please?
Oh, it looks good. This might change the game.
Yeah, bails are up.
She's
Batter short. I'm going to
short.
lights. The decision is out. Decision is out. Standing
That's what makes the Australians so good. What a fielding unit they are.
if the ball's going near Rachel Haynes and you know it's close, you've got to pull out the dive. Bates didn't. Rachel Haynes, maybe she'll give us a little bit of a Katy Perry stage dance after that. She gets Susie Bates for 8. And back-to-back wickets. Quick pick-up. She fumbled as well, but still had just the calmness and steadiness to say, I'm hitting the stumps. 3 for 44.
She's got plenty of that. Has she found the gap, though? Yes, she has. Confidence grows from Amy Satterthwaite into the 10th over. 3 for 58, New Zealand.
Well, there might be something
placed.
To that. That's an amazing shot, using the pace of Commence, finding the middle of the bat, finding the gap.
Beautifully played and beautifully placed, importantly, too.
True, but I mean, like, if I've got Pippa Middleton or if I've got Grace Harris, where am I going?
Not me, obviously. I picked Pippa, didn't I?
Grace Harris it is. You heard it here first.
Good on you, Erin. Great stuff. And while that was going on, Katie Martin.
Yeah!
Beautifully bowled, Georgia Wareham. Aussies are back in it.
Beautifully commentated, Rachel Haynes as well. This is where she's got better and better here. Georgia Wareham, the consistency, kept attacking the stumps, asking questions of New Zealand. Katie Martin trying to get herself some space. The old analogy, you hit, you miss, I hit. There we go. Another one to her name. Wareham now has 2 for 17 and New Zealand 4 for 96.
Got her! Jonathan gets a big breakthrough at Satterthwaite, and the Australians, this champion team, has started to turn the screws just when New Zealand looked home.
Amy Satterthwaite looking to play with the spin. The bottom edge onto the stumps. The excitement from Healy. Knows how important that wicket is. And Jess Jonathan, Australia's premier left-arm spinner, struck again for the Australian team. Experience of Satterthwaite goes for 30. It's been a good knock. 5 for 98.
And now outside edge. Luck could be a fortune there. Well, it's worth 4. Another little twist to the tail.
Down, Meg, down, Meg.
Oh, gets through the gap and runs away for 4. Goes lofts down the ground. She gets it over the top, and that makes it really interesting. Amelia Kerr has grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck.
3 from 4.
So 2 for 18 with the ball, and now is doing a wonderful job with the bat to close it out. 14 off 9, and to break at 13. She's got enough of that. Has she found the gap? Yes, she has! And New Zealand, with Amelia Kerr, have finally defeated Australia. They've come over the top to win by 5 wickets. And Amelia Kerr, brilliant with the bat to back up her 2 wickets with the ball. 2 for 18 off 4. What a young star she is.
Amelia, brilliant. Nerves of steel. Bowled well. Her second best bowling performance against the Aussies. And then has come out in a crunch time for New Zealand with wickets falling around. Needed to hit the gaps, needed to find the boundary. She's done just that. 18 off 10 deliveries to get the Kiwis over the line.
Welcome to the post-series presentation for the Commonwealth Bank Women's T20 International Series. And firstly, thank you so very much to our match officials, the umpires, match referees and scorers. Your efforts across the series are, as always, greatly appreciated. Now, to begin, we have today's Commonwealth Bank Player of the Match, and that goes to Amelia Kerr for figures of 2 for 18 with the ball and 18 off 10 at the end there to get your team across the line. Amelia, congratulations. How did that one feel for you today?
It felt pretty good to get a win off Australia against a quality side, so it's nice to have a bit of momentum going into the 50 overs now.
Bit of sister power as well today. You had your sister back in the side with you. How special is it to have her on the field with you in a game like this?
Yeah, it was awesome to see Jess out there and do so well with the ball today, and I've seen how hard she works back home, so I'm super happy for her, and it's pretty special to be able to represent New Zealand with my sister.
And this has been a bit of a home ground for you as well. Of course, you're part of the Heat WBBL team. Did it feel like you were at home smashing it at the end there?
Yeah, it's a special ground for me, and I love my time with the Brisbane Heat, so it's nice to play at a familiar place. But yeah, it was good fun out there, and just happy to get the win.
And how important is this performance, I suppose, heading into the ODI series coming up as well? Big congratulations and very well played today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'd now like to introduce our player of the series, and that goes to Ash Gardner from Australia. Ash, I'll get you to grab your trophy for me. Some impressive silverware there. We'd now like to invite Soap Devine, captain from New Zealand. So fantastic to get that win there today. It really looked like it meant a lot to you and the girls.
Yeah, it did. I think we know how hard we've been training up on the training fields these last couple of weeks, so to finally put it out on the park today was really well deserved. But look, full credit to Australia. They've taken out the series, and we're disappointed that we couldn't put the performances on the park earlier. So a bit of confidence moving into the one-dayers.
We thank you so much for your time. We can't wait to see you guys coming up next.
Yes, thank you.
And the winning captain for the series, Meg Lanning from Australia. Meg, I'll get you to grab your trophy as well.
Privileged to be able to get out here and play, and looking forward to the ODI series. It'll be a great battle, and looking forward to Saturday.
Well, it's been amazing to see Australia back on the field. Great to see our World Cup champions with the silverware again. Thank you so much for your time today, and we'll be seeing you for the ODIs very soon.
No worries, thank you.
Well, that includes our post-match presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
In the end, New Zealand, with 3 deliveries remaining, were able to get past Australia's total of 124 for victory. Well done, New Zealand, but Australia win the tournament 2-1.
Dream a big dream. A dream isn't impossible. Let it inspire you. If you follow the Garbo system, you're going to be living the lifestyle that everyone wants.
We've been following the system for 2 years now, and we're struggling.
The business has made us thousands.
And it's cost us twice as much. Those tapes told us we'd get rich. It's all lies. These people are brainwashed. Because of you.
I can live with that.
Fuck the Garbo system. Fraud, blackmail, attempted murder. I've got the whole thing.
I can deliver a lot worse.
We're gonna get what we want. By any means necessary.
Who are you?
I'm a businessman.
He loves bigger opponents. They love a bigger stage. When the world's most phenomenal trio clash with the phenomenon himself, who will bite the dust? Who will stand tall? Watch Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal take on the world champions France, 12th October, 12:15 a.m. live on Sony Live.
No one would have believed in the 20th century that we were being watched. Do you think it could be from Mars?
Something can't erupt from Mars and end up in Surrey. There's something inside. It's opening.
It seems that something has arrived. This is nothing to be concerned about. We are the masters of warfare.
George! Amy, go! They are coming!
God! Is this the wages of our sins?
Field.
Looks like a new blade that Meg Lanning's got there. It was very clean. Looks like she's ready to go.
Feeling the pitch has just sort of gathered a bit of pace second half. That sort of dried out a little bit, whatever tackiness might have been there in that early part of the batting effort earlier has sort of dried out a little bit, coming on a bit easier that second half of that batting display by the New Zealanders.
Yeah, looked early, wasn't it, with Megan Shute and Annabelle Sutherland, that when they hit a length there was a real steep bounce and just sticking in the pitch a little bit. But I think Sophie Devine will be going to her bowlers. We need to maximise this new ball, the hardness, the swing and potential seam. Early wickets are premium against this strong Australian batting lineup.
You know how dynamic it can be at the top of the order. Keen to see how Ash Gardner's finger is a bit later on. I think the Australians would be quite happy if she wasn't required, if there is any doubt about it. We know that there's the capacity at the top of this order to take this game away from the New Zealanders very, very quickly.
And about this time last year, Alyssa Healy, 112 not out off 76 deliveries against Sri Lanka. So, Belinda, we know, I mean, just about every ground was beneficial to your batting, but you tend to have your favourite grounds, and good performances tend to be reinforced every time you go there.
Absolutely, and this is a favourite of Alyssa Healy, but I think it's great that she's got another lefty to open with. So Beth Mooney in the T20s, Rachel Haynes in the 50-over game, and I think she benefits from the bowlers being challenged to bowl to different two-handed batters.
And that can be a real problem, isn't it? I know as a swing bowler, and you want to get the ball up, you want to get wickets. That's your job. But when you're bowling every second ball to a right and left-hander, the adjustment of your length is really, it was hard work. It brings in wides and extras. So, you just want to peg one batsman down and work on them and hopefully get them out.
So Healy's numbers since the start of 2017 have been absolutely phenomenal, striking at 110 plus, averaging over 52 in one-day internationals. It is as imposing a batting record as you're going to find in the game of cricket. She's been absolutely phenomenal.
She's intimidating bowlers all around the world. She's playing into her hands.
998 runs she's made, Flem, through this 18-game win streak. So Rachel Haynes to face the opening delivery. Better put the Australians on the back foot early. It'll probably be via the deeds of Leah Tahuhu.
Good first delivery, though. Squaring Haynes up straight away. Hit the seam, going towards the slip position. Get that stock ball going from ball one.
Away immediately, and she continues her love affair with this ground. Rachel Haynes, 4 times she's played one-day internationals here. You talk about how much Alyssa Healy likes it here. Belinda, 2 50s and 100 from Rachel Haynes at this ground. She is quite at home on this pitch with this outfield.
Yeah, she is, and obviously don't underestimate that this is the Australian team's home ground, essentially, with the National Cricket Centre across the way.
So strong square of the wicket. You've got to be encouraging her to drive on the up with this new ball.
Just underlining how much they like playing their cricket here, the Australians. 12 games, 12 wins. Doesn't get much better than that, I don't think.
No, well, the men like it down the road at the Gabba, and I think the girls prefer AB Field. It's certainly a happy hunting ground.
Ooh. And through coverage.
Well, the Queensland Bulls used to call the Gabatoir. I don't know what the rhyme on the Allan Border field is for the Aussie women.
This is your cup of tea, this sort of conversation,
Yeah,
which is why
right.
you've brought it up. So have you got something lurking?
Could throw it open to our...
I'd like to think that I've got 49 overs.
Yeah, you
but-
can. Do you want some help off our
Yeah,
social
definitely.
media platforms? Anybody who's out there who wants to come up with an equivalent, a Gabotoir equivalent for Allan Border Field, feel free to let us know.
Might be easier to just work on the AB side of AB Field. It might be a bit tougher
To get the whole...
get something
Border.
field in it.
Border, something to do with border.
Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams. Build it and they will come.
Well, I think...
Well, you built this oval, didn't you?
Not
The
place across the road.
The place across the road.
With my own hands.
It's nicely worked away. Just the single. Industrious start for the Australians. 6 runs from the opening over. It's pretty imposing, isn't it? That lineup, if you're a bowling attack that's got a defender, less than satisfactory total, you have to be beyond the top of your game, I reckon. You need to find something a little bit extra against this Australian side.
Well, I think the key here is at some point they're going to need a run of wickets. That can be early. They've got to get some nervousness into the Australian lineup. That doesn't come by, partnerships of 20 and 30 with a score like this. They need to somehow clump 3 or 4 wickets together and get some nerves running and some doubt in the minds of the Australian team.
So Rosemary Mayer into the attack. Oh, and she didn't get all of it. And comes back for a couple. Hard to know what there'll be a statistic which will tell us what the best of the Australian partnerships is from a batting perspective, but they are so, you plug them in just about anywhere. Hard to know what the most effective and what the best partnership is with this team right now. You could come up with 3 or 4 different varieties, still get it wrong, I reckon, if you're working against the statistics. That's a beautiful shot.
That's a classic cover drive there from Healy, and it was the classic overcompensation from the bowler. Man, bowled too short with the first delivery, so she knew she needed to get the ball up to swing it, but that's a half volley, and you can see almost Alyssa Healy's eyes light up before she actually hit the ball, knowing it was going to go for 4.
She's so simple in her technique, isn't she? It's just get into good position, keep it simple, keep still, and let her bat do the work.
That's a better delivery. She'll want to be hitting that sort of line, potentially just a fraction fuller than that.
She's never afraid to play her shots, is she? That's courage to just back her ability, Belinda. She's just fantastic to watch.
Well, she's just got a wonderful attitude. I just love that she knows this career's not going to go forever. That doesn't scare her. She'll make the most of it while she's in it.
Well, 90,000 people saw it live, in March in the T20 final, with so much pressure or perceived pressure. Alyssa Healy just set the standards. You could just see the Indian bowlers really start to question where the ball was going to go.
And look, she's at her best when the pressure's on. I find early on in a series, when the big moments come, that's when Alyssa Healy is, super focused. That's when she's on her game. She doesn't make silly errors.
$75 runs after 39 balls in that game you're talking about, Flem.
That was phenomenal, wasn't it? I remember sitting in the grandstand thinking, I can't imagine what her heart is doing at the moment. Just be pumping, just...
Yeah.
But she loved it. She's in Disneyland for an hour or so, wasn't she?
Different sort of atmosphere at JB Field today, but still a bit of pressure.
Gets away from Katie Martin.
You're still playing for your country, Flem. It's, in some respects, it's exactly the same.
2 overs gone, none for 14.
Oh, poor things.
Complicated start here for the Australians. It's a wonderful city these days, Brisbane. It's come a long way in the last 20 or 30 years. Great riverfront now and terrific climate. Lovely day for a game of cricket. What were you thinking that night, Belinda? I mean, you were there in the early stages when women's cricket was really laying its foundations. You're on the front line. To get your thoughts after this delivery from Leah Tahuhu.
Like it!
As you were sitting there seeing that 85,000, and what was going through your heart and mind that night?
I was just extremely proud of where the sport has got to, and I wasn't in the 34-35 series. That was a little bit before my time. But
just a tad.
What was wonderful was all of the past players that had turned up and were watching this game, and you know, they all just absolutely loved it. They couldn't believe it that there was 86,000 paying customers coming to watch what was their favourite team.
And you, like so many others, you know, really enthusiastic about the momentum and trajectory of so many, you know, women's sporting leagues around the world at the moment?
Oh, it's amazing where, you know, rising tide, you know, it rises all boats, and that's, I think, how women view the world, and much more likely to be trying to get it all in and up together rather than compete too hard against each other. And I think it's been wonderful globally, the rise of not only elite sport, but the encouragement of young girls to play sport in the first place and keep playing.
Well, what a difference it makes. Great shot there. What a difference it makes when you can see it. You know, you can't be it if you can't see it. We've heard it a lot, but it rings completely true. You put a WBBL out there, and then young girls around the place go, oh, hello, I want to do that. You put an AFLW out there, I want to do that. It's all that, the rising tide.
Well, you talked about it earlier, mimicking bowling actions, and there's thousands of girls now mimicking Megan Shute, Elise Perry.
And boys too. I've got a couple of nephews who, you know, emulate, you know, Australian cricketers, and it doesn't matter whether they're males or females. They think Elise Perry's a champion, and that's wonderful just to see the change in attitude.
If I had to pick one batsman, just kids, wait for Meg Lanning to get out there. If you bat like that, everything's okay.
Yeah, number 77's all right. If you want to copy her.
Sorry, they're all good.
They're all pretty young.
Technically, you know, Meg, wow.
You talked earlier about the flexibility in the batting order, and I think that's really a big credit to Matthew Mott. He has nurtured that concept with his team for quite some time, and having the ability as a group to allow yourself to be moved in and out of the batting order takes great courage, and it takes great faith in the people that are picking the team and picking the batting order, because one day it'll work in your favour and the next day it won't, and they all seem to be happy to accept that.
So 4 runs from the second over from Tahuhu, none for 18. Well, what do you think of? What do you think about that?
That's very good.
That is excellent from Luke Gastoli.
I like it.
AB. I like it.
Abattoir.
Belinda, you should probably have final. We don't have to endorse that completely just yet, but it's a pretty good start, isn't it?
The simplicity.
Yes.
The only thing I problem is it is copying the Gabattoir to a degree. I'd like to. A bit like when Nirvana smashed hair metal in the mid-90s, or early 90s. Come on. Smash the Gabattoir. Give us something a bit more.
You're looking for more creativity.
Yes,
I thought the simplicity of that was...
I agree. Yes.
Very clever.
Yeah, but fast bowlers aren't simplistic. We're more academic than that.
No,
I can't even say it.
No, you're not. That's not true.
How do you say that? Fast bowlers are taking over the world. We've had CEOs. Well, James Sutherland, Annabelle's dad, was CEO, and Tony Dodder made at Cricket Victoria.
Oh, he's meeting.
We've got a Prime Minister, Imran Khan. You can have a crack at him, are you?
That's true.
I'm hearing reports that Mervyn Hughes might be putting his hand up when ScoMo moves on.
Well,
Big Merv might run this country.
Let's not get into that.
He's not a US citizen, is he, Mervyn?
Donald wasn't a quick, was he, back in the day?
Might get back to the cricket.
Okay. I like Abattoir for what it's worth. I think Abattoir's
very good.
Excellent.
Good. That's a great defence.
Yes,
you bowl to someone who defends like that, and that is dead middle of the bat.
You feel like she could do that for about 5 days in a row. Nothing would get through that.
And I think that's the benefit of not chasing a big total. There's no stress or pressure on the players to do anything than defend, play what's in front of them.
So Nair inviting the drive, hoping to draw the error. Good over this so far. Finish it off now. Just the one run from it. One ball to come. Watch the ball. Saying to herself under that helmet. And that she does. So good over. Rosemary Nair, just the one from it. None for 19. Who to continue, desperate for a breakthrough. As Belinda Clark said, a cluster of wickets in a hurry here is what New Zealand need. Send a couple of these Australians back in a hurry. Talking about partnerships, Belinda, and you, I don't know about you, Flem, from a...
Just wanted to talk about her grip coming in, like a nice wide grip. I reckon for swing bowlers, it's easier to get a more stable seam down the other end when it's wide like that. When your fingers are too close together, I think it's too easy for the seam to get off that straight path. So I really like that grip of the cricket ball to bowl that out swinger.
We saw that seam was a bit scrambled when it came out of her hand there. It wasn't. How does that happen? What does the bowler get wrong when they, at the point of release, when it doesn't come out with the seam straight down the line?
The only thing I will say, she's got one finger on the seam and another one off.
Yep.
I'd be trying to get both fingers off the seam and to get an even weight on and to be able to go back down the back of the cricket ball.
Yep.
But it's interesting with pure swing bowling.
Oh, she hit that well. It was uppish but powerfully struck.
Alyssa Healy, she enjoys the extra pace on the ball, and if they get their line and length wrong, she just needs to lean into it. Such a good wicket. It's a new hard ball. It's a fast outfield. Little just check drive.
That hurts your outswinger when you started on leg stump, and you know that is a phenomenal straight drive. You have to be in really good form to be able to play a vertical shot like that to mid-on. Doesn't mind a bouncer.
No, that's good. And you would have worked with John Harmer, a great coach. That he certainly explained swing bowling to me. I wasn't good enough to sort of put it into play. But what did you think of him as a coach? I mean, he's had a lot to do with the women's game. And
yeah, well, he coached yourself, didn't he? I mean, he was a huge mentor. He coached the Victorian under-19 player that I was part of. But you know, when I joined the cricket academy as a coach.
She just flays that. It was wide and asking for the treatment, and it got what it probably deserved in the end.
See, what happens here is you're trying to swing the ball, you get it wrong and you get on drove for 4, and the compensation happens when you're trying to get the ball outside off stump, but you drop a bit short, and that avenue of apprehension to Alyssa Healy in the last 2 years, it's getting smaller and smaller. You can't err too much or any width.
Or draws the false shot, but
well bowled.
Such is life every now and again. She beats the player, but she finds the rope. 5 overs gone, 12 from that, none for 31. Three boundaries from that previous to Huhu over.
And Belinda, you were talking about John Harmer before. I mean, he influenced English cricket as well, didn't he? He coached the England cricket over there. But, you know, I felt my time at the academy, you know, you don't go and do a biomechanical degree. But Johnny Harmer almost fills you in over time, doesn't he?
He does. His method is to teach you and coach you at the same time. So you end up being able to explain it and pass it on to others. So there's no surprise that many of the people that I played with under him, you know, they've gone on to coaching roles. They've gone on into the sport in a whole range of ways. And I put that all back to the inspiration and the way he taught us, so that we actually understood what was going on and why.
Yeah, certainly so. And Radar, you're talking about the seam going down a bit scrambled.
Yeah.
You look, it doesn't always have to be perfect to swing.
No. Sure, sometimes you
there is some bowlers
that
get a total stable seam, but I think if you can get enough backspin on the ball and get the seam angled the correct way, when there's a little bit of wobble, well, the air looks after it, you know, and sucks it the way that it wants to go.
She's just testing Haynes' resolve here, bowling that really consistent across the body, top of off and outside line here now. Draws the false shot.
And bowling-wise, it's interesting. You just get a couple of dot balls up and all of a sudden you feel like momentum's going your way. It's been a good little fight back here from there.
Yeah, it's about now. I think it's time to put the second slip in, do something a little bit different, just to make Rachel Haynes think, okay, am I playing and missing, you know, is this a chance? Just get her thinking about something different. Rather than leave the field as it is, what are the other things I could be doing as a skipper to put some doubt into Rachel Haynes' mind?
So just this little battle, 8 dot balls in a row now from Mayer to Haynes. She's just working away at her, 9 in a row now, just winning the little battle for the time being.
And it's a good way to think about it when you're starting off too, is just win the next ball and keep building on it. And once you've had 5 wins in the over, you know, you should be confident. You should be feeling like you can just finish off this over now.
Oh, it's good stuff from the New Zealander. She's locked her away and doing a good job the last couple of overs. It's number 31, so they're out there together at the moment, Healy and Haynes, and we've spoken a bit about Rachel Haynes getting that 100 here last year. This is how Alyssa Healy remembered it.
I think that special moment for Rach last year, getting her first international 100, was, I think, one of those moments throughout the summer that no one will forget. I think you could just see how much it meant to her and obviously for her teammates as well. I think the biggest roar around AB Field was from the dugout, and I think that just shows how well loved and well respected she is within our group, and it was just, everyone was just so delighted for her in that moment.
It's a really special thing about good teams, isn't it? You two would have been, know that being part of some great teams, the joy and that you get from your teammates' success, not just your own. It's a pretty special thing.
And that was really evident there, wasn't it? You could just see by the way Alyssa was talking about it that actually meant something to her. And you do celebrate each other's success. And she'd be talking to Rachel through this innings to say, hang in there.
Gee, she seized on that just ever so short in length from Jensen. Her first ball into her spell and put away by Alyssa Healy.
Welcome to the bowling crease. Yeah. One ball, none for 4.
Just that ability, Belinda, for her to get on the front foot initially and then just transfer the weight in the middle of the stroke almost is pretty special.
Yeah, her footwork is quite limited really when she goes back. She moves her feet very well. She gets in good positions, but she doesn't step a long way forward or step a long way back.
So a couple of dot balls here from Jensen. First ball going for 4. Oh, shot. Bit of protection out there. Fair enough. Up after that first delivery.
They've watched her play, haven't they? But really, really well balanced, Alyssa Healy. That's the thing about her batting, is she doesn't move her weight forward or back a long way, but what she does do is she's heady still when she hits the ball, and that's a feature when she's playing well.
And she's playing each ball on her merits too. If you premeditate the short ball, you can't be in a position to play that lovely on drive that she played a couple of overs ago.
Oh, now Haynes gets in on the act, and over the top of square leg she goes for another boundary, so she breaks the shackles. And these two, you feel like this pitch is just starting to play pretty nicely now.
But when you're bowling, you've got to know where the short boundary is. The short ball to Alyssa Healy, at least when she plays a horizontal shot on the leg side, it's the big boundary. But for Rachel Haynes, that's a little boundary.
No.
So she finishes the over okay. 9 comes from it, however, none for 40. Partnership rolling along now, 40 from 42. Done it without much fuss. Australian Worm has a comfortable gap between itself and the New Zealanders. Linda, speaking about batting partnerships, I was reading about the success that you had batting with Lisa Kitely, and I wonder whether there was more to that than just the fact that you were both outstanding players. Was there something about you two when you're batting together that formed, you know, such a terrific partnership?
Well, I think one of the benefits was we played club cricket together, we played state cricket together for a very long time, and we obviously played for Australia together. It's a nice ball by Sophie Devine. And I think that partnership actually comes from way more than just an exercise of going out and applying your trade together in the middle. It becomes a coaching and an honesty session when you're out in the middle around what am I doing, what are you doing, are we sort of watching here, you know each other's faults, you know when you're going to play well. And I think that's the type of thing that this team's learnt to do as well.
67 times you represented together, average of 52 over 3,300 runs together. A highest of 219 together. There were 10, what was it, did I get that right? 10 100-run partnerships between the two. Who was the 219 put on against?
I've got no idea.
Oh, really?
No idea. But, I mean, it was just a great partnership. I love batting with her.
Yeah. Nice shape there from Sophie Devine.
Straight away, you know, an experience showing, isn't it? The no warm-up deliveries, good outswinger first ball, and you can see also she's working really hard to shine the ball. You can't obviously use sweat or saliva, so she's just trying to make sure she buffs up one side of the ball, aid in swinging it.
Again.
Just, you wouldn't change that. She's in a good rhythm. Just keep tempting that cover drive. Well bowled.
She's such a great competitor, isn't she? I mean, she's missed out with the bat. She tried to get the game moving when she was in. She doesn't sit and let the game pass her by, and here she is, swinging the ball and challenging the player at the other end.
So that, for those who are playing along at home, that 219 was against Pakistan at Wesley College.
There you go. Great stadium. Wesley
St Kilda
College.
Road or Glen Waverley?
No, Glen Waverley.
Yep.
I remember it now.
Yep.
There you go. It was Pakistan's one of their first introductions back into the international scene, so they were reasonably undercooked.
Did they stop playing for a while after that?
No, they came back for more. And they're remarkably done extremely well in the game since.
Don't see a lot of maidens. There's another one. Well bowled from Sophie Devine. After 8, it's number 40.
Enjoying themselves. Pretty much under control at the moment. They do play their cricket with a smile on their face, these Australian women. Bird's eye view. And they're long off.
One leg or two?
It's like the solo at this stage, but it could just be an optical illusion. Who knows? What sort of bird's that? Oh, there you go. Flam.
With a
youngster.
What sort of bird's that?
Time to watch the cricket. They're one of those on drives could just slot down there very quickly for Melissa Healy.
Yeah, you know what? We don't want to see that story in badly, do we? That's very cute. Are you going to have a go and tell me what sort of bird it is or not? Do either of you two know?
A pother.
A what?
A pother.
Pother?
Just
I thought it was a mama and a baby.
Plover? I think it is. Pother?
I thought you said popper.
That'll do. It was something similar.
Radar, you know everything that's ever happened in the whole wide world.
That's not true at
Tell
all.
me what it is.
It's a plover.
Okay.
I think. I don't know. It could not. It might not be. Looks like one to me. I'm a bit worried about that little chick.
Yeah.
It was showing that Rachel Haynes' fielding that made it to the top 5 in ESPN's Players of the Week. A little calamity down there, getting any sort of international publicity to it.
No, that wouldn't be good.
Surely Holly will know.
No, what?
He's already
It's a
told
plover.
you 3 times.
Have you? But what's
No,
happening?
but I don't believe
you
what
know,
you say.
okay, right.
As soon as you spoke about that, I just didn't register.
In fact, I think it may even be a hooded plover, if you want. Oh, that's got to be out! Brilliantly taken in the end by Amelia Kerr. And it just seemed to hop on Healy a little bit. Mayer gets the breakthrough. Great catch.
Just held up a little bit, didn't it? Oh, and she knew. She's one of those horrible feelings where you stopped your bat and you probably needed to keep going and it might have cleared her. But Amelia Kerr, it's hard to keep her out of the game.
Alyssa Healy out for 26, almost a run of ball. And Australia 1 for 41.
There's a score out there for her today. She'll be a bit disappointed she didn't launch from a pretty good base. Credit the bowler. She's been good, man. She's plugged away. Well, it's probably the player that New Zealand fears the most, averaging 60 against them. It's an unbelievable career profile that Meg Lanning's built against the New Zealanders in particular. She should enjoy these conditions. Rosemary Mayer doing well and tight against Rachel Haynes and draws the error from Alyssa Healy. To find the middle of the Lanning blade.
That's a deserved wicket, though, from Rosemary Mayer. She looked a bit unsettled in her first over, and I don't know if she just held back the pace a little bit, but I think if you do hit a consistent line and length, there is some natural variation in this pitch.
Through poor fielding. Should have been stopped. It'll certainly be a couple.
And I don't think you can underestimate the fact they've come out of a T20 series. So dot balls over time do mount up probably quicker than if you just started with an ODI series and then gone to a T20 series. So that dot pressure will be amplified today as they're transitioning to the longer format.
End of the over, 1 for 43. Pre-game, that's how you saw this one panning out with your game breakers?
Yeah, and I got Susie Bates wrong, but I think the other three still got time in front of them. But I just love the leg spinner in playing one-day cricket, and Amelia Kerr and Georgia Wareham made it for that reason.
She's magnificent with ball in hand today, Georgia Wareham.
So this will be a big couple of deliveries here. Just saw with Meg's second delivery, you know, the cover drive she got, she just squared up a little bit. You know, she wouldn't want to go too hard at Sophie Devine's outswingers. Just that little outside edge, keeper, first slip. You can almost go a second slip just because Meg is such a big wicket.
That's where you want to make sure you're watching if you're the next one in, isn't it? She doesn't want to be surprised by one of those hooping deliveries away, and she'll have known that Devine's producing it.
I feel like Sophie let me down a little bit there. I just built that up. But even with the field, Belinda, you know, they could get a second slip in there and a gully. It's almost like they've got a three in that point area. I know one's behind just in front. I reckon they could push them all around towards first slip. So 2 slips in a gully and 1 point.
Yeah, and I think it's probably just indicative of Meg Lanning's reputation, that they're worried that she's going to squirt them through, you know, point, forward of point. But they need to entice her to do something she doesn't want to do. And the way to do that is either leave her a gap, make sure she understands that you're trying to get her out. You're not going to try and protect the boundaries.
That's good bowling.
This is a seriously good battle. 2 very good competitors going hard at it. That's an excellent delivery. You could see the respect Lanning showed, but still the full face of the bat.
Yeah, she's bowling a great length.
And again, she's working away.
Amelia Kerr, short cover.
Yeah.
Okay? I didn't put a fielding down on my list of things to love about her, but I perhaps should have. That was a very sharp piece of fielding.
Just looks like she's squaring up, isn't she? She's losing stability on that back foot. You can see here, as she hits the ball, she doesn't stay on that back foot and just swivel.
There you go. She's hit the... I think she's hit the stump with her hand there.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Bruce Oxenford doesn't like the playing condition.
No.
I don't think it's a good rule either.
How long has that been around for?
I hope it didn't debut this game, and I haven't known about the change.
Not sure I've known about it.
I knew when you break the stumps, it was Stephen Finn, the English fast bowler, kept doing it. It was against South Africa that brought the rule in, but gee, a free hit's a harsh call.
Apparently it was instituted in the recent ODI series in England, but it is an interesting development. Why would that be deemed a no ball? Why would that need to be a no ball, do you think?
I think they're trying to ensure that doesn't happen very often, which means it's a bit like a false start in a swimming race or a running race. You just don't give people the chance and you remove it.
That's the over. Got that nipping away nicely. That's the end of the first 10, 1 for 46.
Fantastic day in Brisbane, Allan Border Field. Plenty of fans enjoying the work from the Australian and New Zealand team. 10 overs gone. New Zealand picking up just the 1 wicket. Alyssa Healy, Sophie Devine bowling beautiful outswingers, and Rosemary Mayer doing a great job, economical, and picking up the only wicket so far today. As we welcome back Mel Jones and Bradley Hodge.
Thank you, Flem.
Thanks, Flem.
And we'll welcome back Erin Holland as well.
Yeah, thanks, Mel. I've got Alyssa Healy down on the boundary with me. You're going along really nicely, a runner ball there today. Just walk me through the dismissal. Was the wicket doing a little bit there?
Not too sure. I haven't had a look at it yet, but yeah, a bit grumpy with myself. But yeah, look, I think there's enough in the wicket for the bowlers if they're hitting those consistent line and lengths. So full credit there, but poor batting, I'd say.
And we've been talking a lot about the fact that, you know, you've been involved in every one of these 18 on-the-trot wins for the ODI team. Is that a pressure that weighs on your mind at all coming into, you know, potentially breaking a world record?
Not really. It makes me feel a little bit old and a little bit sore, but no, it's a fantastic record that this group's got, and yeah, it's great to see that we've had a similar sort of core group throughout the one day and the T20s, and it's I guess there's no secret that we've had success with that core group. So yeah, it's nice to be one of them, but look, we've got a chase on our hands here, and I'm sure these two will have a good partnership and get us home.
Well, thanks so much. We really appreciate your insight.
No worries, thank you.
Yeah, so often very quick to deflect any kind of praise towards her keeping or batting, but has been a stalwart within this Australian team, one of the big reasons why they're in this position. It's nice to see Mitch Stark down at supporting, but also warming up as well after a successful one-day series over in England with the Australian men's team.
Yep, no doubt. Wonder if Midge will go and ask him to roll a few out over in the nets to keep in form. Don't think so, Flem?
Oh, I don't think you'd willingly face Mitchell Stark.
Awful.
But that was a great win by the men as well, wasn't it? You know, England, the world champs, such a long batting lineup, haven't they, the English men? And Australia not coming off as much cricket, obviously, as the English have had a, you know, test match cricket and one-day cricket, T20 cricket. It's well done to Justin Langer and the rest of the crew.
They've set a high bar, England, and the Australian men were well and truly up to it and passed it. I think particularly that last game with Carey and Maxwell, the 200s there in that massive run chase.
Yeah, amazing. He hasn't taken that form to the IPL yet. Glenn Maxwell struggled in his first 4 games. Big price tag on his head. But it is awfully hard to transition from one place to another and have success straight away. Talked about Rachel Haynes' love affair with this ground. Doesn't look like she's getting out anytime soon either. It's 1 for 46.
Yeah, 2 half-centuries and a century to her name, Rachel Haynes, at this ground in her last 3 innings for Australia. That was all against Sri Lanka last summer. And how the times have changed for her as well. She probably started her career only having 1 bat and 1 pair of gloves for the summer. Now she can just bring out bats and gloves as she likes. Fantastic day in Brisbane for the first one-day international between Australia and New Zealand. It is the Rose Bowl. New Zealand with back well and truly against the wall. 180 on the board, having been sent in by Meg Lanning. Wickets will get them back into this match. Got Holly Furling down on the sideline.
Yeah, look, I think wickets will get them back into this match, but before that, dot balls, which is what we've seen in the last few overs. It's just kind of swung momentum ever so slightly. I felt early on the opening bowlers just missed their lengths way too much, and same with their lines as well. But this spell from Sophie Devine is challenging Meg Lanning, and I really like the short cover.
Thanks, Holly. And just to match that up, 8 runs off Rosemary Mair's first over and just 4 off her next 4, combined with Devine as well. It's a great bowling partnership, Flem.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. They've already picked up 1 wicket. Sophie Devine's got to answer some questions here too. The ball has been swinging. In her first couple of balls of this over, it doesn't look to be doing as much. Does she just bring her length back a little bit?
Yeah, interesting observation, isn't it? They're still swinging the 10th over. We saw Tahuhu get little swing. Certainly saw Megan Schutt get a lot of swing early in the day, and you'd probably expect that with a new surface. There's a little bit of grass on it, but it's flat now. Good, perfect conditions for batting. Wonder if it might be something they look at and get the 2 curves in there in the future. As picked up beautifully from the skipper and dispatched over the fence. That'll get it rolling. Straight onto the stumps. No outswing this time, Flem and Wushka.
Well, this is the problem, you know, to make that call. Okay, there's less swing, so I'm going to actually hit the pitch a bit more and take Meg across the crease, more a 5th or 6th stump line. But on that occasion, still trying to swing the ball, getting the long line wrong. And Meg's going to do it again. This time, well fielded on the short boundary. But she bowled so beautifully. She was building real pressure on Meg Lanning.
Yeah, and that pressure is released. Skipper won't miss out on a juicy half volley outside leg stump with, I think it's a, not even, it's a 7-2 field.
You still want to encourage the batsman to be driving on the up. You've got the catch and cover. You've got protection on the offside. So I just think you have to adjust your line a little bit.
That's the over. 1 for 53. Comparative score after 12 overs, New Zealand were 2 for 51. So that required run rate is still floating around 3.3. What a feeling is this? On the pads, yes, but still had to be dispatched, and Meg Lanning created that fantastic feeling as soon as she felt ball on the middle of the bat.
I can tell you exactly how it feels, Mel. It feels unreal. Whenever you dispatch any bowler over the rope, you actually feel pretty good about yourself. That's why most players stare it down to see how far it actually travels.
And when you're bowling and you see the ball going towards leg stump, you know you're in trouble.
You turn very, very quickly and just start walking back.
Looking forward to this battle, though, Mel.
Most definitely. Amelia Kerr coming off some fantastic form in the T20 internationals, up against one of the world's very best in this format. Pressure straight on Kerr from Meg Lanning.
Yeah, strike rate's generally down against spin, Meg Lanning, so it's a good move to get Kerr in early. And, of course, the leg spin is going to be the key anyway through these middle overs. Been in good touch in that last T20 fixture. Really changed their line, I thought, in the last T20, moving from a consistent line of length outside the off stump in the first two to attacking the stumps a lot more in the third. So probably need to adopt that as well again.
Yeah. Hodgie, do you think that happens once you play it on a pitch for the third time too? That the wicket starts to deteriorate, and as a spinner you think you can be a bit more aggressive, so she might be more aggressive in the third one day than she will be in this game?
Well, you will find a little bit more action out of the surface.
That didn't touch the surface.
No, that's not going to get any spin.
Touched the middle of the bat.
All the way to the fence, and a superstar like Meg Lanning, averaging 50, doesn't miss out on that. That's a gift. Pumped it through extra cover for 4. And hopefully she can just have a think about at the top of her mark what worked for her in those T20s and just go, okay, well, let's attack the top of the stumps. Just don't give the stumps away. Or maybe she thinks that a full toss got Meg Lanning out in that last T20. I'll have a dash at it again.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the Australian spinners hit the pitch to start to read how much turn there were. And we see on this occasion, that's the third full toss from Amelia Kerr in this over.
Different confidence level as well. You know, only 121 left to get. Coming in the 12th over, 13th over, 1 for 60. Yeah, your confidence level is a bit short of the mark. You know you've got to make a difference.
Creates the full toss, can't get it through the field. A productive one, 7 coming from it, 1 for 60 after 13. All ahead of them here, New Zealand, as they try and find a way of getting back into this match, knowing that there is an exceptionally deep batting lineup for Australia to come. Brisbane is playing host to this T20 and one-day international series between Australia and New Zealand, and putting on a show as they usually do. Fantastic conditions at Allan Border Field as Devine comes into her 4th over. I was listening to you guys before talking about how players like playing at certain grounds. Rachel Haynes is loving Allan Border Field. There's Meg Lanning, of her 13 centuries that she's hit around the world, 5 of them have come against the Kiwis. So there's also that, like playing a certain team. Keeps it up, has it swinging, and there is protection.
And that's a good field placement. That's encouraging to bowl wider of off stump and still try and swing the ball. But if Meg's not quite to the pitch of the ball, there's catches in place as well. But if you go a bit fuller and hits well where you've got protection on the boundary.
There's still 2 catches in play behind the wicket. Fantastic to have Holly Furling with us. She's down on the boundary.
Yeah, a bit of a weird field placement there to Meg Lanning, but like you said, Flem, it does encourage that channel, but we did see the last over, Meg Lanning took Sophie Devine to the leg side, so it does give her the option if Meg does want to step across, there's plenty of space on the leg side.
Ooh. Just chipped over the despairing hand of Sophie Devine and chipped well enough to find the boundary.
Well, not exactly where Meg would have liked it to go, but picks up the same result. Presented the full face of the bat. Hit the middle. It's good enough.
I think Belinda Clark said it was a new bat.
Yeah.
They'll be keeping this one, Meg. When you're chipping 4s like that.
Just a bunt, wasn't it? Goes short on this occasion. Meg Lanning takes her eyes off it for a fraction of time. It hurried her up, that's for sure.
It's courageous because that's the small boundary, but up to 118 kilometres an hour. So just a little bit more of an effort ball, which you want to do when you're bowling the short ball.
Well, it's a surprise. I mean, we've seen some movement with the ball pitched up, and as a batter, you're actually just searching for that movement. You're consciously, you're driving, you're looking to get forward, and then when it's banged in, it catches you by surprise.
Haynes laces that one through the offside. End of the 14th, 168. Humming along nicely, Australia, in this attempt to chase down New Zealand's 180. And unlike New Zealand, finding the boundary nearly every over. Welcome back to Allan Border Field. Magnificent crowd in here in COVID times, so these people must have been very, very quick to get their tickets because things sold out pretty quickly.
Yep, it's a jealous side as a Melburnian, isn't it?
It is.
I just got a text from a former Aussie legend, Mike Whitney, on the bird that we saw earlier in the coverage. That's a good shot. Smart shot with mid-off up. Ball looks new at the moment, but if she keeps cracking them like that. But the big wit said the bird is called a masked lapwing or a black-shouldered lapwing. They're known as a plover, but are classified as their own sub-family. Explain that to me, Bradley Hodge.
Just asking whether Witt's got a place on the chase, Australia. No one else knows that sort of rubbish, surely.
He did say at the end, I'm a bird person. Thanks, Win.
Yeah.
Study in ornithology 101.
Well, it's fair to say that I wouldn't be hanging out with Witt on a weekend if that's what he's doing. Wouldn't like to face him either at his prime.
You're not a curious sort of learning type of fella, Brad?
Not for birds. I am educated, Mel, if that's what you're asking.
No, I know you're educated.
Not through the... wouldn't say I'm a bird watcher.
Boundary early in the occur over off the second.
That's the threat ball, isn't it, to Rachel Haynes, the left-hander, the wrong one. But it doesn't have as much impact unless you're actually controlling your stock ball, the one turning in.
And it's a threat if you're not picking it. And I think Rachel Haynes is at the moment. She just didn't quite read the bounce off the pitch on the delivery before. On the next one, got to a good position.
But we saw Georgia Warren, her stock ball was really coming out well. The batsman was getting, having to plonk on the front foot just about every ball.
Here we go, Mealy.
Might not have picked that one, Meg.
Don't think she did. To see out the 15th, 1 for 75. It's a left-hand, right-hand combination of Lanning and Haynes, the two most experienced players within the Australian setup. They have a good understanding between each other, have a very good average in both T20 and ODI cricket. And they've got off to another good start here. A little bit of practice time out in the middle, setting his own field as well. That would have been nice, Hodgie, if you could set your own field while you're out there batting.
How good. Advancing down the wicket. Looked like a wrong-un.
I think he picked it.
Thing is, the kids going to the cricket, they'd love to have their own play area at all venues around Australia, wouldn't you?
It's the perfect setup, isn't it? International cricket on the park.
Yeah, what's difficult actually, or more frustrating, Flem, is I've been to the Junction Oval and the kids have been having a hit. And you get told, sorry, can you please put the bat and the ball away because of health and safety?
What?
Yeah, unbelievable, 100%. And it's just frustrating.
What about a plastic bat with a tennis
Didn't
ball?
matter.
That's because Hodgie brought out the
Didn't
hard
matter.
ball and was bowling.
Oh,
a
did
little bit
Hodgie
too-
have his
Yeah.
test gear on?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have worn pads, Hodgie.
Oh, wasn't that short? Rachel Haynes very quickly onto the back foot. And in the end, Susie Bates has done well to be able to just get the body behind it.
Well, it's just Rachel Haynes. Doesn't look like getting out. Brought Tahuhu back on, probably because Meg Lanning's been dismissed by her a couple of times recently, or troubled. So now's the right time to try and get rid of the Australian captain. So slip in place, trying to just find a loose shot outside the off stump from Meg Lanning, but it looks pretty flat. The wicket has certainly flattened out.
It certainly does. Rachel Haynes now has bragging rights over Leah Poulton as she goes past Leah with the most amount of runs in one-day internationals at Allan Border Field. I'm sure she'll give her a buzz tonight. Let her know. Good quick call there from Rachel Haynes.
I think it's that type of length, Brad, where the batsman feels vulnerable. You could see that just about that stump height, you see Meg Lanning trying to provide a good defence. Just closed. She just feels uncomfortable there.
Yeah, it looked like she was just trying to lay that off on the offside or third man to a straight
Might
delivery.
have just moved in a little bit.
I think one thing is, when you play against such a good side as Australia are, I feel you have to come up with some different form of strategy or technique. Otherwise, you're just going to play into the strengths of this side. Now, we know that they've got a couple of players out who haven't been able to make the squad, which could have played. But you know, you have to come up with a better strategy than what's been presented so far.
And the call straight away was 2, because Perkins has to do quite a bit of work, but she does it quickly, gets the quick throw in. End of the 16th, it's 1 for 79. So we've got drinks out on the ground at the moment, which gives us a magnificent time to just go back to the start of the game, to something very special indeed, because we had a debutante at the start of the day, Annabelle Sutherland, coming into the team, daughter of James Sutherland.
The world's #1 team is out to end a century-old dry spell. Now, a familiar foe looking for revenge awaits them. Will the past haunt the Red Devils? Or will they tame their nemesis? Watch England host Belgium at the UEFA Nations League. 11th October, 9:30 p.m. Live on Sony Live.
No one would have believed in the 20th century that we were being watched.
Do you think it could be from Mars? Something can't erupt from Mars and end up in Surrey. There's something inside. It's opening.
It seems that something has arrived. This is nothing to be concerned about. We are the masters of warfare.
George!
Amy, go! They are coming!
No! Is this the wages of our sins?
Perry kind of mould, and he said, yeah, for sure.
Well, I reckon it was her debut T20 game, and she come in late in the innings.
Yeah.
And mid-off was up, and straight away, I don't know if it was first or second ball, you know, she just cleared the front leg and hit over mid-off for 4. And you're just going, this is a young teenager in her first game who certainly knows her game well and knows the situation and has skills to actually dominate in those scenarios.
Yeah, Australia under pressure. They needed 40 off the last 3 overs, and she come out and banged 22 off 11 balls and got them to a super over. So amazing skill, amazing talent, and what a bless for Matthew Mott to have Annalise Perry out and then just wheel in someone like Annabelle Sutherland. It's amazing.
As a selector, you'd probably be saying, yep, we've picked her, but at the same point in time, there'll be some hard calls to be made when you're starting to blood players like this coming through, and you've still got senior players wanting to play on for a few years. Then it becomes tricky.
Yeah, I think it's a sign of dominant teams around the world in any sport, isn't it? It's the competition for spots. And the tough one for coaches and selectors is when you tap players on the shoulder that, unfortunately we're going to go with someone, younger to keep the dynasty going.
Well, you mentioned before about the quality of the Australia A side. I'm a huge fan of Australia A versus Australia, especially if you have an era where you are so dominant. It just creates a great contest, and you can see those little in-house battles that just arise.
Yeah. Have you spoken to Mark Tubby Taylor about that?
Well, he hated it.
He has different ideas
but
about
what that showed was a time for Tub to step aside, and striking at 42 in one-day internationals didn't quite do it. No need to disrespect Tub, but that's what you do as a left-hander at the top of the order. When it's pitched up above your eye line, come down the wicket and pump it over long on. That's an amazing shot, Rachel Haynes. Beautifully struck.
She's got a good strike rate against spin over her career, 82, which is a little bit quicker than against pace. And generally, she likes to hit square of the wicket, but if you're going to go on the leg side, you bring in that bottom hand, and that's a very good strike.
Well, from what I've seen from my time enjoying Australian women's cricket is that most sides have no answer to Rachel Haynes and Beth Mooney bowling spin to those two left-handers. They just haven't got an answer. And the good thing about that is that Meg Lanning at the other end, who doesn't struggle against spin but is less effective, can just watch and go about her business quite casually. It's a great partnership.
It's a big shout. Was that pad first is the question.
It's a beautiful delivery. It's the one that you'd be hoping to bowl at least 4 times every over to build up her varieties.
Question was pad
Ooh,
first.
I reckon it was.
Yeah, baby. In the air. Oh, good, Jenny.
– 17 overs have ticked on by. It's 1 for 87. Partnership between Haynes and Lanning has moved to 46 in reasonably quick times, the 53 deliveries. Rachel Haynes, we speak about her with the word leadership always. She's now leader of this tally as well. 302 runs at Allan Border Field at an average. That's not a typo. 75.5. That best was last summer against Sri Lanka, her first one-day international 100. She's off to a start again. 35 not out off 50.
Yeah, close shout here against Rachel Haynes. It was turned down, as we see. Was it pad or bat first? Looks like pad going on to hit the top of off stump. So, close shout. It's a big shout from Amelia Kerr, and one of them ones where you're hoping naked eye 50-50, but well, on a flat wicket, stick it up.
You've changed.
Yep, he certainly has. But, yeah, the bat pad were pretty close together. You'd probably need a side-on view to be able to call that one.
Yeah, this love affair of Queensland for Rachel Haynes at Allan Border Field. It's amazing. These two batting at the crease now. As you see a loose one from Leah there. Average 51 together as a partnership in one-day international cricket and 70 as well in T20. So it's a formidable partnership, and interesting that, you know, Rachel jumps from opening in one-day cricket back down to number 4 in T20 with not a blink of an eye. Just slots in perfect and does it well.
Good fielding.
And it's not just about their stroke play and, you know, right hand, left hand combination. The running between the wickets, the communication is well grooved.
I was listening to your chat earlier before with Belinda in the comms box talking about her partnership with Lisa Keightley, and it was like you'd go out, whether it was setting or chasing, and, you know, the middle order would just sort of sit back and relax for a bit. You just really didn't feel ever as if you were going to be out in the middle.
No, that was the same when you represented Australia in Test cricket or one-day cricket, and you had, you know, Hayden Langer or Hayden Gilchrist, Ponting, Martin. If you're batting 5 or 6, you think, oh, maybe around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I might have to get up and put the pads on. It's amazing. Similar to this, right, Ash Gardner, who's got an injured digit, wouldn't even consider putting the canoes on at the moment.
Leah Tahuhu going back to a game plan versus Meg Lanning, which is that top of off, trying to get Meg Lanning into that awkward position of whether she's going to play forward or back to try and access the offside.
There's one thing I'd point out at Meg Lanning at the moment. She just tends to be squaring up a little bit. You know, those last 2 deliveries, just good line and length.
And there's the one that she can do to Tahuhu. A little bit extra out of the pitch. It's 1 for 89 after 18. One of the reasons why they are so good together is the communication, both during the over and then in between the overs as well. Lanning and Haynes working a way out to find out how they can score the remaining 92 runs. Well, the Lanning-Haynes love affair continues. 48 not out, the partnership. Pretty even contribution too between the 2 senior players, the captain and vice-captain of Australia. And that is a look of someone who wants to be there at the end.
Here we go, Hope.
They wanted 2 straight away, and they're going to get that very comfortably. As the 50 partnership comes up between Haynes and Lanning.
Half of the course between Haynes and Lanning. 2 very experienced players just ticking over nicely, getting the odd boundary.
Oh goodness.
Just another one, Hodgie, that just seems to have had steep bounce off a length. We saw it in Tahuhu's last delivery.
You get it, Flem. It's okay.
And now Jensen.
Yeah, there we go.
That is
steepler.
an absolute cracker.
Yeah. Good line and length too. That's not going to trouble Rachel. That's in her wheelhouse.
We saw a little bit of it when Australia were bowling, and some of the spinners got bounce off a length, so I don't think it's a total flat pitch.
Just a reminder, it's the same pitch that will be used for all 3 one-day internationals in this Rose Bowl series.
Here we go, Ginny.
Gets onto the pads of Lanning again. That is one of the shots that she's developed through the T20 game that has now been brought into the one-day internationals.
Well, she's worked on it. We've seen some of the best of it, you know, particularly that 6 that she just flicked through the leg side.
It was a shot I saw a lot of during a 133 against England at Chelmsford.
Boy.
During the Ashes series, it was probably one of the best T20 innings I've seen, and she just, you know, sometimes when you watch a player and you go, oh, I've never seen that before, and you look at her and you go, and you get sense that she enjoyed it as well. Like Meg Lanning is usually such a focused individual, but there was an enjoyment factor about playing in the middle.
Right.
Can't squeeze it past point. So a dot to finish off the 19th. 1 for 93. Australia absolutely flying. 1 for 93. New Zealand at the same point after 19 were 4 for 65. This is the phase that New Zealand struggled to find a boundary. Rachel Haynes' short deliveries have been absolutely pummeled. She's found them well. Outside off, though, it's been a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, just didn't get the foot across to the offside, just throwing the hands at it. Anything wide, I don't think you should be too concerned about that. This is the battle. And unfortunately for Tahuhu, it's got it wrong early in the over. It's a gift for Meg Lanning.
Oh, she finished off the last over beautifully. There was a couple of dot balls, that and that one off the length. And, you know, maybe trying to bowl a little bit quicker. Meg's good enough just to help it on its way. Easy 4.
No quick look to the captain after that first delivery, Flem. Just sort of turn back to your mark.
You just know it's going for 4.
Back of the length outside off stump.
And just talking about that skill development from Meg Lanning getting that leg side shot. And even these international players are always trying to get better. You know, Steve Waugh was a wonderful player for Australia, and I was lucky enough to play with him. But in one-day cricket, he felt like he needed to get his strike rate up, and he developed that slog sweep. And, you know, he used to spend hours in the nets, you know, practicing this new shot. And he would have been in his early 30s, but he still wanted to be the best player he could be and stay in the team. And remember, he helped win us a one-day final in India, you know, 20 off 1 over, and then the World Cup in 1999. But it actually gave him another shot in Test match cricket as well.
Yeah.
When he got in trouble, he'd slog sweep.
Yep. Belinda Clark is a perfect point of example. Didn't sweep a lot early doors in her career. Knew had a World Cup in India, 97, practiced that a lot, played it, and then brought that into her game.
Oops.
This is where Sophie Devine is probably in the field somewhere, just scratching her head going, what do I go to
Options.
next? Yeah.
Wish I'd have won the toss. Won 3 in a row in the T20s. No luck today.
That wide delivery's brought the 100 up for Australia. Just the 1 wicket down. And I would think that, well, it's Matthew Mott's birthday, so the Australians would like to give him a little present as well, but they'd want to make a statement at the start of this section of the series too.
And they'll be focusing on, you know, winning each game and winning big moments, but that overall record has been talked about so much that it'll be in the back of their mind. And what an achievement for the team.
Well, if they're going to go past the 17 streak that Belinda Clark's team set, they might as well go past Ricky Ponting. Don't stop there, because that'll be embarrassing to us to break ours and then just, you know, not go the whole way. Has she got it fine enough? Yes, she does. Boundary deliveries to bookend the 20th over. It's 1 for 105. Probably the best way to learn some fast footwork as a youngster is get balls hit at you.
Yeah, so just looking at these 2 superstar Australian players, you look at Rachel Haynes and see where her hands are. If you have the bat off the ground early, it's very important that you have your hands behind your back leg. Meg, who has the traditional tap, her hands are a lot more forward in her stance. So just 2 different techniques there. 2 young cricketers who would have grown up using different methods, but you just got to make sure your hands find their way to the right place for the point of contact.
there's no right or wrong way here.
No, there's no right or wrong. The only thing you'll find that when you have a look at Rachel there, if you find that as a young cricketer your hands are forward to the left, forward to the front part of your body, often your back lift can get into trouble. So you need to make sure that your hands are on that back leg. Meg, on the other hand, doesn't really matter because she's tapping the bat and takes her plane differently. Well, that doesn't matter. Technique doesn't matter when you pull it straight to mid-wicket. And Rachel Haynes' love affair with the Allan Border field comes to an end, a premature end.
Yeah, she didn't quite get that in the middle, trying to muscle this over mid-wicket. And a good little catch. Breakthrough for Jensen, who's been very persistent today. Was handy with the bat, backing it up with the ball. But Haynes, not quite in the middle of the bat, but a fine knock comes to an end. Out for 44, and Australia 2 for 106.
She'll be disappointed, but she set things up nicely here for Australia in this run chase. Perkins with the sharp catch. Can New Zealand find a way to get themselves back into this game with the wicket of Haynes? Well, you look up and you think, yes, we've got a wicket, and then you see striding to the crease the number 1 T20 batter in the world in Beth Mooney. She comes in at 4 in the one-day internationals. That left-hand, right-hand combination remains for Australia, and she's batting at home.
Yep, tough to get past, averaging 47 in the last 3 years. And the hits just keep on coming for this Australian side, don't they? There is no let-up. You have to be on top of your game. And the other thing is you have to take your chances as well. So, you know, good sharp catch, mid-wicket. But it is relentless.
Got to back yourself with the ball, though. You've got a wicket. Let's get another quick one. Get ourselves back into this game.
Sorry.
It's been given wide. That's the one you want as a batter. First ball, isn't it?
Catch! Yes.
Off the front foot, looking to heave it over the onside, Rachel Haynes. All she's managed to do with that cross-seamer from Jensen is drive it flat to Katie Perkins.
Well, that's her T20 go-to, isn't it? That mid-wicket region, and miss out too many times. Unfortunately, just caught the inside of the bat, just shanked it a little bit. A simple chance at mid-wicket. Beth Mooney won't want to miss out here as well. She would have been walking to the crease thinking, ooh, it's a nice little 35 not out here. Just pump that average up to 48.
That's the way you'd be thinking, wouldn't you?
100%. Yeah. That's how everyone thinks. And Meg will be thinking as well, I'll just guide the ship with a nice little 60 red. Perfect. Come back, I'm in good touch for the next one. I'm running through the mind, the psyche of a batter, Flam.
Who wants to get their batting average up?
You never get up that high, so forget it.
No, it was all over. Walking in as a tail ender. The game is over.
Well, you don't get too many times to actually cash in on an opportunity.
Monkey race. Here we go, Janique.
Lays off it nicely, Meg Lanning. We've seen that many, many times as the score moves to 2 for 113 after 21. New Zealand with 180 on the board are trying to defend it as best they can, but Australia coming out a good start by the openers. Rachel Haynes got more runs at Allan Border Field. Australia well and truly in control, just 2 wickets in the shed. 113 on the board. We've got a change in commentary as well. Being flanked by 2 legends, Andy Marr, Linda Clark.
One on your right. And
I didn't say a legend of what, though?
A Liz Clogger on the left. But lovely to be here, and it's been a pleasure to sit back and watch the Australian team go about their business. Dogged opposition. They're trying their best, the New Zealanders. They're just just lacking a knockout punch, aren't they, at the moment, unfortunately?
Well, they started the series probably behind the 8 ball already when you miss Lee Kasparek, who's still in Scotland. We've spoken about her not being able to get back in because of COVID issues. And then Anna Peterson for personal issues. So there's 2 quality spinners, and we've seen how much spinners played in this series so far.
The depth of the Australian team. We talk about it a lot. It's impossible to get away from it, really. It is such a strength of this squad. Not just the 12 or 13 that are here today, but the 6 or 7 or 8 others elsewhere who, on any given day, could step into this 11 and do their job.
Belinda, would it be fair to say that an Australian A team at the moment would give a lot of nations a bit of a run for their money?
It certainly would. And I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's certainly good for Australia. But I think it is just an example of the investment and the effort and time that's been put in over a long period. So it takes time to build depth, and we're in a fortunate position where we've been able to do that.
Well, you've been a big part of that build, and now you're leaving us. I can't believe it.
Yes, I am
leaving you.
It's... You've been doing it for a while. Like you've not only as a player, but post your playing days, you've put in a pretty good shift, I reckon.
I've done 20 years at Cricket Australia and 6 at Cricket New South Wales before that. So 26 years plus a bit of playing before that. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next challenge.
I think one of the biggest challenges when I look back in your career, let's take the playing out of it, but administrationally, when you were CEO of, it was Women's Cricket Australia at that stage, and then the amalgamation with Cricket Australia with the likes of Quentin Bryce, while still playing and captaining Australia as well. Where'd you find the time? I'm tired thinking about it.
Well, it was a very important strategic move to make sure that we were aligned as a sport and providing opportunities for both males and females. And hats off to the people that were on the Cricket Australia board at the time and the Women's Cricket Australia board for seeing the greater good and coming together and creating what we're seeing today.
You're going to leave an unbelievable administrative legacy. And is there something that you're most proud of? Is there one thing in the times that you've been post-playing that you look back on?
There's probably 2 things. One was sitting in front of 86,000 people watching a game of cricket on International Women's Day. That probably is the #1 highlight. That's what the whole move was about. So that was awesome. And secondly, being able to change the way that kids experience the sport. So doing a whole piece of research and making sure that kids were playing on appropriate size, length of wicket, size of boundary, number of kids playing. And I feel like those 2 things together have been able to tackle the top bit, the inspiration, and the bottom bit, which is what is my experience each week that I turn up to play.
Yep, that's great.
And over that time, with both of those moments, there would have been resistance to change too, pretty much every single day. That must sort of fill you with a lot of happiness, I guess, to say that you've got past that, as well as then, making these massive differences.
Well, what I've come to discover with change is when people see it and experience it and get to meet the people that are implementing it, the people that were against it often become your biggest advocates. Yeah. And I think I've seen that in both those projects where, the support that the game now receives from males on the board all the way through the system is just remarkable.
So from one playground to the next, this is almost your playground, the cricket ground, and now to the leadership playground. Talk us through this.
Yeah, I'm looking at setting up a new venture which essentially tries to tackle the issue of female leadership a lot earlier than we're doing at the moment. So getting into schools and providing girls confidence and skills to take on leadership positions when they arise, and hopefully we can address that dearth of female leadership in whether it's corporate Australia or around sporting board tables. We address it a lot earlier than what we are at the moment.
There'll be a phrase coming out in the future, Andy Marr.
There'll be
something like, oh, there's this fantastic young woman on a board. And it'll be the Belinda Clark move. You know, it'll be just...
You think about how important it is. It's just vitally important. I mean, there's so many... there's 1,000 steps between where we were and where we want to get to. And, there's a lot of being taken. There's a lot more to go. I listen to a lot of conversations in this space, quality female empowerment, breaking down barriers and removing glass, all that sort of stuff. And still a lot of work to be done. And the more people like you and you, Jonesy, I know you're doing a lot of work in this space as well in other areas, the more women like you do it, the easier it's going to be for generations to come. It's really important stuff. It's 2 for 122 here at Allan Border Field. This partnership has not missed a beat. No needing to take any time getting into their stride. 16 from 17 balls. Green to continue.
Easy, mate.
Way through today against a particular team. 19 innings against New Zealand at 62.5. 20 others have done it before her. She'll get there when she chalks up another 5 if she gets there, as that's tucked away by Mooney. So that'll be the next milestone she ticks over if she can do it today. Guess who holds the record for the most runs against a nation, Jonesy? Can you think of one?
Ooh. You're alluding to something here, aren't you? Well, you're not subtle, Andy.
Light ball.
No,
so I don't think it's going to be Charlotte Edwards against India or something like that. So I would hazard a guess that I saw quite a few of these runs at some stage too. So I would say it would be a one Belinda Clark versus New Zealand.
It's a bit of a turning into a bit of a Belinda Clark appreciation day here, but indeed it is. So Lanning's 5 away from getting to 1,000. You've got the number there. How many did Clark make against New Zealand?
Just a lazy 2,272, and 142 of them I remember vividly because this was my first ever tour for Australia, and I can remember Belinda Clark before we left Australian shores just making this sort of off-the-cuff comment in the press to say New Zealand played boring cricket, and I thought, oh, that's okay, that's my captain, putting on the front foot, and we get over to New Zealand and the first game is in Auckland.
How many turned up?
Well, the crowd turned up, and did they boo every single shot? And you just didn't want to go out, did you? It was one of those moments where it's much better to be out there and hearing the boos than having to deal with it on the sidelines. So, yeah.
What were you thinking? Why? I mean, other than the fact that you probably thought it, but why would you say that publicly?
We put that down. We call that a life lesson.
Right.
That's what we call that.
Okay.
And it was a big wake-up call. But 2 for 126 after 24.
Controlled performance by the two Australians. So Rachel Haynes caught Perkins, bowled Jensen for 44. She's downstairs with Erin Holland.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. The run fest continues for HU. Here at AB Oval, you now have the most runs by an Australian in ODIs ever. Fair to say you like batting here?
Yeah, it's a pretty nice ground to bat at. You generally get value for your shots, so yeah, I probably threw it away a little bit today, but yeah, I guess a nice record to have.
And Australia's got themselves in a really commanding position here at the moment. You and Lisa came out really from ball one showing great intent. Was that always the plan to be attacking?
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to have an aggressive brand of cricket. Midge usually sets the tone with that sort of stuff. So, yeah, it was nice to get a few away early. Probably went through a little bit of a lull there in the middle. They bowled quite well, quite a hard length, which was tough to get away. But, yeah, hopefully Megan and Moons can see it through now.
And is that your preferred position, to open the batting and be up front?
Oh, look, I honestly don't mind. I've probably batted anywhere in the top six with this team. So, yeah, wherever they need me to bat, I'm happy to bat.
Oh, and we love seeing you here. Congratulations on the new record.
Thank you.
Answer the question, Rachel Haynes. Is that your preferred?
But don't you reckon... So I'll ask you, Jonesy. I reckon that the answer to that question is 100% legit. I don't think she's hiding any, ambition to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. I think she is happy to bat wherever.
I think she's happy to bat wherever. But I think there's still probably... preferred.
What do you reckon her preferred spot would be?
I think she likes open.
Yeah. That wasn't far away.
And I don't think there's anything wrong in saying that.
No. Yeah, absolutely. She's a lovely foil for Elisa Healy, isn't she? They are it's a lovely fit together, those two.
Come, girls.
It's nicely placed. Timing just lovely. Races away and gets to the rope. So Lanning moves to 40. Beautiful shot.
This is all footwork, isn't it? You can see her pressing forward, trying to get on top of the bowlers, but then her decision-making in picking up that length of delivery was so quick that she got back into a position with ample time to be then find the gap as well.
Oh! Nice, Mealy.
It's the end of the over, 2 for 134. Word has come out of the Australian camp that Ash Gardner will bat if required, so that's good news.
Teaspoon of cement, they've said to her.
Right. Shouldn't have heard you say that. Gardner padded up, ready to go, which is good news for the Australians. That finger won't prevent her from batting.
It's amazing. The last time Australia failed to chase a score under 200 was 2013 against the West Indies during the World Cup.
Jeez. That's quite a stat, isn't it? Failed to get to 200 7 years ago. Wow. Yeah, they're a pretty awesome group.
And it was the first time ever, I think there was some serious controversy in the women's game too, because there was talk that, from England in particular, that Australia dropped that game so that England didn't get through to the World Cup semis, and then they ended up playing the West Indies in the final in Mumbai.
Surely not.
No.
You've seen how proud this team is.
Yeah.
Can't imagine that was part of the plan, but yeah. Conspiracy theory.
Don't we love one?
Oh, I don't think this group, even 7 years ago, would have been intimidated by anybody.
Sophie Devine's turned to Maddie Green here, and I'm just wondering why we haven't seen Maddie Green earlier in this match, considering the sameness of their bowling attack with the right arm quicks, complemented by Kerr, but we're into the 25th over chasing a low total. I think she might have missed a trick. leaving this so late.
Breaking the mould and coming up with, to try and come up with something. We'll get onto that on the other side of this. It's 2 for 136. The 1,000 runs up for Meg Lanning against New Zealand. Very impressive average. Flags flying proudly on this beautiful day. Lanning gets to that 1,000-run milestone against New Zealand with that single. This partnership continues to tick along 30 from 37. How hard is it to, after one match, you know, they're going to get pretty comprehensively knocked over here. Something dramatic happens from here. Do they just bowl up again on Monday and go with the same plans and hope things change? But can you, how radically can you adjust how you go about it within a short 3-game series like this?
Oh, you can certainly adjust plans to individual players and approach. I mean, you're trapped with the players you've got at your disposal, so that's a variable that you can't change. But you can certainly change a number of variables in and around that. And I think some of it is attitudinal. They'll need some work, you know, to keep their positive mindset, to stay positive and to convince themselves they've got plans which are going to be effective. And, you know, there's an example of something that could go either way.
Sorry, Belinda, but that went terrifyingly close to that little chick.
Mike Whitney, need another tweet from Mike Whitney. He's all concerned about the birds.
Yeah, well, so are we.
Poor little thing.
It survived. Got pretty close here. Have a look at this. It's heading right forward at this stage. Gee whiz.
Well, Mum and Dad have just got to take one for the team, don't they?
Spot on, Jonesy. What's the old man doing? So we saw it in the third of the T20s, didn't we? There was definitely a mindset shift about the running. You could see it in the running between the wickets. It was a marked difference in their energy and approach in that game, and it yielded positive results.
Yeah, often the biggest battle is often, you know, your own mindset, you know, the boundaries or the expectations you set yourselves. And this is a team that's lost to Australia a lot, and so they need to convince themselves that they've got the right plans, they've got the right people, and they've got the right resilience to be able to handle match situations as they evolve.
And sometimes those plans are right, but they might not just work, and then you put them in the bucket, in the rubbish bin. Potentially a little bit too early for them to actually come to fruition.
That's nicely tucked away. So further to that, we saw, you know, after an extended period of dominance from the Australian men's team for a while, other nations responded with academies and they tried to catch up. Well, they're going to do it, let's do what they're doing, but we'll try and do it better. Is that happening around the women's game? Are other nations copying what we're doing here and trying to do it better?
Oh, absolutely. There's an intent to do that. Every country's got its own challenges. But if you think about, you know, the WBBL as a product or as a mechanism to develop talent, I mean, that's 5 years old now. It took 5 years before that to sort of build it up and get the concept moving. So there's 10 years that you know, it takes time to do this. So don't, I think the risk is that people try and do it too quickly and they just do it with the top end of their talent. And they don't build underneath, and that's the risk, because things at the top then just come and go. So you need to build sustainable programs and sustainable development.
Are we seeing Australian IP? I know we are seeing it. How much of Australian intellectual property is being accessed by countries abroad?
Oh, look, we're willingly sharing it
Right.
because it's really important for the world game that this continues to grow and is positive. So there's some things that are, I mean, obviously you're not sharing tactical knowledge about your national team, but in terms of, how do you get more girls to play? How do you encourage schools to run cricket programs? How do you develop underage programs? How do you develop domestic leagues that are viable? They're the sorts of things that absolutely should be shared, and they are.
Yep.
There's also the coaching factor as well.
I was thinking about,
Hemp, Price and Kitely to Pakistan, USA and England as all head coaches over there. So, and, I mean, all those countries are in completely different phases of their development as well. England's at the top of the tree at the moment. USA Cricket's still trying to find their way, but they're getting intel from not just how those coaches have coached within the system, but how they've developed games. Julie Price worked with AFL Queensland as well, so that whole intel about game development, not specifically cricket development, is now spreading across the globe.
Yeah, great. Commanding performance here from Meg Lanning. She looks in no trouble whatsoever, picking it off at will at the moment.
It's interesting. I was looking at her stats pre and post her shoulder surgery, so post the 2017 World Cup. And it was a major surgery. I mean, her shoulder was basically hanging on by a sheer thread by the end of that World Cup. Missed a big chunk of time. Rachel Haynes came in and captained that Ashes series here in Australia. And her average has actually dropped a little bit in one-day internationals. It's below 50 now, but her strike rate has gone up.
Yeah, right.
So it's a balance at the moment.
Oh, my goodness.
And what that says to me is there's this eagerness for Meg Lanning just to dominate attacks in a variety of ways, whether it's just a mountain of runs or by just constantly putting pressure on each and every delivery.
Short doesn't time that. That's the end of the green over. 2 for 149.
A bit of running repairs there for Meg Lanning as she just adjusts her grip on her bat.
So I've noticed, as we're sort of wending our way through the history of Australia v New Zealand.
Don't bother building up here.
I've been noticing both Jones and Clark have both been pressing the intercom button back to the producers in the truck saying,
you see my stats there? I'm not asking for anything.
Can we have this graphic put up on the screen, please? And that's the one that you wanted up, Jonesy. You want it up on the screen?
No. I just wanted top 9. I don't know who put the 10th one up.
Great contributions, both of you, and ongoing to the game here in Australia.
Mare's had a good game, not a mare, but a very good game. I think she's exceeded my expectations around what she could do today. She's been very impressive and managed to keep this very high-powered batting lineup. She's managed to keep them very quiet.
Dave Watmore, who's done a lot of coaching around world cricket, coached Sri Lanka. He's in coaching with, I think he's moved to Baroda in India at the moment, even though he's in Australia at the moment. Desperately wanted to get through to me the other day to ask what Rosemary Mare's nickname was, and I went, I think it's Rocco, and he went, no, it's Knight.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. So he's rocking the dad jokes. Thanks, Dad.
What is it, Rocco?
Rocco. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's become, she's got a decent arm in the field. I don't know if it's because of the rocket arm.
Well, she conceded 8 runs from her opening over. And she's been bowling to batters who are taking everyone else pretty much apart.
She was great in the first 2 T20s and then got replaced. And I was like, that's interesting. I mean, Jess Kerr came in. I thought she was fantastic as well. She's an option too if you're looking at changes to this side. with the swing away from the left-hander if they're going to keep Rach Haynes and Mooney in the top 4.
Oh, that is an outstanding catch from Susie Bates.
Wow. They've caught well in that little spot there. But that's a great reward for Mare's efforts. And I think it just demonstrates the length you need to bowl on this wicket.
Yeah, just check the shot a little bit there, Beth Mooney, rather than going through with the full flooded drive. She departs for 16, Australia 3 for 149.
So straight into those big buckets of Bates. And she hung on. Nicely taken. And Mooney, who was doing it pretty comfortably, departs. So Molyneux replaces. So Ash Gardner hopefully can rest that finger for a bit longer. Maybe not give it any more use today. And Molyneux comes to the crease to join Lanning ahead of Gardner. He's nursing that sore finger.
Isn't it interesting around international cricket? Everyone's looking and searching for that ultimate all-rounder. And then you look at the Australian team. God, she took 2 for 28 today. She's coming in, batting at 5 now. At least Perry's out of the team. As we see the sharp catch from Susie Bates. Ash Gardner still to come. Jess Jonathan could bat up the order.
There's a kid called Perry not playing. It's ridiculous. She deserved that, didn't she? To sing her praises mid-over. She thoroughly deserved a second wicket. She's been incredibly consistent with her line of attack. It's drawn the error from Beth Mooney. Comes up with Lanning closing in on her half-century. Molyneux off the mark first ball.
Yep. Keep the strike. It's a Karen Rolton special, that one.
3 for 152. One.
And it was usually after .44.411.
Yeah. One of the most enjoyable people to bat with.
Although slightly nervous at the non-striker's end because you knew you could absolutely get cleaned up.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. And no quick singles. Correct.
Great appetite, isn't there, to come and watch this Australian women's team? Why wouldn't there be? Inspiring the future generations of Australian cricketers.
Young girl there in a Valleys District Cricket Club shirt. So great to have some cricketers in the crowd.
Lovely.
Green's had a good match.
Come on, Kiwis.
Clean hitting. She's been tidy with the ball. And there's another half-century for Meg Lanning. Her 14th 50 to go along with, I think I'm right in saying this, 1300s. So sorry, it's her 15th 50 along with 13 centuries.
And you can tell just how used to the Australians are of her talking about it. Very relaxed in the sidelines, weren't they? Oh, there's another one.
It's a phenomenal record.
Leah, just a cup of water, bud. No, Leah.
Belinda, if you could have one thing from Meg Lanning's game into your own game, what would it be?
Oh, that flick over the leg side that she's been playing today. I love that. That wasn't a strength of mine. I would have enjoyed being able to do that. But just her ability to stay focused on the task and continue on with that number of 50s and 100s is quite remarkable.
Nice, girls, nice.
Fantastic conversion rate, isn't it?
It's the best
Yeah.
by a country mile.
It's unbelievable.
Men's and women's cricket.
Come on, girls.
New Zealand's seen enough of it over the journey. 3 50s and 5 centuries against the Silver Ferns.
It's an area, Sophie Molyneux's game we've seen over the T20s as well. That one has been sort of played at the back leg, but just getting her hands through the ball early in the innings, a couple of opportunities, one early wicket, the second ball in the first T20. Hit through the field, catchable height.
Catch!
That's more like it. Nice high hands, get control of the ball, pump it along the ground. Good way to finish off that over. 5 coming from it, 3 for 156.
This doesn't look good. Diving to stop that ball, and it's a right shoulder. And this is not good news for the New Zealanders. Diving away to try and stop that ball. Lands on the right shoulder. And clearly, I think it might be Susie Bates. We're just trying to pick it up here, but in fact it is. So she's landed on that shoulder and given it a nice little rib. Let's hope it's just a little stinger.
Yeah, it looks as if she's sort of got that left right arm. Looks as if she's hurt the right shoulder.
So Bates will be getting that monitored, and we'll hope it's nothing too significant. They can ill afford to lose her.
Yeah, look, she gave the thumbs up to the crowd, probably an acknowledgement too of the wonderful crowd we've had at Allan Border Field. They've been fantastic for both sides right throughout this series so far. It's the look on the face at the moment. Yeah, it's not great signs, so hopefully it's more of a shock and a scare than anything else.
Lovely collegiate approach there too, with both the Australian and New Zealand medical staff supporting Susie Bates. Brad Hodge rejoins us in commentary. It's been a very nicely constructed half-century from Meg Lanning, Hodgie.
Hasn't been in too much trouble, has
No.
she? Looked elegant at the crease and put away the bad ball. Couple on the leg side early. She dispatched over the square leg fence. But all in all, looked very comfortable. It's been a polished performance from the skipper. I would have enjoyed some time at the crease too.
She got 3 starts, didn't she, in the T20s? All 20s, and then didn't push on. So if I know anything about Meg Lanning, that would have irked her quite a bit. You can see her wagon wheel, fantastic through the offside. The little flick from the legs was the maximum behind square.
Yeah, it's a pretty complete picture that she's produced, and big night of footy, you two. The Saints and the Bulldogs are going to kick it off. Elimination final action. You see it all on 7, and then we're going over to Perth for the West Coast Eagles and the Pies. This is going to be a compelling afternoon and evening of footy. Marcus Bonampelli, what can he produce for the mighty Doggies tonight against the Saints? So Rosemary Mayer, Rocco Mayer, Rosemary Rocco. I'm trying to work it. It's got to be, doesn't fit. There's got to be a story somewhere. Back into the attack. She's been good.
I did ask, it was Amy Satterthwaite and Leah Tahuhu that gave me the inside knowledge on the nickname, and I did ask why, and they pretty much went through the same formula you did.
Yeah, right.
They had no idea.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's something to be taken out of her book today. She's been really disciplined, hasn't she, with her line and length. Just set the field, bowl to it. If they're good enough to beat you, so be it. But she's probably won her personal battles. Figures would suggest so. And, a fingertip to it. Could have been her third.
I got it.
Oh, and then she cops it on the shin. So she got a stinging finger and then cops it on the shin.
And a smile. Yeah. It's just fun because no doubt the rest of the teammates around her will be giving her a little bit. Just sharp chance.
Breaks a fingernail, that one.
Again, this is the shot, though, isn't it, from Sophie Molyneux that we've been talking about?
Yeah,
just that hands in front of the front pad, not full control of the ball.
We saw it was it game one of the... Oh, she would have been gone for all money. Game one or game two of the... where she just hold out first ball to mid-off?
Game one.
Game one, yep.
Yeah, because they'd lost Beth Mooney doing the same, and then Sophie Molyneux came out with a reasonably similar shot. So we can see the opportunity to take the fourth wicket of Australia.
Took her a long time to get in the frame there.
I don't know if they got caught up mid-pitch or...
Still stuck on that WBBL Renegades treadmill that just didn't turn quick enough for that three.
Oh, that one. One of the great finishes to a game of cricket.
Great days of cricket.
Yeah, it really was.
Both games.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Heat and the Thunder in the next game, right down to the wire.
Incredible stuff.
And that's another reason why the Australian team's so good, because they're in that kind of pressure cooker situation time and time again domestically.
And that'll run away. Picking them off pretty quickly here.
It's nicely tucked away from Sophie. That'll give her some good confidence. We joked a little bit with Flem about some red ink, but this is a situation where it'd be nice for Sophie to walk off with 15 or 20 not out, get the side across the line. Not many opportunities to bat in this one-day international side. So strong up the top. Ash Gardner, you'd think when she's fully fit, will probably bat at number 5. I like her in that position. Don't move. Stay there. It's yours. Enjoy it. A little bit like Andrew Simonson. That's the end of the over. It's 363.
Seven overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21 for Rosemary Mayer. Pick of the bowlers.
Sorry.
Well, pretty much everything about that match summary says Australia well and truly in control. Spin twins of Wareham and Molyneux did the damage in the New Zealand innings. And now Meg Lanning seeing them over the line. Chance to throw down to Holly. I've done it again.
You have done
Holly
it again.
Furling. Sorry, Holt.
Mel, come on.
I'd like to say I'm better than that, but I'm obviously not.
I'm an Aussie. Come on. No, the thing that I've been frustrated through this innings with New Zealand has been their tactics. They've left fielders out on the boundary, so they've always kept 4 out to Meg. To Moons, they had 4. And then Soph Molyneux, as soon as she came in, she had a boundary rider on either side of the wicket. So they haven't actually tried to force any pressure on the Aussies by having those fielders in the ring, in their eye line, and trying to force dots.
It's an interesting observation, Holly. If they are going to review, they're being completely outplayed here, and they're going to lose this one by a pretty significant margin. If they are to, find a way of changing it up with the same 11 or 12 to pick from, maybe that's something they can look at doing. Just maybe apply it, make them hit it through the field a bit more earlier in their innings, perhaps. Rather than give them too many of those. The Australians have been terrific today at just punching it into the holes and taking the ones or twos at will.
Well, great observation, Holly, but I think you can actually flip that over to the batting unit as well. Far too many dot balls, just not enough intent. You can't just meander along against this Australian unit and expect a good result. You have to be at your A game. You have to be proactive. They're not going to make mistakes. They're too good. So you've got to come up with some form of recipe which works, and clearly having the field out to good players doesn't work.
Pitch like this, which has definitely started playing better the further that, not that it was playing poorly at any stage, but it's certainly playing truer the longer this day's gone on. And it's the end of the 32nd over, 3 for 167.
May as well give a shout out to Holly Colvin, something I've mentioned her 3 times today. Head of women's cricket at the ICC, former England international. We've been doing quite a bit of work together over the last 6 or so months.
Are you just throwing it out there as a promotional thing for a job application, really, Mel, or what's the deal?
I don't think Dubai is my team.
Tax free, why not?
Oh, actually.
That's your middle one.
That's a pretty dramatic deviation of a couple of worms right there. Underlines just how dominant a performance this has been.
Yeah, that trajectory of the worm really changed when the Australian spinners were introduced. It's been different, hasn't it? Amelia Kerr here, none for 33 in her 6. Hasn't even looked like troubling anyone. Georgia Wareham went for about 2.5 and over. Sophie Molyneux the same, and Jess Jonathan, well, she's always economical. It's something that they'll have to look at, they'll have to address before the next fixture if they're going to have any chance.
Quick turnaround too.
But you're definitely right, the Australians have had the better of the conditions. It can work like that. When there is a 10 o'clock start or an early start, you always felt that the first hour as a batting unit you sort of give away, and then it did flatten out. But if you know that, you have to address it. You've got to come up with an idea which go, okay, well, if it's going to move around or it's going to be in the bowler's favours, let's try something different.
Good toss to win. It was won by the Australians.
I know we've spoken quite a bit about the Australians' fitness, but this is where it's going to come into play with only the one rest day between the next 2 ODIs as well.
She had to rock over the top leg stump there, Lanning. She tucked that back with a square. Did you go and hit wicket much, either of you two? Fallen on your stumps or anything stupid like that?
Yep.
You did?
Not hit wicket, but stupid stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Actually, I'll tell you a story after this over.
Beautiful shot. That's a lovely piece of batting from Sophie Molyneux to finish the over, 3 for 173. Run the ball stuff from Sophie Molyneux. So Bates still being assessed after that. Anyone want to give an amateur diagnosis? Incident?
No. A little bit of hyperextension, isn't it? It's that jarring motion when you're on full extension and you've got the full weight going through the joint area.
Green to continue. Again, just at will, punching into that.
Actually, I'll cast my mind back to junior cricket. The registration just came out this week to get my daughter in to register her for cricket this season, which is cool. Standing on the stumps, I got out for a duck in under 12As, and it was where the pitch actually didn't have the full concrete. The concrete stopped, and then it was... So anyway, I played a beautiful pull shot, went all the way to the fence, signal 4. The umpire looked around and I cartwheeled all 3 stumps. Went back and I said, this can't be right. Measured after the game, and it was 50 centimetres short of where the stump should have been, past the popping crease.
What?
So you know how you used to measure with one bat and a handle?
Yeah.
They just measured the one bat.
Right.
So I'd gone back and across, played a beautiful pull shot, followed through onto the pegs. I could not work out how that happened, my goodness me.
And you were what, 11?
Yeah, 11.
And you had the nous to be able to say, hang on a minute, something not quite right here.
Correct. Not right. There's no way that should have happened. I went out, took the bat out, and no way was there a bat and the handle. Didn't matter whether it was the Greg Chappell size 4 or not.
Right.
I could not believe it. Anyway, I dirtied up as well.
Sounds like it. Did it have that... she takes it long and strong, a glorious shot. And that is it. What a way to bring up the victory. Meg Lanning with a towering off drive over the rope. And that will be that Australia a dominant display. Chase down the total with 16 and a bit overs left to play. What a way to finish it.
Yeah, our skipper finishes it in style. Amazing effort. Guided her side to victory with a fantastic 62, not out. And smile on her face. Sophie Molyneux as well sees it through. Total for New Zealand, that 180 was never going to be enough against this amazing Australian side. But smiles all around for the Australians. Back to the drawing board, I think, for the New Zealanders for the next one. Quick turnaround.
Yeah, it's chalk and cheese, isn't it? It was just absolutely clinical from Australia in every sense. Really set up by their bowling performance. Meg Lanning won the toss, decided to have that bowl. The spinners, they just keep putting their hands up over and over again and owning the middle overs. Wareham and Molyneux and Jonathan doing a fantastic job there. And then with just the 180 to get, it was as if Meg Lanning said to the top order, get the bulk of it. We'll be there if needed. And in she chipped with a handy 62 not out.
So the 19th straight one-day international victory for the Australian women. They are now 2 behind Ponting's men from 2003. And they may equal that by the time this one's done. New Zealand will do everything in its power to stop that from happening, of course. But, gee, it'd be a brave forecaster to suggest that the Australians won't sweep this series. And there's Susie Bates coming out to go through the post-game congratulations and formalities, holding that right shoulder. Looks like it's packed with maybe ice under that or a bit of support.
Shout out to Annabelle Sutherland too. Debut game today for Australia. Got a cap from Elise Perry earlier in the morning. And what a wicket to get for your first international wicket. Amy Satterthwaite, who's just churned out runs for New Zealand for so many years. Sharp catch by Meg Lanning in the sloops.
Yeah, you want to tick a couple of boxes in your first game, don't you? You want to contribute, which you did, and you want to have a win. And they did. So that'll be a day that young woman never forgets, Annabelle Sutherland. And she's got a lot of cricket left in front of her, wearing the green and gold of her country. She, all things being equal, is going to play a lot of cricket for Australia over the journey. So, outstanding performance. Lanning 62 not out, Molyneux 18 not out. That partnership at the end unbroken at 32 off 30 balls, and Australia win technically by 7 wickets, but it feels like it was a whole lot more than that. They were dominant in this one today. Terrific discipline with the ball. She rolled her bowlers around really nicely, Lanning. None of them let her down. And then the batters did what they had to do.
Yeah, the love affair with Alan Border Field continues, doesn't it?
Sure does. Get down to Erin Holland, who's standing by with the player of the match.
Yeah, certainly. Our Combank player of the match today goes to Georgia Wareham for figures of 2 for 23, including 45 dots. You bowled sensationally today. A huge congratulations. I'm really pleased with that performance.
Yeah, thanks. Start with. I think I sort of got into my spell a little bit. It's nice to have a few more overs under my belt, but I think it was a great team effort, especially between us spinners. I think we kept it quite tight throughout the middle overs there.
Yeah, spin certainly was king today on this wicket. It is going to be the same wicket in 2 days' time. Do you expect a similar sort of thing, I suppose, in 2 days, with spin being such an integral part?
Yeah, well, I think for us, spin is a huge part of our game anyway. So I think a real strength of us is that our spinners put some real work on the ball and get it to spin. So I guess we'll expect that to happen in the next game.
Another great performance from you today. Congratulations, our Combank player of the match.
Thank you very much.
Now I'd like to bring in Soph Devine. So probably got the toughest of the conditions today, batting first. What did you make of that innings?
Oh, no excuse. I thought we were poor with the bat today. I thought the lower order showed us what needed to be done with a strong partnership between Perkins and Green, and then bowling, we never found our line and lengths, and we got put to the sword by a fantastic Australian side. So we don't have long to find out what's wrong with that and get back on top.
And Susie Bates, of course, we saw her go down in the field. Any word on how she's going?
I think just old age, she said. She just wanted a rest. But no, I think she's been assessed, positive signs, so fingers crossed she'll be right for the next game.
Oh, I'm going to love your teammate, love. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you in 2 days' time.
Thanks.
Meg Lanning, sensationally batted today. A really, really comprehensive win for the Australians all round.
Yeah, it was an excellent performance from our bowlers. I thought Annabelle Sutherland getting a wicket up front was a bit of a fiery spell there, and then our spinners just came in and kept them really quiet through the middle period. So the bowlers sort of set up the win today.
And really, really well batted as well. I mean, everyone sort of contributed towards the end, and really sensational innings from you again as well. It looked like you've really found some form back in the ODIs.
Yeah, it was nice just to be able to spend some time out in the middle and not worry too much about scoreboard pressure, which you get in the T20s. So everyone was able to contribute. I thought Sophie Molyneux at the back end there took the pressure off me. So yeah, certainly a nice win to get the series off to a good start, and looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, win number 19 on the trot. And just lastly, Ash Gardner and that digit. How's she feeling?
I haven't actually spoken to her. I think she's going okay, obviously, yeah, with that catch of Susie Bates early on, she hurt her finger, so hopefully she's okay.
Well, luckily you gave her a rest and she wasn't needed today. Big win to the Aussies. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, Andy.
Good on you, Erin, and well done to Meg Lanning and her team, and excellent work from Sophie Devine. Just a whole lot of sledges going on, directed at her teammate. Top shelf stuff from the New Zealand champion. It's a 100th win for Australia in one-day international cricket for the women on home soil. Just another little milestone they chalk up. A dominant display, as Lanning said. It was set up by the bowlers. The spinners did a fantastic job for it, but for that little rear guard from Green and Perkins, it might have been a whole lot worse. And then the batters peeled it off pretty comfortably. Haynes and Healy up top were very good, and then Lanning did the rest with some good support around her. An outstanding performance by the Australians. So that is it from the first of the 3 ODIs. We're back here on Monday for match number 2. The Australians will be wishing for more of the same. They'll assess the Gardner finger and see how that pulls up. But gee whiz, you two, there's a lot to look forward to. Continued success if you're an Australian cricket fan. That's what we've got to look forward to. Check your local guides, 11 a.m. Monday morning.
That's because of daylight saving.